Kept you waiting, huh? There you go. At least I assume the stream started with that. Irish Major Tom, thanks for 5 Canadian. It's official, my enrollment ceremony is the 23rd of June. I ship out for basic training on the 29th of August. Brutal. The Cell joining Zog. I'm sure you had your reasons. I was seeing Obsession now. I know a lot of chuddies been bringing it up. I don't know. Is it a hate watch? I doubt I would make a video, but sounds like it's a hate watch. We're all Zogbots here? Yeah. Maybe so. Strange Sneed. Strange sucking fuck. Why didn't I talk about Kingdom Hearts 4? That's how little I care about Kingdom Hearts 4. I still didn't play 3. So, yeah, I didn't even bring it up. Devin did for like, I don't know, 15 seconds or something. When are we playing Zero Parades when the Disco Elysium team woke? Well, I never played Disco Elysium, so I didn't really have interest. No Spyro figure, fake sell, fake fan, unsub. Yeah. I actually ordered one from First 4 Figures a million years ago, but they had issues delivering it to my address at the time, and I just never fixed the issue, and so I got a refund, and I don't know, I never tried to order another one. Puar is blocked. Yeah, that's true. Pale Dramon is blocking Puar a bit. Yeah, there's a Patrick Bateman. There's like this company that makes like mock, I don't even know exactly what decade, 80s style action figures, you know, the cheap ones. So a company made one for Patrick Bateman. I had to buy it. It was cheap. It was only like $12. But yeah, you know, it's the old boomer shitty action figures. I guess one of those pyramid head spears fell off. Have I ever played Final Fantasy 9? Actually, no. I meant to play it at some point. I haven't played 8 either. I guess we're playing some bullshit today. Yeah, this might just be complete slop. If so, we'll go back to 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐏𝐄 remake. But I figured I should start with this first, because we might just drop this, you know, an hour or two into the stream, you know. So we'll see. When you get a chance, look up How to Be Responsibly Racist by Basic Logic. Oh, you reminded me of a YouTube comment. I wish it wasn't the weirdest shit that gets under my skin. It's almost unpredictable. You know, you'd think countless years online reading stupid comments that I wouldn't still get mad at stuff. But I read a comment about me the other day that was something like, I like Synth, but I hate when he tries to pretend that he's canceled. Like he's nothing compared to Sam Hyde. Which, first of all, Sam Hyde's like he's a millionaire. He has a really positive reputation online with people. Like, Sam Hyde, despite being an open anti-Semite, generally has a positive reception online from most people. Like, unless we're talking about literal bread tubers, normies like Sam Hyde, or at least are neutral toward him. When it comes to me, if you're not a part of my fan base, or maybe one of the handful of YouTubers that approves of me, you don't like my channel, period. So I don't even know what the fuck, like, this is already like retardation. I don't even see how it's comparable. Oh, another thing that annoyed me, in a million fucking years, none of us would get an opportunity to make a TV show. I'm sure that's what this kid is thinking about, which I thought about it, and the way it was written, it's probably a pseudo-intellectual teenager type, is what it read as. But Sam Hyde got to make a fucking TV show. We could write the best script ever of all time, and there's no way in a million years we're gonna get our own TV show. So yes, he got blacklisted from the industry because of the Jews rock thing, obviously. But this is just ridiculous. There's no assessment where my situation and his are comparable. If he had said Alex Jones, I would have been, okay, yeah, that's fair. But I mean, I wouldn't ever claim in a million years that I'm nearly as canceled as Alex Jones. It's also not usually how I talk about shadow banning anyway, so I don't know what bullshit this guy is saying. But the shit that really drove it home, it reminded me of the base slop comment, is that the last sentence of the comment said something like, also synth misunderstands basic logic's dialectic. I'm just like, did this motherfucker hear the word dialectic last week and just wanted to use it in a sentence? What the actual fuck does that mean? Genuinely, what does that mean? So, yeah, that made me mad. I'm not gonna lie. That made me mad. I was literally, last night, I'm just like chilling, listening to videos. And I scroll down to the comments of the video and I read that. And I'm just like, what the actual fuck are we talking about? That drove me nuts. I was mad. I should have replied. It's not worth it. Twitter was crying about my 007 video. Based. Good. Good. Good Jocko Willink face. Please, I want them to see more. What was it a clip from the video? I don't even remember. Did I say something super edgy that could be clipped? Will I ever have long hair again? No, because I'll look like trailer park trash. I've got barely hair left any hair left as it is. So every time it grows out a little bit, it looks terrible. This seems schizo, but I'm wondering if H3 killed Oliver Tree. He had a mid-air helicopter collision. Oliver Tree. I'm not sure if I know who that is. Is the Space King figurine new? Yeah, new-ish, yeah. It's just I haven't been in the full screen, so you guys probably couldn't see it on the small, you know, my tiny window I usually have going in OBS. Yeah, back in October, I ordered, Flash gets this, like, Space King bundle, which is where the shirt, I got 2 shirts, a sweatshirt, and the Space King figure, but they came in like 3 weeks ago or something. So there you go. Good luck, Dawn M, with the test. Zoomer ass artist, of course I never heard. What are you fucking talking about, retard? Racist Mario was the most viewed video on YouTube. The most viewed. And it's also over a decade old now. Shut the fuck up. You might be talking about Oliver Tree. Oh, is Oliver Tree an artist? I don't know. I apologize if he wasn't talking about Flash Gits. Listen, Flash Gits are the only fucking right-wing animators on YouTube. We gotta support the boys, alright? The fact that Reddit thought the shit was ironic when you could literally just watch old Flash Gits cartoons and see it's not ironic. Like, holy fuck, how are they this dumb? To be a Redditor is truly a mystery. Like, I don't know how they can exist like they do. How do retards convince themselves they're intelligent? That's the true mystery. Alright, we can get to Strange Seed. I'm just sipping coffee. I had a headache earlier. I would have started the stream even earlier. I've kind of been in and out of it a little bit until the last 45 minutes. Why is my left side bruised? It's not bruised. I just have... Maybe it's because of losing weight a little. Or it could just be bad sleep. I don't know. But... that's just me. It's the mold, yeah. Dark circle maxing, yeah. How's Deb been? He still can't speak, dude. Like, recording the video took it out of him. I don't know, man. Like I said, he's like in his injury arc. Why is the other camera not turning on? There we go. He's in his injury arc. Nothing is healing. You know, if he really has an autoimmune disease, he might be fucked for a long time. I just got permabanned on Twitch for laughing about Carmelo Anthony getting buck broken. Of course. Yeah, Twitch is very gay. Very gay. Okay, I had to fix that first, because that was annoying the shit out of me. Why can't they just all do borderless windows as a default? Whoever named this game needs a massive raise, you know. I don't know if we're going to be depositing any strange seed in some creatures. I don't think it's that type of game. What I think of the full dev interview, I kind of like skimmed over it because you know me, no attention span. Plus I was trying to rush to get the video out, but it does worry me. It does worry me. Someone unfortunately informed me that it was a YouTube ad, which is why it had so many views, which makes sense to be fair. I never saw the ad, but maybe I could have guessed that there's no way Spyro would ever get over 10 million views. But yeah, I never got an ad, which is weird because Google's targeted advertising is usually pretty good. You'd think they would know I like Spyro, but I never saw the ad. I'm trying to think, what else did I want to say regarding the video? There were a few things. I don't know, when people talk about Dragon's Dogma 2, it's very frustrating to me because you can tell a lot of people shit talking or not fans of the original. It's like, yes, you're right that 2's a disappointment, but I don't think you even understand what the real problem is with the game. And so when people talk about it, it's annoying to me because people are doom posting about the wrong shit and they didn't even listen to the video, I think, as well. Because, like, if you go to the section I talk about it, I already talk about things that are likely going to be fucked up, you know, with the DLC. I agree with the assumption that it's a low budget sort of like, we need to sell this on Switch 2, so here's Dark Arisen version and the snow map's just going to be reskin enemies. Maybe there'll be a couple real new ones, but that isn't necessarily bad because a lot of Bitter Black Isle enemies are also reskins, but there were new ones. So there need to be at least new bosses with completely original animations and stuff. I'm also fine with the gacha system being brought back. Some people are complaining about that. Because, like, Bitter Black Isle's gacha system really isn't bad if you know how it works. I mean, it's not ideal. But at the same time, like... My biggest issue is just the game is less fun than the first game. And one of the biggest problems was the downgrade from 6 skills to 4 skills. That's huge. But in August, they're fixing that, which is crazy. Like, I think the Warfarer class is probably going to be completely broken with 6 skills. Which, it's Dragon's Dogma, who cares? The game wasn't even hard anyway. But, yeah, 6 skills again is going to be awesome because Warrior never even had, you know, it only had 3 skills in the original game. And so 4 was actually an upgrade in 2. But now it's going to have 6 skills, so you'll be able to do, you know, everything that you'd want to do as a warrior. Yeah, I heard about the 12 new dungeons. That'll be interesting. So in August, when that update comes out, I'm going to play the game again. I might stream it because you know me these days. A lot of times if I'm playing any game that would even be mildly interesting to chat, might as well stream it. But, yeah, so we'll just do Nappler again. I don't feel like making a new character. We might switch out the woman pawn. Maybe I'll just make a Vegeta. We'll have a tiny little manlet Vegeta. I don't think they have anime hair in the game. But if they do, it's not that type of anime hair. But we can try and make a Vegeta. You know what's not interesting? Not playing with your seed. Hurry up, you Neanderthal. Slow down. I'm just drinking my coffee. I don't know, man. I actually slept plenty and I slept a bit early, but I'm still a little out of it today for some reason. I feel a little left out since I never played Dragon's Dogma. I must be strange, huh, chat? You should play the first game. I might stream a little bit more of the first game as well, since I probably need the footage anyway. Alright, let's check this out. This could be complete dog shit, but, you know, it reminded me of Spore, so I had to give it a chance. I've wanted a Spore too since I was a kid. Like, no matter how flawed and unfinished Spore is, like, the dream, you see the dream, and you want the dream to be fulfilled, and it just didn't happen. Okay, so I have like a bite attack. Alright. Alright. Cool. We ate meat. Yeah, just force myself right through there. I see I have a stamina bar. I have my curtain moved in such a way it's blocking a little bit of the upper left of the screen. Hey, back off. You can open this precious flower over my dead body. Then die! Hold on. I'll bait out the attack. Oh my god, we're being so smart right now. Look at that, guys. 300 IQ. Okay, so we need to accrue biomass, I guess, so we can evolve to not just a stupid little cube thing. We can mutate into other animals. Alright, let's kill this lizard. Yeah, die, salamander, you fuck. Wow, these rocks are blocking me. I wish I had a springy tail like a salamander. Wow, I'm doing a think right now. Nice early access slop. You know, you can just kind of force yourself over it. Playtesting? What's that? I don't know, dude. No one's ever heard of that. People have said I'd make a good QA tester. I just think when it comes to... Especially when you're trying to play games as a form of entertainment instead of just complete the objective as fast as possible, I think a lot of people are just more inclined to fuck with things, to find little flaws and shit. The thing is, no one actually wants to be a QA tester. Especially, I've heard they don't even really listen anyway. Like, it's just like, okay, did we get the bugs? Like, all the major bugs? Alright, good enough. Like, they're not gonna listen to any feedback. Like, if you say the game is boring, dog shit, you know, throw it in the trash, the devs should all kill themselves. I obviously wouldn't say that. Obviously you wouldn't say that. But you might think it, though. You might think it. Okay, so I could have just walked this way anyway, so that was pointless. My brother's a QA test for NVIDIA. Good money. That's cool, I guess. I'm really lonely. Do you know anyone that could be my friend? Okay, chat. I'll be your friend. Good luck with that. I will pretend to be his friend, at least until we can kill him and eat him. Ew, your neck is so short. It's over for neck cells, dude. It never even began for neck cells. I got no neck. We need a neck and then we can kill him and eat him. I'm assuming I need to, we need to figure out where we can evolve. Yeah, it's gotta be this. Drowning. Nest claimed. It really is Spore, but there's no sex. Spore had the sex. Okay, so I've only unlocked a couple salamander parts so far. We'll just equip them. Alright, nice. Yeah, that's, this is how evolution works, don't worry. What the f- and this doesn't seem right, somehow. Nice. Just one-shot him. Easy. Another slime that also was trying to evolve. How dare it? We don't do evolution here, okay. God did not create this disgusting abomination. Oh shit. No! No! No drowning. I can only jump like 2 inches. Is this Spore slop? Yeah, it kind of seems that way. We just kill stuff and then we steal the parts and then we evolve the parts. That's what it seems like. I obviously already expected early access slop, don't get me wrong, but I just wanted to see if, like, it could be fun. It is amusing so far. Oh, we can get beetle wings. I'm guessing we could probably interact with this if we get parts. Maybe we can be a bee. Oh, yeah, okay. The duck can shoot at us. That seems concerning. Oh, God. Fuck. I might need to switch to controller, honestly. Hold on. The way that this controls is a little jank. Oh, is it one of those? Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to kill him. We'll try. What's attack? Shit, I'm gonna die. What the hell is attack? Oh, it's R1. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, we can grab it. Is that it? Yeah, okay, it is an enemy. What the hell's wrong with these things, man? I mean, is this guy a fucking crocodile tail sticking out of his head, or whatever the hell that was? Alright. Let's evolve some more shit. All we're doing is committing satanic rituals. That's what's really happening. There we go. We can have a long neck. We can go be friends with the other duck. What I always wanted. I want wings. Nice. Nice. Yay. Fully formed. Yep. Yep. This is what all synth cells are going to look like a million years from now. You heard it here. Sorry, but you can't pass. My queen needs help. Turn around and go into the big tree. But why would I want to help? My goal in this world is to devour creatures and mutate into them. Oh, okay. Now I shoot the water blast. Can I aim that? How does this work? This seems... Maybe with the lock on, it auto shoots on top of him. This seems like a bad matchup, shit. Yeah, what? This head sucks. This is fucking terrible. What? I can't even hit this thing. I mean, legit. I actually don't know how I'm supposed to hit this. Maybe I rotate around him while aiming. No, I genuinely don't know if I can hit this guy. Okay, I did hit him right there. I have to lure him into my water ball. This is fucking terrible. Oh my god. There we go. Jesus! Alright, let's just try and make friends with the dude and see if that unlocks something. Because otherwise this is just a complete waste of time. Oh my god, he's selling a body parts, but I don't have any of that currency. Welcome to Basket Case Benny's, the best place to buy genuine pieces of species. My stuff costs crystals, but advice is free if you want to keep chatting for it. Sure, whatever. Every biome is a special shrine, no exceptions. Make sure you find them. Wow. Alright, well, we have to find the special shrine, chat. Oh my god, is it a boss? Okay. What's up? That dead tree. That there tree. It's my territory. Give me the Ant Queen's crown and does something in it for you. Do we kill him or do we kill the Ant Queen? Shit. Who do we kill? Tips fedora. Yeah. He should tip his fedora. Both? I guess we could kill both. Let's try it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? The combat in this seems super jank anyway. Oh my god! Whoa! I think I can still do this. The beetle wings seem... He summoned minions, you cheater! Oh, what? He's got an ultimate. He's got an ultimate. How does the salamander do this? What the hell is going on here, chat? I don't think salamanders are Dark Souls bosses. Dude, this is fucking... I was not ready for this. There we go. Get fucked. Get fucked. It was that easy. First try. First try. This game is retarded. This is really stupid. Mystery liquid. What does that do? I'm just having the ability to run. Oh, I have a map. Okay. Some scary statues over there. Why did it look like stuff is growing out of its head? I don't know. Can I kill these guys too? It wouldn't even let me aim at it, so probably not. Which button did I hit to zoom the camera like this? Looks like a shrine made for salamanders. You aren't a salamander. Not yet. I guess I can morph into one, and then something will happen. I haven't even seen a nest in a while. I think there was one this general direction, because it had the little gold stream thing. I don't know why I thought we were in like prehistoric times or something. Is it supposed to be post-apocalyptic? Of course, everything has to be post-apocalyptic. The door has a keypad on it. Your brain can't even comprehend what a keypad is. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's a little mean, but it's accurate. Play Spore. Every streamer in the world has to play Spore at some point. I don't know who mandated that, but it's true. Oh yeah, this looks finished, guys. Yeah, nice. I can't even break these crates. is such a mobile game. Yeah, I mean, this is just the world of early access shit, you know? The problem with early access is always that... Yeah, that looks right. I just wanted to see if I could climb up this... Nah, I can't even jump. It's locked me out of my jump while I'm clinging to this. Brutal. I just want to climb up this. Alright. I'm just gonna go this way until I find where the other nest is. Oh, there's still a salamander in here. This game mogs RE4. Oh, this must be the next area. I just wanted the bonfire, though. I didn't want to go to the next area. Beetle skin. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go back. We're gonna talk to the duck guy who's racist against our not long neck. I don't know if just having the head counts as a long neck. I guess we'll see. Sonic 06, greater than Dark Souls 2, greater than this game, greater than RE4. Dude, I literally read just recently on V someone saying, actually, Sonic 06 was never one of the worst games of all time, and most of those bugs you see are really hard to replicate. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with Zoomers? Go get pumped, bro. What are you talking about right now? Truk, yeah. Change size. Oh. Okay. Can I be stronger then? I'm assuming these are permanent upgrades. They better be. What currency is... Wait, hold on. Okay, I guess that worked. What does changing my skin do? Oh, right, I can be the beetle skin. Well, here, I want to keep this head. And then we gotta go full salamander mode, right? While Sonic 06 isn't good, it's better than most modern Sonic games. Okay, how many games are we listing as modern Sonic games? Because I don't think that's true either, I'm gonna be honest. And no, my neck is still too short. I'm getting icked. She's ick maxing. You found the ickiest ick of all time, and it was my lack of neck. So I guess I need the duck body, I'm assuming is what that means. I know, well, just the head of the duck doesn't count. It must count the torso, too. Because it didn't work. Behind the waterfall. Oh my god, it's a video game. Wow. Confirmed video game. There was something behind the waterfall. What? Okay, clearly I am supposed to be able to destroy these, right? Wait, why can't I shoot right now? I think I'm supposed to be able to destroy crates. You just can't destroy them with the water blast because this is an unfinished piece of trash. It's true, though. I'm hiding from my brother. He's so annoying. Right, okay. Well, who's your brother? What? What was that? Did I just destroy a crate through a wall? Scale point. No, I shot a salamander through the wall. Synth, I got the neck. Geoduck neck. Ew. I just threw up. Alright, we got a long neck. We are resembling a beetle-like wiener right now. Clearly that's what the Void wants. Yay! Your deck is beautiful! By the way, I found this lying around. You can have it. It's... Clam Captivator, you got the... what the fuck? Okay, so I got the Geoduck skin, and clearly a very deserved achievement. She gave you 4 skin? What does the skin look like? Yeah, that's... I don't know. Normal enough, I guess. Hold on. What does it look like on, let's see, arm, neck, legs, torso. There we go. There we go. Like some kind of wiener seagull thing. Whipped all parts from a single creature. So am I allowed to still have wings, even though they don't have wings? I guess we'll find out. I can run again, that's good. I went the wrong way. Fuck. Hold on. We're back at the beginning. Just realized it. Fucking hell, man. How did I know that you're supposed to be able to destroy crates? I knew it. Alright, now we gotta go back and destroy all those other crates. I'm sorry, chat. My Collectathon platformer brain is kicking in. It's kicking in. Over 1,000 people watching this thing. Who wouldn't want to watch us fucking eat people and mutate? Alright, this is obviously the peak of entertainment. Listen, none of us got anything better to do clearly on a Sunday, alright? I'm trying to think. I really haven't even been up to much since the video came out. It's really just been chilling. Haven't really done anything exciting. This is a German stream. When I started streaming, I mean, that was more or less my inspiration for doing the gimmick streams. I should go back to doing gimmick streams, but like I watched all of Germa's like playing random shitty Xbox games or random shitty whatever, you know what I mean? I watched all those and I always liked those streams. So I wanted to do streams like that. I just play random dog shit games and either make fun of them or they're surprisingly good. Okay, you can in fact kill the non-lethal NPCs. It's just the water blast only targets enemies. All right, now we're fucking in business now, chuds. I'm killing everyone. They're all dying. See, this is player choice. We talk about all the time we want player choice. This is my idea of player choice. Let me kill every NPC on the map. If there's an achievement for it, that'd be base as fuck. Kill the void duck. Kill the void duck. Yes. Bad seed. You killed a lot of non-aggressive creatures. All right. That's Kino. The game's Kino. It's confirmed. They knew. See, this is the devs who made this. They might be incredibly, you know, questionable people, but even if they are, at least they're gamers, you know, because they tried killing people. They wanted the player to be able to kill people, so that's respectable. You killed creatures that just wanted to talk. Yes! Even more achievements for slaughtering the innocent. Because there are no innocents. That's the twist. Did I talk to this one? Oh, that's an enemy anyway. Okay. Alright, we gotta get a move on through this biome. I want to kill the ant queen, just so that we can kill everything. This is a genocide run. Wasn't expecting an actual semen particle on my screen after clicking on this. Why didn't you expect that? That's the real question. Chat, drowning is bad. Don't drown. Okay, we can go this way. Why? The game just got really fucking dark for no reason. I mean, it's a dark cave, I guess, but... I guess we need some kind of glow organ. We need to become a glowy, chat. But who glows? Who glows, chat? Where's the fed evolution? I want to go up the tree, but it's so high. Beetle wings make you better at jumping. Salamander, blah, 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 blah. Bye. Thanks for the advice. Alright, time for the ant tree. Why do the salamanders want to talk now? They've been trying to kill me this whole time, and now you're talking? Boss says if we could beat her up, we get them sweet eggs. But how I gotta get over there? That works. You found the queen ant. Amazing, you got the hat. Wait, what hat? What hat? Oh, from the salamander boss, right. Here, take my reward and give me a little while with my eggs. What? Did you know this tree is just a little sapling growing from the ruins of a larger one? The humans Save some mysterious liquid from the old tree and fed it to me and that salamander. It may be tiny now, but you have even more potential to grow. The mistress dreamed of you. What? What the fuck is this nonsense you're talking about right now? Let's go. Fight time. You dare, I'm warning you. I'm no pushover. You died. Queen died. Kill her. She's digging into the boss arena. Yes, let's go. Oh shit, what the fuck? Good thing I can fly. Holy shit. Oh my god. What? How is this fair though? Natural deselection. Alright, I'm not sure about this one, chat. I think we might need to come back with an actual combat ability of some kind, because like sticking my tongue out, that's not a good attack. That's usually used for things that don't involve attacking. Oh my god, I'm drowning. What? Fuck! What? Why are the ducks just trying to jump me? I'm trying to kill everything that moves, and the ducks are preventing me from doing that shit. I want to break that crate. I'm stuck. The climb mechanic is very jank. It's like, I guess the salamander legs were the reason I was clinging to the surface earlier, but if you're not standing on flat ground, then you can't jump. And as you can imagine, that's a little buggy. And of course the ducks are sniping me. What did I do to deserve this? What? Huh? Am I blind? I don't even see anything up there. Shit. Alright, I don't think that leads anywhere. You'd think it would, but I don't think so. A button. What does the button do? Can we get the honey? No, this is cosmetic. Why would someone place a shrine of a beetle up here like they were hiding it from ants? Shrine seems to only respect what it fears. Interesting. Oh, right. I have to go to the beetle shrine. This is an arcade game? This is classically an arcade game. Gene Snake. Get the high score to win the prize. Keep an eye on the gold DNA sequence, trying to pick up the centered piece. Mouse, the DNA snake follows your pointer. Controller use. Okay, do I just collect the letter that it wants me to collect? Okay. We snaking, boys. Wow! First try, dude. First try. Alright, what does a blue cap do, though? Synth slop. Listen, sometimes I'm allowed to play early access dog shit, okay? Today is one of those days. This beetle seems tougher than the other ones. Or maybe beetles always took 3 hits with this, I don't remember. Beetle legs. Alright, let's go to the Salamander Shrine. Baby game of the week. Yeah. I should stream the Killer Bean game. I saw a Deranged Doomer's video on it. Yeah, it looked like just complete unfinished slop, which is more or less what I expected, to be honest. Oh, okay, so the purchasable part is different now, since I already had the other part. I might as well get it, just because I don't know what else money's used for. Consumer, you learned about capitalism! Oh my god! Wowie zowie. I can't believe I had to pay money for goods and services. That's crazy. That should be free. I'm a good comrade. I'm the hardworking proletariat. I deserve free things. Oh, good question. Can I kill the merchant? Yeah, honestly, I should have tried that. I hope it's not like Dark Souls, though, and you kill the merchant, and then, well, the merchant's gone. I mean, that's why they have multiple merchants, right? Oh my god! Dude, this is a certified good game, and you can't convince me otherwise. Hold on, let me buy that beetle torso real quick. Alright, now I'll kill you. Like 3 full creatures. Ah, see, you can get an ant. So the ant is, I'm sure, what you had to do at that shrine, at the beetle shrine. The beetle fears the ant. Don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, I killed the merchant. Did that even do anything? I mean, the ant head's still there. Alright, sure, yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's a gravestone where the boss was. Alright, what do I get? Looks like a shrine made for salamanders. You are a salamander. Something is happening. Oh, I can become an axolotl. Alright, can I also wear the Troon flag? Why? Is it good, at least? Maybe? There's just no consequences for killing everything. Wow, chat, look at that. Look at that. We climb, dude. We climb. But there's nothing. Alright, it seems like I've more or less explored the whole first level. I want to kill the Ant Queen, but I don't know. I might have to do like some extreme jank tactics. Either that or somehow take out every ant one by one, which I imagine will take a while. I don't know, what are we thinking? Do I beat my head against the wall? I mean, it doesn't feel right to keep the boss alive. Every boss must die. I'll have to see, I assume I can unlock the beetle charge. The beetle charge seems like a better attack move than what I've got. Especially if it can hit multiple enemies, right? So we can mutate into a beetle. I should also check what the axolotl does, too. Oh, there was a nest right here. Okay. I'm blind. Alright, let's see our other mouths. So Axolotl head. Axolotl can't attack. It can swim underwater. Okay, so that's the point. I don't know if there's actually even anything in the water in this level, though. It didn't really seem like it. I assume that'll be useful later. Yeah, ant head is just a bite. Yeah, so attack, charge. The ant does the most damage, but I assume I want the charge, because I could probably hit multiple enemies, at least I hope. Beetle arms. You raised a single stat really high. Really high, dude. Really high, dude. If I get the Geoduck neck, I get even more attack. Yeah, we're min-maxing right now. Beetle legs is stamina. Maybe I'll keep the speed from the salamander legs. Defense, HP. HP, stamina, and speed. Nice. Okay, okay. Geoduck wings just give damage reduction. They can't fly. I might need fly to cheese. Stamina jump. Oh, okay. Axolotl gives you attack stats. Alright, let's go. Let's go. The Ant Queen must die. Let's see this charge attack. Yeah, okay. Let's go. This mutant abomination. We really are just spore maxing now. This actually feels like a shitty spore creature. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I dare. Time to die. Round 2. Here they come. No, it only hits one at a time. There's no way they do 15 damage per hit. Oh my god. Of course it only hits one. Of course it only hits one. Why would it hit multiple, chat? Why would it hit multiple? Why? Why would it? That would make sense. It's not that type of game. I think we might have to come back to this area, chat. This is gonna take a year. I'm slowly chipping away at all the ants. Oh my god, man. Why do I do this to myself? Wow, I only have to do this perfectly and not get hit 20 more times. Awesome. This is retarded. I don't know why I enjoy cheese in games, but I do. I just don't enjoy when it takes too long. That's what I don't like. Oh, fuck. It's over. It's over now. These guys... I don't think these guys even drop anything either, so you can't, like, heal during the fight. Alright, let's say hypothetically... Let me run around this arena real quick. Okay, so there's more, even more ants. That's good. That's what we like to see. If I fly over here, then what? Is this something? No, that's just a background object. They can walk up the wall! They can walk up the wall! Chat! There's no cheesing! We're supposed to come back here as like a fucking rhino or some shit. Just ram through these motherfuckers. Come back as a T-Rex and kill them all in one hit. Okay. Now that I've aggroed all of them, can I circle around and start bashing the queen? That's the only thing I can think of that might work. That didn't even hit. That didn't even hit. Her butt isn't part of her hitbox. You've got to be kidding me. That's retarded. Oh, I hit her one time. Chad, don't worry. Just, you know, VOD watchers, skip this part of the stream. I should have kept this, all my speed parts. All the other things I brought are not useful. Speed is all I need. That just hit a random ant and not the queen. Awesome. So did that. What am I even hitting? What am I even hitting? She's huge. And then she got me. Yeah. Alright. Well, it was a good attempt. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let me try and kill these ants for parts. I do want the ant parts. Maybe the shrine gives you a cool thing to play as. Ant torso. Ant legs. I don't think I've found a use for Mystery Liquid yet, have I? Or was Mystery Liquid how you upgraded your core stats? Just lost your gamer card. Sorry, Kobe. Kobe. I don't make the rules. You are making the rules. Don't lie. Do I have money? Is there any way to just grind money? Do the crates respawn? I wouldn't be shocked if the game that's, you know, this unfinished. I'm glad that crate's just floating. Because if the crates respawn, we can just write crates and keep getting money and then just buy all the ant parts. I don't know. Then again, just respawning the ants might be faster. This is how you know this is some early access shit. They don't even care if you grind money. Based early access Kino. Alright. Rip basket case Benny. There's an inscription. The sales pitch didn't go well. You can pay 15 biomass to resurrect them. Will you do it? No. Is there even a point to resurrecting him? His shop still seems to work. Okay, so yeah, there's still more ant parts. I should see how fast the ant bite attack is. Oh, hold on. Yeah, let me see change size. So I can upgrade again. So let's see. HP, jump, attack, speed, jump. I think speed is definitely a good one. And then more attack. Okay, yeah. What are accessories? Oh, I can just wear... Yeah, that seems about the level of quality I was expecting. Yeah. We could put it on our neck, dude. Yeah, dude. At least you can, like... You can change the size and rotate it and shit, I guess. I don't know. How does this work? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we can just have a giant fucking baseball cap. Why, though? Can I take... How do I... Yeah, let me take this off real quick. Wait, hold on. This is important. The fedora. The fedora is really what we need. Alright, hold on, hold on. There we go. How do I move it forward and backward? Is that an option? The fuck? How this is, controls on controller is stupid as hell. I don't care anymore. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh wait, we forgot to evolve. Hold on. I need to evolve. That's important. Ant head. Yes, this is our most powerful. Oh, I took away the fedora? You gotta be kidding. Yeah, so ant legs are fast. That's good. This fucking thing is just... It's a freak, man. It's a freak. I don't understand the way this positioning works. I should probably move the mouse and keyboard. It'll be easier this way. No, it's still... This is like... Who designed this? This is like Spurg tier. Just let me put it on his fucking head! What? Like, what? How does... This is... You guys are seeing this, right? Like, this is clearly fucking nonsense. Jeez. Why can't I just move it backward? Like, the way that it sits on the head is clearly wrong. Alright. Hold on. Maybe I'll just have it sort of like leaning forward a little. It's gonna look stupid no matter what, I think. Yeah, because rotation only does this. Woo! Whee! Alright, let's not do that. Doesn't tip fedora. Alright. Let's just, yeah, bite is still just bite. I think we'll come back and kill the ant queen when I'm overpowered and stupid and retarded and all that. Then again, I could just try it again. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're Dark Soulsing right now. Like I've considered it. You know, I've really weighed my options. I think we gotta try it again. I think we have to try it again, chat. Stamina defense. Okay, I think I would rather have the attack. So I want to take... This needs to take as few hits as possible. Yeah, what does the axolotl skin look like on my other parts? Dude, we are just turning into a wiener, though. Hold on. Yeah, that seems about right. I can't fly anymore, though. Flying might make this a little harder to cheese. What did I get rid of my wings for? I already forgot. Was it just another ant part? Wait, no, I still have the wings. Why can't I fly? Am I too heavy to fly? Do I have 0 jump? Is that what it is? No, I have 7 jump. I couldn't... It wouldn't let me fly for some reason. Okay, I can fly. I think it was just a bug. Early access, please understand. Is this a yeah or nah? Dude, I don't know, man. Does this look fun? It's kind of fun. I only have 30 health. I'm gonna have to be careful, man. 2 hits, I think, will kill me. At least the strategy seems fairly basic. I mean, it's not like there's a whole lot I can even do in this game, anyway. At least for now. Dude, I've got, like, no stamina either. That's also gonna make this hard. I think I can actually beat her. You know what? Hire me, devs. Hire me. No, yeah, you probably. There's no way you could pay me enough for it to be worth my time. But I don't even know how I got hit, but that's not good, chat. That's not good. Chat, I got hit. I don't know how he ran fast enough. Come on, let's get in there. I did it! Defeated Ant Queen! I need the meat, though. I need the meat, though. Okay, we did it. We did it. We got the biomass. Now what am I supposed to do? I'm still in the boss arena. Don't tell me I actually have to kill all these things somehow. I love how... the charge attack, the beetle charge attack that looks like it would go through multiple targets, only hits one. This hits multiple. Fuck off, Gabe. Like, look how many people I can fight at the same time. Oh, these guys are dropping meat now. They weren't dropping meat before. What happened? Maybe it's only the little ones, though. Let's go, Chad. I killed them all. I don't know how I'm supposed to get out of here, though. Do I have to hunt down all the eggs, too? Oh, I see. There's an exit behind her. Alright, I have to, I think I gotta replace my neck so I can activate the beetle shrine. Because I'm pretty sure the beetle shrine need to be full ant. Because it said it only respects what it fears or something like that. Is there no ant neck? Maybe there's no ant neck. Huh. Okay. Then the rest of this should be ant. I need to check the shop just in case, but I'm assuming I would have got it, right? I killed like 1,000,000 ants. There we go. Okay, now we're an ant. Ah, see, for 20 bucks we can get a stat increase. Looking like a pelican spider? A pelican spider. I'll take your word for it. I have like no... I need more health. That's the next stat I'm upgrading. I got no health now. Come on, you jankness. Let's go. Why would someone place Shrine of a Beetle where they're hiding from ants? The shrine is begging you to go away. It offers a bribe. Devil's Coach Beetlehead and Beetletail. Cool. Game of the Year contender. Yeah, have things sunk that far? Possibly. Possibly. Alright, I'm gonna upgrade body. Yeah, there we go. Alright, how good is a Coach Beetle? Cost 20. Can't attack? Can't attack. So, none of the special shrine animals can attack? They're just for show? That's pretty fucking lame. At least the axolotl can go underwater. We might need that. Especially, apparently, the next update to this game. That's the reason I'm playing this, by the way, if you weren't here. We saw this at one of the game show cases. I don't remember which one, to be honest. But I saw the trailer, and apparently they're adding water levels and water monsters and shit. So, I guess that's what it would be useful for. I just want max attack. Just give me those beetle arms back. We can probably just keep this. Even though we're slow and very stupid looking. You helped my queen, thank you! Yeah, and then I killed her. I don't know if you knew about that. I just even recognize this. We're just morphing into these different abominations. Yeah, he somehow always knows. Oh, I guess it's been an hour. I'll read supers in a sec. The slime is becoming a furry. We must devour it. Yeah, a weasel. It was a weasel slime. The giant ant has devoured the weasel. This game is pretty amusing, I'm not gonna lie. It's really holding my attention. It might be slop, but it is fun. It actually is fun. It does remind me of Spore, but ironically it's less jank than the Spore creatures stage, if you can believe that. If you can believe that, it is less jank. It has less charm than Spore, obviously, but this Spore is such like an unfinished game. Seems more similar to the DS version of Spore. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. Synth admitting he has the taste of a 7-year-old. 7-year-olds and 30-year-olds like all the same stuff. It's only when you're a try-hard teenager, which some of you are eternal teenagers, where you have to pretend to not like that stuff. ZX Nightmare, thanks to the 250 euros. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree. Yeah, I just don't know who that is. Who is that shit? I guess I can look it up. American singer, songwriter, and record producer. Okay, so the guy who I was making fun of for no reason earlier was talking about this guy, not Flash Kits. I already apologized anyway. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Why? I don't know if whoever was saying it was joking. I mean, I assume it was a joke, but... You guys are saying something about iDubbbz somehow causing him to die? What's the connection between iDubbbz and this guy? Incinerator Dave, thanks to the $5. Got a job working maintenance out of state, so I won't be here as often. Brutal. Brutal. Sent to go back to Dino game? I finished it. You must have missed the end. Reach level 100 in Dragon's Dogma. I'm finding out how good rust bows are. Yeah, Torpor is completely broken. There's like 100 ways to cheese Dragon's Dogma, so like... I'm definitely not an elitist about that shit. I mean, you guys have seen me use the, what are they called? The parry apps. You know, the 4 times stackable attack and magic buffs. So I'm definitely not against the cheese. There's a lot of ways to cheese that game. Dragon's Dogma 2, you don't even need the cheese, though, because the game is even easier. At least past when you get there, past the early game. Black Metal Gamer, thanks $2. Kingdom Hearts is super overrated. I really like the first 2 games. But after that, the quality of the series is definitely a mixed bag. I feel like every entry after 2 did like some things right and other things wrong, because they always tried to be experimental. I really like the idea of 358 days. It's just that it was trapped on the DS. Like having like co-op missions with your buddies killing Heartless as like the Organization 13 members, really good idea, but I mean, when are you ever going to get the opportunity to do that? I had a buddy who also had the game, and I think we only played together like one time. Mr. 10 years in the joint, thanks to the 16 months membership. Strange Seed. Synth drinking. It's... Yeah, I saw Capcom's getting rid of the microtransactions, Dragon's Dogma 2. Again, like, I like all this free update shit. Being able to equip 6 skills is a huge deal. Like, that was the #1 reason that Dragon's Dogma 2 is a downgrade. There's other reasons, don't get me wrong. There's plenty. But that was #1, and they're fixing #1, and that's good. Yeah, the jank movement, the stun locking. What the hell was Itsuno thinking with the stun mechanics? Like, Warrior is just not even fun to play in the early game against fucking goblins. Because, like, goblins could stun lock you to death. It's like, what? Why would goblins do this much stagger to you? It's stupid. It made me mad. Aurelian, thanks to the 11 months of membership. I see you're back with the milk. Yeah, I got the milk. Them feels when you get a game to play with buds and you only play once. That's why I tried to save the buds from Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core. Because, like, we were gonna play it, you know, the week after I streamed it, but... I don't know, man. I just know we would only play it one time and never touch it again. I mean, the boys didn't even really like Deep Rock that much, so there's no way they'd play Rogue Core more than a few hours. Dragon's Dogma Online was so much better than Dragon's Dogma 2. It's sad they shut it down. Yeah, I never tried it. Lord Particle, thanks to $20. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree. I don't know if everyone except me knew who he was here, but yeah, I just didn't know. Question is, will Dragon's Dogma 2 be worth picking up when all the updates come out and pass it on release? It depends on how good Dark Arisen is. It really does. And you know, it's more or less the same answer I would give for the first game. Like, don't get me wrong, I know the original release of Dragon's Dogma retroactively has a lot of fans. I see them on V because I usually lurk those threads. But Dark Arisen is the reason why Dragon's Dogma is worth playing. Because when you beat Grigori and you do the Everfall, it feels like it's leading to something, and then the game just ends. Because the Everfall is not an end game, because the enemies drop lives. If all the enemies drop revives, what do they use for? Like, what are you gonna fight with all these revives? Nothing. Nothing. It just becomes pointless. And then Bitter Black Isle introduces a fuck ton of enemies that kill you in 2 hits. So, oh, suddenly I have a reason to use all these things that you can just casually collect in the end game. And Bitter Black Isle is pretty well designed given how obviously low budget it is. They put the budget into making new monsters and challenging just general encounters and traps and stuff. Which is why, again, that's why I said in the video I was worried about Dark Arisen 2, because I would rather the budget be spent on tough enemies than on a big open world shit part, because the open world is not good in either game. I know people do have a soft spot for the open world in the first game, but it's just kind of giant empty land masses, especially the west side of the map. There's just nothing in it. But in 2, it was basically hallways outside of a couple areas. Just a bunch of hallways. Deco93, thanks to the 14 months of membership. Enjoyed your 007 and Summer Game Fest reviews. Good work, Synth. Thanks. Yeah, unfortunately, as far as I know, I might have to look it up. Maybe chat, you guys can confirm. I don't think there's really much coming out this summer, so I'll have to get creative with videos. But I'm going to take a little bit of a break for now. Lol, I thought the one-shot kills were dog shit, but it was kind of nice besides just going about kicking ass, and especially collecting all the nifty little outfits for your pawn to use. Yeah, I mean, there's parts of Dark Arisen that are annoying if you watch the streams. Like, especially the one room that has 2 condemned gore cyclops and then 10 or 15 of the fucking evil pawns. That room, the mage, the fucking sorcerer pawns that cast Tornado is like the worst fucking thing in human history. Like, the first time it happens to you, like, I distinctly remember busting out laughing. And I think I actually have laughed even on stream after, you know, I've already been through Bitter Black a dozen times. But if you're not in the mood, holy fuck is that annoying to just get juggled to death by a tornado for 30 seconds. Like, what the f... Like, that's just bad. But there's other things. That's probably the worst thing. That's the worst one. But yeah, I don't know. It's really enjoyable for the most part, I think. I actually like getting an ass beating because you have the preparation to deal with the ass beating. Dragon's Dogma is one of those games where you deal a lot of damage, you take a lot of damage, especially on hard mode. On normal mode, not as much, but on hard mode, Bitter Black Isle, you know, everything kills you in 2 hits, so... Dude, that fucking Lich did that to me too. The other day I got a tornado hit. My pawn and I tried to save him, got hit as well. The funny thing about the Lich is, in my head, I always think he's like the easiest one, but that's because the way I used to play Dragon's Dogma is different than how I play it now. The way I played it younger, I always did the high attack classes like Assassin and Warrior, whereas the last couple times I played the game, I tried to either do a mix build or focus on magic, and you need that attack stat to beat his ass. Like, a warrior can easily beat the Lich's ass, but if you're using magic, then you don't do shit, and he's actually a challenge. Bjornulf, thanks for the 2 months of membership. Tom and Don make me chuckle. Yep, they're funny. Yeah, Tom is such a chud. He's absolutely a chud. The only thing I will say, the incel video annoyed me a little just because, like, anytime people who've been married or at least in long-term relationships, when they talk about the dating scene, you can tell they're very out of touch because they don't realize how bad things have gotten. Like, I don't remember how long Tom has been married. I think Don not nearly as long. I think back in the Cream Crew days, it was his girlfriend. But Tom has been married for a long time, I think. So whenever people who've been married a long time talk about dating stuff, it's always going to be a bit out of touch because they don't realize, you know, hoeflation is at a peak in human history. And Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. Twitch is the Reddit of live stream sites. Yes, absolutely. Dick Penisecki, I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks to the $5.56. I love receiving Synthetic Man's strange seed. First time I see him, he drops a 24% comment. Anyway, Riotmage, thanks to the $20. I've been doing YouTube for about a year now, and I think I finally came out with one of my favorite videos. It's the most recent one on my channel titled, A Message to the People of the Rec Center. It's very base like you. Alright, if you're trying to bribe me and watch your video, I'll watch it. I think we'll play at least 30 more minutes of this, just because it really is amusing me. It might be slop, but it is charming. I don't know. I like the Spore-esque aspect, even if it's very video gamey. And I mean, granted, in Spore it didn't make any sense really either, but I don't know. And this is even more basic. Like you kill a guy and then you just get apart and then you just mutate. And this is more combat focused than Spore. Azure Tormenta, thanks to the $5. Do you want Port Crystal Synth? I have a ton I don't need for Dogma 2. I think when I play the game again in August, I'll just go... We'll just do a new save. There seems to be some confusion. One of the patches seem to imply you're going to have 3 save files instead of just the one that you're stuck with, just like the first game. If it is 3 save files, I'm going to... I mean, I don't care if I have to delete Nappler because I'm just going to run with Nappler again anyway. But I'll keep the save if I can. And just start a new save and have... I don't know, if we need free port crystals, you can send them to me. I'll put it at that, but just hold on to them. That's what I wanted to say. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $5. I'm looking to buy a gaming PC for around $1,500. Any recommendations, chat? Also, what graphic card should I get, and any other recommendations? Unfortunately, my PC's on the older side now. I keep thinking of it as a newer one, but no, that's just because a lot of the last 4 years of my YouTube channel have been running together. So all I know is PC parts are very expensive now. So a $1,500 PC back when I built one would actually get you, you know, a decently powerful one. Now these days, it's probably just mid-range PC. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, I think chat would be better at giving recommendations than me at this point, since, again, it's been 4 years. Dinkelberg Gaming, thanks to the £5. Hey Synth, normally I can't watch live, but since my baby chud's son is up all night, I've got a crap ton of time to watch videos. Lol, hope you're good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I wanted to stream yesterday, and I was in a really good mood yesterday too, but I was kind of burnt out on energy by the time I could stream, and then I ended up having to do more bullshit anyway, even later on in the day, so I just didn't find the time. But I'm doing okay now. A little bit of a sluggish day, but now after 3 cups of coffee, I'm okay. Neo SS Officer, thanks to the $5. My top 5 are Sonic Adventure 2, Tekken 5, Dragon 8... Devin's calling me. I'm assuming he's about dinner or something. Hello? Yes, please, but I'm not gonna eat them till later. Alright, thanks. Bye. The nuggies? No. Devin was gonna grill some burgers. And that's what he was asking me about. My top 5 are Sonic Adventure 2, Tekken 5, Dragon Age Origins, Tales of Symphonia, Kingdom Hearts 2. Also, is me loving Tekken 5 proof I'm black? Probably not. I can't really say, though, what the most black fighting game is. I know they like NetherRealm games. A decent amount of them like Street Fighter. I don't know if Tekken's really black. Maybe the more recent ones. The top 5's fine, I guess. I mean, Kingdom Hearts 2 and Sonic Adventure 2 are both in probably my top 20. So, yeah. Lord Puarticle, thanks to the 1 gifted membership. Yeah, everyone thought of Mortal Kombat. That's what I was thinking too. I don't know what it maybe just like the gory over the top shit they like. The EGAD, thanks to the $5. Obsession is Zoomer Slop. It's a movie that could be solved with 1 phone call to the police. Made me think Gen Z dudes are deathly afraid of women. Well, that part might be true. I know chat was telling me some stuff. I'm guessing it's one of those fucking... Like, it's trying to justify women. I don't know. I don't even want to watch it, to be honest. But just the way you guys were describing it to me, it just sounds like women want to bitch about men type of movie. Yeah, anti-inkwell propaganda. I want to remind you, in the UK, there was a recent study. They found out 73% of women hate men. You heard that right, 73%. And I believe only 30% of men hated women. But incels are the problem. Not crazy-ass bitches who hate men, which is literally the majority of the population. No, incels, clearly. Yeah, the other 27% are lying. Xbox huge, thanks to the $2. I like to rub my belly and let out spicy perhaps. Gross. Luke MGS Snake, thanks to the $10. Use the range water attack to cheese the queen. Yeah, that was not a bad idea. I think the way we did it is funnier, though. But yeah, that could have worked, I guess. The problem is there was no safe spot. The ants could follow me anywhere, so... The way I did it, it was probably only a little harder than doing it that way. Eli, thanks to the 5 gifted memberships. Brian C, thanks to $2. Am I going to try the Killer Bean game? I'm 50-50. Like I said, I already watched the Deranged Doomer vid, so I feel like some of that shit got spoiled, but it might be worth it. Especially since I think you said the game's only 3 hours long. So maybe it'd be good just to one and done on stream. Sheep Herder, thanks to the $2. UFC fight at the White House tonight. BB approved. Yeah, I don't really watch UFC stuff, but I guess you guys could tell me if it's entertaining. Undead Warrior, thanks to the 5 months membership. If playing Thief or Spearhand can't even die, Dragon's Dogma 2 easy. Yeah, I know. One of the changes I'll have to test is they said they were going to increase the stamina consumption of Thief's invincibility move. That move is so stupid. I don't know, man. Like, I swear I've said this 30 times or more on stream in the last 2 years. But I want to see like a development documentary on what went wrong with that game. Because you just fucking know that a good chunk of it is not Itsuno's fault, and he probably just wanted too much budget for a game Capcom had no confidence in, right? So they just released it. And it sold better than they expected. I see a lot of people shitting on 4 million sales, but it's like, I don't even think Dragon's Dogma 1 sold 4 million. Maybe after 10 years, but definitely not near release. Like, Dragon's Dogma was a cult classic game. I wouldn't be shocked if it was like 2 million. Someone will have to look that up. So 4 million was definitely above their expectations because no one cares about Dragon's Dogma. Actually, for videos, you can make a lot this summer. June, Star Fox Remaster. Probably leave that to Devin. July, Assassin's Creed Remastered. True, I will do that. And Halo, August, Game Freaks. Game Freaks new game. September, Dawnwalker, Wolverine, Onimusha. Okay, I guess there are more games coming out. Yeah, because I want to. Yeah, I will want to do Assassin's Creed, Halo. The Game Freak game, I guess it depends. And yeah, Dawnwalker, I did kind of want to talk about. Wolverine's definitely with, like, no matter what. And yeah, Onimusha, pretty good. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, that is more games than I thought. Philip Oliver Crevices, thanks to the $5. I hope Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark 2 Arisen theme is sung by Ludacris. The fucking name, man. The fact they called it Dark Arisen, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. It might save the game. It's possible. Would I bet on it? No. But it's possible. Halfradrim, thanks for $5. Strange Seed, finally. A game that subscribes to your life philosophy and meaning. Breeding. Billions must procreate. Yeah, but unfortunately in this game, there's no breeding. It's more like you just eat people and then you turn into them. There's no breeding in this. At least Spore had breeding. Okay, so this gets a -1 for no breeding. Jax, thanks to the 20 Canadian. Shout out to the Irish, TKD, TID, TND. Yeah, Irish do have some fucking balls. They're actually doing something. That's crazy. I mean, good for them, definitely. Especially since I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more, you know, Africans, Muslims, etc., trying to decapitate white people for no reason. So, you know, hopefully Europe does stand up and start doing shit. This might inspire other happenings. Checks, thanks for another 5. 2 lightning bolts. Hail victory. Okay. Alright, let's play some more of this. Maybe I'll watch some videos, because I'll check out the guy's video that he wants me to watch. And we can watch some other videos. And then we'll play some 𝐂𝐿HEic remake. That'll probably be this stream. I think I'm going to probably play Fable 2 soon, because I do want to play it before the new Fable. And I'm kind of in the mood for a cool fantasy game. I mean, I feel like I'm always in the mood for a cool fantasy game. They just don't make them that much. We just evolved. I don't need to evolve again. I need the weasel parts. A stink ball. Okay. What am I supposed to do with this? Mushroom boy. Look at that little mushroom. That looks like a croc enemy, dude. His little eyes? That's a croc, dude. Oh, we killed him. That's supposed to be a salamander? In what universe is that a salamander? I guess they don't have names for my fellow mutants. Well, I'll be the last mutant standing, that's for sure. A chicken! This is the biggest problem with this game, is like a jank slop, like, early access title, is all the enemies stop to attack. Like, how do you expect to make a challenging game if every single enemy has, like, the same AI behavior? I mean, at least the boss fights had some development. Okay. This shrine up in the treetops depicts a fluffy-tailed mammal. It only respects those that can reach it. Redatasker sees you, child, a distant voice seems to whisper. Oh. It's that easy to get the squirrel? You just have to get there. Okay. Only 2 squirrel parts, though. Alright, that's not part of the environment. Cool. Alright. Do I get something for killing the beetle? Shit, I'm stuck again. Damn it. The wall climbing mechanic is not good. Stag beetle baby. Okay, yeah, they charge like the normal beetles. They're just tiny. I killed a BB. Trying to think, was there any YouTube slop I've watched? It's worth discussing. The problem is, like, I click on so many different vids. My YouTube recommended has gone to shit. Like, half of them are now videos under a minute. And not YouTube shorts. I mean, like, old-ass, viral, under-a-minute meme videos. And I don't know how this happened. I don't click on those videos. So why the hell are there so many of my recommended? I mean, I did watch a few now, but I swear they just came out of nowhere. Also, YouTube broke the comments again. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It happened to my Summer Game Fest video. And it happened to a bunch of other recent videos I was watching. But none of the top comments will display. They're just gone. I don't know what happened. It doesn't happen to all videos, but it happens to some videos. Sent them your PR guy, instead of saying tiny, say small. It's more wholesome, Chungus. Alright, well, we killed the small beetle. Yeah, they're trying to force short form shit, maybe. Yeah, it's horrible. Anyway, so apparently, I don't know. I don't give a shit about speedrunning, as you know. But I guess there was another speedrunning scandal. A guy was cheating at the Pokemon Battle Factory, I think it was. Oh my god, cheating. Cheating in a meaningless accomplishment. Who would do that? That's the thing that baffles me, though. I mean, this is an accomplishment only extreme autists would care about, and you're gonna cheat? Like, no one gives a fuck. Like, this... I don't know, man. The whole speedrunning shit, to me, is stupid as hell anyway. Like, I don't care if you want to play a game for 10 billion hours, but the fact that people will respect anything as long as it's challenging is a serious problem with society. Can people just do something that's useful and also really hard to do? You know what I mean? Like, the thing is, even with, like, spectator sport slop, at least, like, that's a competitive thing, right? Speedrunning is literally you decide by yourself to just beat a game as fast as humanly possible, waste untold hours of your life playing that one game to just shave off seconds. And people actually like that. They actually like to watch that and think it's interesting. And it's always the most mentally ill individuals, extreme autists, Troons, etc. I mean, all that springs from autism. Autism is the great curse of our modern times. And again, I feel bad for shitting on autism because I know quite a few of you are definitely autistic. And I'm definitely not normal by any stretch, but I'm a different kind of freak. A different variety of that sort of thing. Ah, you're a seedling. You remind me of those humans. They're all gone now. Of course, it's post-apocalyptic. The one who made you, she was a good one. Well, how would he know? With some others, they weren't so peaceful. That reminds me, I need to go ahead and grow more children. Will you bring me I just killed them. Will you bring me 4 compost balls?
I'll do it.
Great, just roll them into my... Okay, so that's what you do with the balls. By the way, there's a stag beetle in a hidden cave. Her head is pretty good for pushing compost. Okay, so we need the stag beetle head to help push the balls. Bro, everyone here is autist, by the way. Not true. Don't spread propaganda. You're not in good company. We hate your kind here. I'm a different kind of freak. Put that on a shirt. That could really mean anything. Normality itself is not normal because society's, like, the pushed norms by the elites are in itself not normal. You know, so the bug men of society and the foids who will follow anything anyone peer pressures them to do, they become freaks themselves by accepting extreme degeneracy as normal, as long as it was pushed by streaming shows and celebrities and shit. I assume the hidden cave was somehow connected to the stag beetle that went over here, but when I tried to go this way... Maybe you can destroy this? Yeah, this looks like it's interactable. Maybe you need a, I don't know, a special head to, like, head bash that and break the rock. Little rock wall. That's probably what it is. Maybe there's a bomb or something. Yeah, I'll just come back. I'll come back for the poop walls once we can kill the beetle. What is considered normal by our society would be considered insanely radical by nearly all of humanity throughout history. Yeah, and always the copium is just, yeah, well, we know better now. We know better now. It's like, no, you don't, you fucking retard. We're literally, you know, some of us, some ethnicities of us are literally going extinct because of the stupid-ass shit you believe, so... But no, it's okay. It's okay. As long as all your fellow girl bosses believe it, it's normal and acceptable. I can almost squeeze in there. Maybe there's a hidden button for the other cave? I mean, that's what I'm supposed to be looking for. Haven't I heard all humans in history were crazy and dumb, but all of a sudden in 1965 we knew all the answers and built a perfectly rational world? Sounds about right to me, Chud. Does my mutant creature use wind to attack? Are you making another fart joke right now? Oh, he's an ant. He bites people. I know it doesn't look like a bite. Oh, shit! I didn't want to do that. I forgot you can attack NPCs in this game. I guess we could just kill them and see what happens. It's Dark Souls! Fuck, he's actually gonna kill me. I'm too slow. His AoE is huge. Yep. Natural deselection. Well, maybe he'll un-aggro. Yeah, let's figure that out before I waste any more time pushing around poop. I'm just looking around real quick. It's gotta be... That's gotta be the point of, like, the little mini beetle running into the cave. That's where the cave is, yeah. But I've never seen an ability to bash a boulder or something. I mean, does this not look like a hidden cave? It definitely does. Well, I just killed him, but that was the one who runs into the cave, is that little one. And there's an invisible wall right here, of course. I love invisible walls, chat. I love them. All right, let me check the other heads. Did we get the mushroom head yet? We got a chicken head. Chickens can't attack? What? Ah, that's painful. What is a mushroom? Okay, mushroom just releases spores to attack. And what is a squirrel? A squirrel can't attack either. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the shrine monsters are just, you know, they can't attack. They're just gimmicks. Ooh, a +3 attack bonus. Tiny little mushroom arms. A weasel neck. Alright, fine. We'll finally get rid of our long wiener neck. Oh, I see. The chicken legs have an attack. Okay, okay. That's why. It only does 12, though. I'll keep the stamina. Dodge? Is there a Dark Souls dodge? Dark Souls dodge? Dark Souls? I have to see what that does in a second here. Yeah, fuck it. What does it do?
Equip 4 skills simultaneously.
So it looks like the first upgrade gives you the biggest bonus. Wow, that's yeah, that's real good. You like my Dark Souls dodge? Are you fucking kidding? I don't know why I expected any more than this, to be honest, though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see. The chicken wing doesn't glide, it just flaps. That's kind of neat, though. That could be useful. Maybe you can squeeze under the rock by being small enough. Hold on. Does it actually let me go down at no cost, though? I don't know. This seems to be small. I guess I could have made everything small, but it doesn't seem like I can really get that small. Like, that's tiny. That's not a bad idea, but I guess you can only become 80% of your normal size. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe? That might be what you're supposed to do. Damn, you can get pretty small. I feel like I'm gonna get killed in one hit. Holy shit, that is what you're supposed to do. What? That's kind of cool. So now I gotta beat the Beetle Queen? Is this tiny little... Hold on, is there another way in? No, this is the only way to do that. Fuck. Alright. Cool secret boss, though. Stag Beetle Mama. Oh, wow. Okay, it's like no health. Alright. They definitely designed it around this being easy. Because I could keep my ant head, so we're completely fine here. Yeah, that was not really a boss. But it was cool that you had to be creative, though. You defeated. Dragon's Dogma human bosses be like, yeah. Yeah, dude. Were there even any human bosses in 2? I really don't remember. Give me the mushroom boy legs. Fuck it. I'll be a mushroom. I want the fucking wiener neck, dude. I'm sorry. It's just too funny. Okay, I don't think this is what I looked like before. What else did I change? Was it because... No, I have the ant torso. What? Something messed up here. There's no way it was just the mushroom legs that did that, right? Maybe it was. I look even more retarded than I did before. I don't know how I've managed this. Alright, whatever. This is what we look like now. Oh my. Okay, yeah. Chat, what the fuck, chat? Oh, right, I never tried out the stag beetle head. That was the whole reason we killed the boss. Sorry. I was so distracted. I'm distracted, man. Tell me the stag beetle head's better. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, it does do 1 more damage. I forgot how much damage we do. Alright. The problem is the charge is actually worse than the bite because it could only hit 1 person. Though maybe this can... This might be able to hit more than 1, maybe. Unlike the normal beetle. Nice. I'm telling... This has the spirit of Spore. This dumbass shit you're seeing right here. This is Spore. Okay, he's not hostile anymore. He forgave me. After beating my ass. We'll get our revenge after I do his quest. Oh, did it reset? I think, yeah, reset all the walls. That sucks. missed the glide. I don't think the multi-jump is very useful. Okay, yes, this one can hit multiple. That's good. Nice.
That's a freaky looking penis.
What? Are you saying your guys doesn't look like that? I thought that was normal. And before you ask, yes, my wiener has wings on it. Okay, I purposely got this head because it was easier to push this shit, but because we only have 2 legs, our head is higher up, so I think it's actually harder. It's backfired. Was there a poop over here? I don't remember. All 4 must have been that early area. Oh, never mind. What is that thing? Hold on. Oh, this is a flower. Yeah, I know, but the neck is fucking this up. But we need this neck. The wings are normal, just not the horns. Are you sure? I think that this is... Never mind. Not even this. The reward for pushing poop better be good, chat. Which one of you chatters programmed this game, I'm sure it's one of you, definitely. Definitely has to be. I can push him? Wait, what happens if I push him into the hole? Well, let me get my reward first, though. Aha, good job, my little mushrooms will grow nicely. Here, I'll teach you everything about how to shroom like me, including my magnificent beard. Mushroom old head, because he's an old head, am I right? Oh, I guess I can't push him any further toward the hole. That's funny, I can push him, though. Alright, time to die, old man. Oh my god, his counterattack is brutal. Oh my god, I need to be way faster than this. I need to max speed. I need to max speed. I need to max speed. Alright, we're putting on only speed parts. Only speed. What does the Gramp head do? Probably the same thing as the normal head, maybe just better. Yep. Yeah, 2 more damage, attack Spore. But minus stamina, up defense. Okay. Alright, none of these arms have a speed bonus. Oh, wow. Okay, so the chicken neck is just better than the duck neck. So now we're more of a chode than like a big thickness. Big sad. Okay, supposedly the mushroom legs are the fastest. What else can we do then? Alright, this ups speed. Alright, chicken torso. I could try going for damage reduction, but realistically, I think stamina is more important. Alright, ant tail up speed. Alright, this has got to be good enough. As long as we can outrun his giant AoE, he should be easy, because he only has 1 attack. And I only lost 1 damage. That's not that big of a deal. My left arm is going numb. I think I'm leaning too hard into my chair. Look at this supposed salamander. Wait, I'm tilted by these names. You see a little fucking worm on the ground spitting at you. And it's like, yep, that's Salamander. I prepare to die, old man. Dude, we're so fast now. Let's go. Of course, oh my, fuck! Hold on, I gotta like bait. I gotta bait the attack. Yeah, like that. I just gotta get the rhythm down. Shit. Oh shit, I fucked up. Ooh, I fucked up by dragging him this. Okay, never mind. This is a big open area. We'll probably be okay. Fuck. Die, bitch, die! Alright. We got him. And we got a fake beard for it. See, it was worth it, shit. A fake beard, that's so important. Alright, what the fuck is this thing? Again, this is a spore creature. This is what people make in spores. Stupid shit like this. Sad big leg mushroom.
I heard there's a special treasure nearby. It lets mutants like you and me change without a nest. But I can't get past the barrier there. I could break it down, but those guys keep spitting at me.
Kill him. Kill him! What? There wasn't even an attack warning. Was he hurting me as I was hurting him? Like, was that recoil damage? Is it fun? It kind of is. It kind of is. It's definitely stupid. But it is, for being, you know, like early access slop, it actually is fun. Alright, rematch, you cheating fuck. Do I need a ranged attack to kill this guy? Okay. He just attacks really fast. It's not recoil. He just attacked way faster than other people for no reason. Ow. Why are the ducks evil, chat? They're spitting. Oh my god, you spitting fuck. Stop spitting on me. Alright, we got his ass. Okay. I kind of like being a fast chicken, I'm not gonna lie. Like, do we really need a tiny bit more damage and a tiny bit more defense? I kind of want to see what the Spore does, though. If it's a huge AoE, this could actually be pretty strong. Look at this thing. Yeah, this is like some trippy, JRPG type of NPC shit. You're in like a dream sequence. Now we're farting on people. Oh my god, a secret. Can I break this? Wowie zowie. What is that chicken doing? Are you seeing this? What'd I get? A longhorn. Okay. I think it's just, yeah, it's just an accessory, not an attack item. Evolve slots unlocked. Use the above buttons to switch between creatures instantly. You can save different creature designs at the nest. Oh, okay. That's cool. We can just have 2 loadouts. So, do you just win the game? Now it looks like you're OP. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Maybe there's a super cheap boss that trivializes... You know, that makes this build not useful. I guess we'll see. Yeah, just farting on people seems pretty effective. Honey cliffs. I can't believe I've reached the point where I'll take, like... Well, because if you think about it, a lot of these, like, early access kind of sloppy games is sort of like the semi-shovelware-ish, like, AA PS2 games. Like, this is kind of like that, but even less polished than, like, the sloppy PS2 games. But that's basically what this reminds me of. Mutant. They're chicken raptors, I guess. Something like that. Okay, that's just blocked off, I guess. Mushroom Mid. I can't believe Mushroom Man was that short. When I casually watched Evan play the whole thing, I'm just like, what? That was it? That's the whole game? I mean, don't get me wrong. For what little there is, it seemed pretty decent, actually. But, yeah, I mean... They only had enough in the budget for like 4 hours. Everyone's a mutant now. How does my dude know the difference? I mean, so am I. I'm playing as a mutant. Skeptical Seagull. You need some good wings to cross these rocks. High stamina helps too. If you mess this up, you'll be a sea pancake. Ah! We must kill this thing. How dare you talk to me like that? That's what I thought. You got seagull wings. Hey, the seagull wings are probably better than the chicken wings. That was a little hint right there, Chuds. It's fine. We can make it. I think the beetle wings would actually be way better for this. Total skeptic death. Bleached beach. Oh my god, is it white boy summer? Bleached beach. Some interesting names in this game between the strange seed and the bleached beach. I don't know. The devs are trying to tell me something. I'm listening, dude. I'm listening. Oh, did I really never get... Yeah, I never got another upgrade. Okay, weasel eggs are just alright. I guess I'll just try the seagull wings. I'm assuming they're just the same thing as the chicken wings, basically. Oh, they can glide and flap? Ooh. We need more stamina to use them. You know, I know we've been playing as a lot of fucked up shit, but this guy might actually be worse. Seal mutant. Look at that, the bright ocean. You can walk right in and drown. You need 2 skills to survive there, aquatic and swim. I've got swim, but not the other. Well, axolotl is aquatic, I think, but we don't have swim. I didn't actually pay attention during the... I don't remember if it was a Future Game show or whichever show it was, but is the water update out yet? I guess I could check, but, you know, chat, I love it when you guys look up things for me. That guy seems to be bugging out right now. The guy at the left, the monkey man, he's stretching. Oi, sailor! You want to race with the world-famous land racing crew? What? We're world famous. You know what? Never mind. Let's just race. Okay, let's race. Alright, go through as many race gates. What the fuck? They got a head start. That guy just bugged out, I think. Yeah, the other guy's still bugging too. I have no stamina. I don't think I can beat these guys. Yeah, look at how little stamina I have. I can only run for like 2 seconds. This is... Dude, this is such... I mean, the problem is, people will say I'm being dishonest, not you guys, but, you know, if other people who don't like me would say I'm being dishonest when I say this is better than AAA games, but, like, I get it's dog shit. I'm not pretending. There's no pretending, but at the same time, this is, actually has, like, charm and some fun how you play it, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it's not good, but... like, at least they attempted to make a fun video game. That's kind of my point. Yeah, so... I got second, I guess. Wow. Stock clapping sound effect. At least I still got an achievement, whatever that's worth. Did I get anything for second place? Finish the race. Good job. I'll explain the prize rules. You're scored based on your time, but you lose a lot of time if you miss gates. There's 4 prizes for 1st through 4th. You get the prize. Okay. Hey, I got a stat up. There we go. They understood the assignment. Surely it's infinitely better than 007. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been a video game the whole time, which automatically makes it better than 007. I'm tired of shield campaigns. Like, you can get away with shield campaigns in places where you kind of just expect dick sucking, like Reddit, you know what I mean? But, like, when you see them on V, you're just like, dude... we all know this is not organic at all. Like, anyone, if you've used the site for any amount of time... So I gotta learn how to use a keypad somewhere. Maybe you get a human head at some point, is what my guess is. You get a human head, then you gotta go back through the levels and operate the keypads. Something like that. That sounds about right. Anyway, what I was saying is, I swear my brain is a little more scrambled than usual at the moment. I slept plenty. It must have not been great sleep. But all I was saying is, like, 007 is such like an anti-gamers game, you know? I feel like the flesh-devouring flower over there is probably evil. But we'll try to deal with it anyway. Can I get any more speed? Oh, I just noticed, like, the different... like, lowering your wing size actually ups your stamina. That's interesting. Yeah, everything else is a downgrade, huh? So you would actually want smaller wings to win the race? That's interesting. I have to keep that in mind, but I don't think we can win the race anyway. That's probably got to be way later. Okay, let's go for more speed. It's even got teeth in there. Oh, shit. It's a boss. Yep. Okay. Oh, my God. It shoots spikes like a machine gun. I think speed is the most broken stat in this game. That's why I thought it was funny they had the tiny little Dark Souls dodge roll. Because it's like, in what universe would you use that when you can literally just walk out of the way of attacks? You know what I mean? Oh, he's mad. Oh, it was in the middle. I find it funny if, like, these are, like, one-hit kills. But, I mean, since I'm not getting hit, I'll never know. I like baiting the DSP shit, you know what I mean? But I had confident that that boss is easy enough that we'd be okay. There we go. Defeated Rosa. Huge. Huge meat. Rosa Vine's arms. So I'm guessing that's an attack, probably. Oh, that's the thing I can pick up too? What is that? Spiky horns. Oh, it's another dark zone. We still haven't come across... We need to be a glowy. We need to be a glowy, chat. We're not a glowy. We still haven't found any glowy. We'll just come back to these. Even though it kind of seems like I could probably navigate through this, looking at this. Like, it's not even that dark. But I feel like we're not supposed to do this. I don't know. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I was about to say in my head, I'm thinking, like, you know, if these guys are smart, they would just have, you know, insta-kill chasm of some kind, and that's exactly what they did. They know what they're doing, okay? They might not have the ability to make a polished, high-quality game, but they knew how to make a fun jank game, and I feel like that's, you know, that's actually not bad at all in this day and age. Alright, let's see the vine arms. Yeah, it's an attack, yeah. Yeah. Attack, thorn, shoot. I lose my attack bonus, but I get an attack that's stronger than the spores, so I think that's a good trade-off. Alright. Alright, snake torso, 1.5 speed. Oh, nice. Aw, we don't have enough biomass. We can't equip the snake torso yet. I have to just keep killing stuff. I could... No, I want to keep my AoE attack. Yeah, we'll just be this for now. Nice, we got machine gun thorns. Would you? Pokemon at home vibes. Oh shit, that's a slow move though. I could easily get killed. Yep. That is slow. And slow is not that good in this game. I can probably still cheese these guys by baiting out their attack, but yeah, that's disappointing. It has a lot of ending lag. Yeah, like, it's just spinning around at... Oh, shit, never mind. That's a fast attack. I'm not respecting this guy. Crab arms. Is gaming saved with this masterpiece? Yeah, we're so bad, guys. We get to play, like, the jank Spore creature adventure game. I mean, a lot of people would have wanted this back in the day, because I think most people's favorite was either the creature stage or the cell stage, but the cell stage is more of a Newgrounds game, so I don't really count that shit. Like, if it could be a Flash game, then you're just saying that you don't like the game at all, which is fine. But, like, the creature stage... Like, the space stage was okay. I think it had some stuff. And I really liked... I've talked about this before, but I really liked the Spore Galactic Adventures expansion that let you make your own levels. Yeah, I can't use the vines because the ending lag is too long. These guys attack really fast. I love how this motherfucker's still bugging out. Just ignore it, Chad. It doesn't exist. We can kill, yeah, we can kill seagulls. Dude, the game is not playing around with these enemies. I don't know if this is supposed to be a later game area, but everyone's attacking super fast here. Can I, yeah, thanks. Yep, yeah, let me get through there. I just didn't want to kill the, uh-oh, drowning! Am I gonna kill the seal mutant? Yeah, we should probably kill the seal mutant because I bet he drops the swimming ability, right? That's, I'm sure, what the game was telling us there. This game actually encourages killing NPCs, which is kind of funny. Like, it's one thing that you can kill them. This game is like, yeah, you should kill this guy. I mean, he's telling you should kill him. Alright, give me the water ability, you fucking cuck. It's mine. I deserve it! I'm the main character! What even was that attack? I think he bugged out. Alright, thanks, dude. Alright, let's check out the water. Yeah, seal tails. So we can do axolotl head and seal tail, and we should be able to swim now. Aw, man. See, we need to keep a combat ability, so I need to downgrade something else. Maybe like ant legs. How much does the seal tail cost? 80? It costs 80? Ah, alright. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Let's swim. How's this swimming? Excuse me? Wow, chat, I'm really swimming right now. Alright. I guess we should just wait till they actually add the water update. That was completely fucking pointless. I just sunk to the bottom. Yeah, that's true. I can save a form. I can save a loadout. I don't know if I was doing something wrong there or what, but That was both abilities, right? Yeah, we've got swim and aquatic. Yeah, okay. The water update's already released. Maybe we need something else. Yeah, someone said remove the wings. We could try that. Maybe I could try doing only speed attacks. I mean, speed abilities and have no attack. That's what I meant to say. Attack bonus, jump. None of these give me speed. I don't know what. Do we need more in a skill or something? Like, do we need 2 aquatic to be able to swim? Because it wasn't doing anything. We just can't drown, you know? It's using all my stamina just to move. I don't even notice weight being a thing. I mean, I see the logic. Well, yeah, there's a weight stat. Do you have to be super light, maybe? Yeah, maybe that's the thing. I don't know. Okay. I could just remove the arms. Have no arms. I assume we need legs to move. Yeah. Ant legs are heavy shit. Into the water. Let's go. Surely this thing will be able to swim, yeah? This thing can't even move! Oh my... Alright, that didn't work either. I don't know why I can't swim. Maybe we just need to come back here later. Did I make the tail smaller? Yeah, but... I'm not sure that's the problem. I'm actually stuck, chat. I'm actually stuck. There must be a reason why I'm sinking. And maybe it is connected to... I don't think it's a different button. I'm hitting different buttons. Okay. There we go. I didn't think it had another save on the preset, but it does. That's good. Oh. And then the other one's just default me. Interesting. Okay, so you hold LT and then you can set a preset. Okay, good to know, good to know. We'll just come back to water later, I guess. There must be a reason why it didn't work. I'm wondering if we can win the race if I just build something that's only good for racing. Yeah, like this ups stamina. That's speed. Well, now we have to change the color of the snake torso. You know it, shit. You know it. Okay, wait. How much is 1.5 speed? Yeah. Alright. Hopefully this is good. I can swap out stamina for speed, but I think stamina is more important for this. Yeah, I'll just make this, yes. I'll overwrite that creature. Hold on, though. I should have changed the skin to the wiener skin first. Which one was the one we're using for the head? I think it was this, yeah. And then, what was the rest? Blob? Where's the body? Yeah, no, it was Geoduck for the body, and then the head was Axolotl, yeah. So we could be wiener maxed. No, we don't want blob. I'll make that. Alright, good enough, whatever. Let's see, can we win the race? Is this fucking... Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. I don't know if this is fast enough, but let's try it. We must win the race. Let's go. Bring it. Ignore the glitched creature. There's no bugs in this game. I love how they get a head start, though. That's some fucked up shit. Oh, we're still not fast, though. Why are these guys so fast? Look at how fast that motherfucker is. What are his parts? This is a humiliation ritual. The guy in first is so much faster than us. I'm wondering if flight might actually be the answer. We'll have to come back to this later, because I think flying is faster than running. Brutal. Yeah, I need wheels. I need to become wheels. Where's the wheel mutation? We know there's wheel animals out there. What else was the... How else was the wheel invented? Clearly, it's because God created a wheel monster that we humans copied off of. Oh, right. This has no attack. I was trying to attack that thing, but there's no attack equipped. Hold on. Let me morph real quick. There we go. You saw nothing. I forgot that this guy is fucking diabolical. Just attacks in a millisecond. Watch the He-Man movie, and the message at the end of the movie was that being a man wasn't about muscles, but instead feelings. Oh, yeah. I know. They'll do literally anything to make you a cuckold, a weak fucking faggot. That's what Hollywood wants. Truly maturity. Maturity is bending over and spreading your cheeks when the government knocks on your door. Makes sense to me. Hold on, I want my vine arms back. Even though they're realistically not actually that useful. It's sad because it's a reward from a boss. And yet, they're not really that good just because... you know, the ending lag is so long. It's a big sad. Is there even anything? I don't think there's even anything else actually here. Alright, let's go back to the other area. Yeah, back in the forest, I could have bought another stat increase, which I might come back for that later, but I assume there's going to be another merchant. Maybe not, I don't know. Wait, what? That area is open now? What happened? I was blocked off before. Oh, this is the other end of the dark cave for the beach. I guess when I stepped into the cave, it opened the shortcut. Interesting. Viewers in the chat are saying various things related to evolution, speed, and media, including discussions about muscle versus emotional growth and references to cars and pop culture. The AI is just like throwing a bunch of shit at the wall. Like, yes, if I say everything they're talking about. Rosa's seed. Her strange seed. Imagine if Alex Mercer consumed this thing. We need some cool prototype powers. The bees, chat! The bees! There we go. Not the bees! Oh shit. There's one more. Almost got killed for looking at chat. That's never happened before. Is Prototype 2 any good? It's super streamlined and way easier. Also, you lose a couple of the coolest abilities. Hold on, the suns in my eyes. Many such cases. I have to turn the light on here. It's getting dark. Hold on. I'm a little conflicted when it comes to Prototype 2 because I don't really like jank controls. So that is one thing that is better about it, but I'd say almost everything else is worse. Like, the protagonist is way worse, and not just because he's black. I mean, like, legitimately, he just is not an interesting character in any way. Obviously, replacing a white character with a black character, that did not happen a lot, or at least as much back then. You know, that was, it was ahead of its time, clearly. Damn it, the sun's still in my eyes. But yeah, the fact that there's no, like, armor, they don't have the armor ability. The actual combat is so much easier because you get this weird, like, you get the ability to jump over and behind enemies, which just trivializes most of the combat. What are you doing here? You're not a bee.
Give me honey.
Go away, you weirdo. I must become the bee, chat. Then I'll be allowed to have honey. Cole McGrath didn't get replaced, thankfully. Does he know? What? Those are just casually raptors. There actually are raptors. What are they doing? What was that voice line? She! Hey, Chuck! You wanna go to the plane? Yeah.
This commodal.
What is he saying? No way, Chuck! Not unless you get what we want. Fine, what is it? I don't even know what they're saying. We're tired of meat. We want to try some honey. Wait, they are supposed to be black? But I hate bee sting, so get it some honey, yeah? Alright. I knew the shopkeep would be back, you guys. You had no faith. Okay, so I can buy weasel torso or seagull head. I guess you have to cycle. Oh, we got another arcade game. I never tried picking up the X. I'm assuming the X, it works for any of them, right? That's probably right. We might as well test it. Yeah, it does. Shit. I'm stupid. I missed it, chat. I did it. Woo! A brown beard. You know, I haven't even looked at the accessories in a while. We only put the fedora on, none of the other stuff. Oh my gosh, a secret. Let's go this way. This doesn't even look like it's textured. Do you see this shit? This... Listen, they got the most important part of the game done first. That's all that matters. Why is it so easy? This is why you guys understand, this is why I hate modern video games. It's like, I feel like when it's the right type of stupid game, it's easy to entertain me. But modern games are just boring dog shit. Like, I can play the stupid-ass unfinished Spore early access scam game. I don't even care, as long as it's fun. Damn it, get up there. Am I gonna have to put on ant legs? Nah, we're good. Yeah, the fact that you can kill any NPC, that's legit. You don't see that. You really just do not see that in modern games. These guys didn't care. Based. Just kill anybody you want. A nest way up here. Okay. There must be something. Yeah, there's wind. I see it. So, can I fly that way then, probably? Yeah, okay, we got 2 stand upgrades. Let's fly, chat! Wait, I don't think the chicken wings can actually fly, though, right? Or do I have the seagull wings? No, I think these are still the... Even though they don't look like chicken wings, I think they are the chicken wings. Okay. My little mushroom legs bugged out there a second. Well, it definitely looked like there's something over there, but I guess I can't get over there right now. That or I just need more stamina. I mean, this is definitely like a wind draft. I don't know. Blah, 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 heavy blah. Okay? It's not like I have any... Like, there's no reference. Like, how am I supposed to know what the right size is? I can just take shit off. How heavy is this head? Yeah, it's pretty heavy. You just put the duck head on. The ant head's pretty light. We need stamina, so the bee head is light and has stamina. I'm sure bees are very light, so maybe if we were just a bee, we'd be okay. We could take the neck off. Oh wow, the bee neck has a lot of stamina. Alright. We can be better, chat. Get it? Huh.
Get it? We can be better.
If I just do no legs, what happens here? Let's find out. Wow, 5 attack bonus on the bee torso. Hmm. All right, fly. Fly, my little creature. Go. It looked like we were being... The draft was working for a second. Maybe I shouldn't have touched anything. Hold on, let me try that again. It did look like the wind was carrying me, but then as soon as I hit jump, it stopped. Never mind. I'm not sure what happened. It definitely was carrying me for a second. I saw it. Huh. I might just need more stamina. Let me see, okay, so if I am smaller, I get more stamina. I guess we can just, this will reduce weight even more if we're just smaller, right? Yeah. Alright, if we can't make it as this tiny little fucking wasp, like, I don't know what else to do. Maybe we were supposed to keep going up with the draft with more jumps. And then, like, it'll do a loading zone or something? Yeah, it must be what it is. Maybe you just as long as you keep going up in the draft, I bet it, like, loads an area or something. That's gotta be what it is. What else would even make sense? No. No. That's not working either. There's no pull up. That's not a thing that you can do. That you can't pull up. It just changes direction. It definitely seems like you're supposed to go with the draft somehow, but I just don't understand how it works. Look, there's even an arrow pointing, so clearly that's what you're supposed to do. The arrow on the map. I can't lower it anymore. There we go. Arrows just misdirection. Damn, I mean, it looks like I'm getting close. It's... what else? It feels like something's wrong. Like, it feels like I'm supposed to be carried by the draft, right? That's how it would work in literally any other game, but that's not how it's working here. This is literally Spyro. Yeah, like, I'm clearly supposed to go toward that thing in the distance. Like, some kind of loading zone will activate or something once I get far enough. But I can't make it. I think I need more stamina is what I'm missing now. Let's, I'll switch out some parts. See if we can get even more stamina. Because I don't think weight's gonna be the problem if we're, like, super tiny. Yeah, maybe more jump would actually help. Yeah, this is stamina and jump. That's +2 jump. Yeah, let's try +2 jump. Because if I can jump higher, I should be able to make it to the thing faster. HP stamina speed. Alright. Okay. Maybe the snake is better? I don't know. We're like a flying snake out of mythology or something right now. Damn. I don't know. We might just have to come back to this. Instead of fly, I bet you need a special power called Soar. Yeah, you might be right. That actually does sound... That sounds definitely believable. I'll say that. I could see that being the case. Alright, well, I'm gonna give up on this for now. Let's just turn to a B. I don't know if we still need another B part. But let's go get the honey. It's not like I'm gonna 100% this anyway. At least probably not. I could just give him the mushroom boiled eggs. Nah. Well, the last time we did this, it didn't matter if I had extra parts. So it probably doesn't matter, but who knows. I just don't want to be slow. Alright, I don't know if I'm missing a part or not. That is kind of slow, though. There are a lot of YouTubers react to Spiral 4 reveal, but none of them include the synthetic man. Well, my reaction was kind of mild, to be fair. I think it's just because, like, I was genuinely interested. I just wanted to see gameplay, you know what I mean? And I didn't really get that. Can I get in there? Oh, is it really just a cosmetic crack? It must be. Yeah, I can't believe the humans died, dude. It's over for human cells. Oh, I can just get in this way. A robot? Wake cycle initiated, protocol activated, Queen Bee. Bzz. Time log error, 243 years since last ping, visuals offline, wing systems inoperable. Requesting authorization from user not found, Queen signal found, integrity degraded, entering security console. Bzzzt. Organic bee presence detected, attempting to render aid, initiating requisition protocol. Wowie zowie, we can be a bee drone. Cool, I guess. We can be better, chat. We can be better.
Be better.
I have this feeling that there's nothing this direction, but I have to look anyway. Yeah. There we go. At least I got clarification. There's nothing this way, you know. This game is better game design than any new games lately. It does have some pretty good exploration and decent progression. And the fact that it actually encourages you to become smaller instead of just bigger is kind of cool too. Alright, well, we look a little different than the other bees, but surely they wouldn't be racist against that, right? Right? Am I bee enough?
You're a weird looking bee. You need something?
Honey.
Go away, you weirdo.
What? Why not? Okay, whatever. I have to say berry. Barry says he needs something.
Barry's a slacker, but if he knows a bee is handsome as you,
I'm handsome.
fine, take it.
Dude, I'm handsome. You heard it. My Road Core video was posted in the Road Core subreddit. Oh my gosh. I get the feeling whoever posted me is baiting. Usually the only time I get posted anywhere is if people are baiting.
This 𝐂𝐿𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒.
She honey! Yeah, goo! Get out of here so we can eat private. Okay, raptors. Whatever you say. Hold on. Need the mystery liquid. A long time ago, there was a strange species called humans. I researched them a lot. Humans are special in two ways. Hair on their head. That is pretty special. Does that mean I'm not going to be human when I'm bald? These fucking pieces of shit. And a love for killing each other. What? Animals love killing each other too, you fucking retard. Anyway. Luckily, they're all dead. But they left some ruins behind, like this laboratory. I'm too scared to explore it, though. Let me know if you find anything inside. Okay, sure. That's a mushroom, though. Yeah. Maybe the mushrooms don't love killing each other. But they said that was what made humans unique. It's like animals of the same species kill each other, too. Nest claims. Yeah, we should probably not be a bee anymore. I can just do my preset. Oh yeah, this is my racing dude who can't even attack. Probably shouldn't be him. Yeah, here we go. This is more like it. Kill the snake. That's not a snake. That's a fucking worm. In what universe is that a snake? You see that thing? Oh, I couldn't eat him. I don't know, maybe we should have stayed as a flying creature if this is the type of hazards we're gonna have to deal with. Ooh, how am I not dead? That's an invisible wall, you fucking asshole game. Ow! It's not an invisible wall, it's a glass door, but why is there a glass door there? Dickhead move, dude. Maybe we should have kept the bee. I think this thing... No, this thing can't fly. Hold on. Maybe just for now I'll have something that can fly. It's gotta be something fast, though. The bee was too slow. Do I even want arms? I could just take arms off. Drone torso. Ooh, so actually it's damage reduction. Because it's a robot, I guess. We can be a robot now. Thing is, I'm sure it's heavy, so there's no way it can fly that well, right? Drone wings. Wait a minute. Huh. 35 plus... Maybe the drone was good enough to fly up to that shit that we couldn't get to before. How high is the damage? 16 for that. Oh, the Devil's Coach Beetle could spit. It only does 8 damage, though. Okay, the drone bee is the same as the normal bee, but it has a health bonus. Drone head. Okay, let's just be a robot. That's kind of fun. I don't even remember which save is which, though. I think up is the one that I want. I should have picked something that can jump better, though. I did fuck up on that account. Oh well, it's good enough. It can spiral glide, that's good enough. What am I interacting with? Your brain is too small, you can't read. Well, how do I get a bigger brain, dude? The game's calling me retarded. They're making fun of my disability right now. Yeah, there's a human head in there. I need that. I just walked right through that. There we go. Now we can open the doors. Ow. Hold on. I need better jump legs, like, right now, dude. I don't know what I was thinking. That's it? Why do I not have any legs that are good at jumping? You'd think legs would be the most important thing for jumping, and the best jump legs I got are only 0.5. Whatever. Oh, well, now I'm just floating. Alright, that actually works. Why? I don't understand why these legs let me float, but the mushroom legs don't. I can't even interact with this. This is a very finished game, as you can tell. Very finished. Was I even supposed to come this way? There we go. Now we can get a human head, chat. Void head detected. That's how you know this is a bad future, because women can read. No, I'm kidding. Scientist head. Yeah, female scientist. I wonder how the world ended. Weird. I want to keep this. I'll mutate this and put a human woman head on this thing, because it's funny as hell. Scientist head. Too much biomass. Yeah, it costs 200 to be a human. That sucks. I want to keep the vine arms because they'll look funny. Just get rid of the wings. Oh, those wings weren't even expensive. Get rid of the tail too, then, I guess. Get rid of... What else is expensive? I bet the vine arms... Yeah, the vine arms are too expensive. We gotta get rid of them. I'm sorry. This... Don't worry. This will be a perfectly normal human right here. Yep, that's a human. I'm glad the pink wiener color just makes it look like she's got like a really bad sunburn or something. Yep, this is a human woman. Alright. My god. What the fuck is this? An old scribbled diary is here. I lost my original notebook. Maybe I dropped it back in Outpost 3 in the old tree. Better go check. Outpost 3 in the old tree. So I'm guessing now that I have a human head, we can somehow interact with those keypads. But I would assume you would still need some kind of code, right? Like, it's not like she would just know the codes. I should have saved... Hold on. Let me... I don't want to save this, though. I need a third save. Because I want to still be able to turn into a flying drone. Because I bet I still need to fly in this area. How do I get in there? Maybe there's a way to open all the doors? Yeah, like, look, these are monsters. The little human chicken head thing. This kind of reminds me of what the 𝐂�𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒s looked like in Twilight Princess. They had, like, uncanny humanoid heads. Not this human, but still kind of like in the same vein. I see the kid that said he didn't want to work for Jews, then the Jew proceeded to dox him. No, what was the context? Alright, let me... trying to think, how can I make this work? I think I'm gonna save this. Yeah, we'll save this as the thing on the right. And then on the top, I'll give the drone a better attack, because I think the sting is too shit. Oh, I didn't realize I switched off of the mushroom legs. The mushroom legs don't let me float. Yeah, how much does this sting do? 16. Oh, fuck it, whatever. I'll try to kill him with this. How hard can it be? Jew offered him a job. He said he didn't want to work for him. Jew doxed him. Okay, but I mean, you can't just... who are these people? How about that? Does that help? What did that do? That didn't even look like an attack. Can these things even hurt me? Maybe these things can't hurt me. I'm just attacking them for no reason? They're just harmless worms. Okay, well, I guess that's something. Why are there worms in here? So the main romance option in women's books. Oh, I can buy mystery liquid. Alright, cool. So, I can combine creature parts? This is a whole new layer. What? A part of me wants to combine the human head with something, but I need the human head. I don't know. Chat, what should we combine? There's RNG to this? Ooh. So I'm assuming I'm going to have to reacquire these parts if I get rid of them. That does worry me. I don't really want to grind the animal parts. Yeah, everyone's saying game of the year. Let's see. Can I select... How do I select the other... It looks like there's a way to select... Yeah, okay, it's R1. Okay, let's just experiment. We'll try and combine... Okay, they have to be the same type. That makes sense. We'll try Stag Beetle and Mushroom Boy Head. What happens? Combined stats. Warning, attacks and skills can't be combined yet. Difficulty level normal. Fail chance 30%. Okay. So, you can't combine attacks and skills, so it actually doesn't really make sense to combine two different attacks. Yeah. I don't know. Let's, preferably I would combine something with stats and something with attack. But I don't want to lose something good, right? Alright, whatever. Let's just test it. Squirrel head, stag beetle head, what? Oh, whoops. Okay. Apply stats to part A, apply stats to part B. Oh, you just pick one. Oh, okay. So now the stag beetle head has the squirrel stats. Is that what happened? Yeah. Wait, it looks like they both got it. Or no, they didn't. Yeah, okay. So the stag beetle now has 20 stamina and 3 attack bonus. Yeah, that's that makes a big difference. I see. So, I mean, ideally, I would want to combine the mushroom old head, since that's the head I've been using, with something that has good stats. Is really what I would want to do. What happens if it fails, though? Let's just fucking see. Is the squirrel head the best one? Yeah, I mean, just for all purpose, seems like the squirrel head is the best one. The drone head's good too. Difficulty level hard, 60% chance to fail. Okay, so what happens when it fails? Do I lose anything other than the juice? I'm assuming I only lose the mystery liquid. Nice. Yeah, okay. And wait a minute. Huh. So there seems to be like either a stat cap or it didn't give it the maximum. Oh no, it's because it had negative. That's why. I think it had negative stamina, didn't it? So now it was +5 stamina instead of negative 15. Okay. That's pretty interesting. I guess this is the type of thing you would come back to later when you're really min-maxing, when you have the best parts. Danger. Ooh. I don't have a combat. I don't have a combat thing going. Okay. What the fuck are those things? Let's make a combat setup real quick first. This bee sting is not going to cut it. So where's my little... No, wrong thing. I want the other one. I thought I saved over... I keep forgetting to save over the drone for some reason. I don't really need the vines. I don't think they're worth it. Let's just min-max the stink cloud. Attack bonus jump. Yeah, at this point I just need to move fast and that's it. Okay, how much? Yeah, I can still equip a bunch more stuff. 35.5. I could probably just do the bee wings. All I care about at this point is moving fast. Because as long as you don't get hit, you don't die. Nothing else really matters. The only thing... Nah, I have to... Fuck. I didn't think this through. I still have to get past that. Shit. And I have no way of healing myself. They're just like worshipping the body parts? They're actually not attacking me. What? Should I attack them? Fuck it. Let's attack them. Scientist. Oh yeah. Okay, so these used to be the humans. What happened? How are the humans all these weird crab creatures? If I hadn't been hit by the electricity, I would have been fine. I would have been fine. Damn it. Alright, what happens if I just interact instead of attack? Here's some clumsy experimenter made a forbidden experiment on a seedling. You'll have to get rid of its admirers before accessing the liquid. Yeah, okay. Alright. Easy. Easy, chat. Easy. You managed to get a biomass sample from the seedling. Slug torso, slug head. Alright, we can be a slug now. I know that's what everyone wanted when they played this game. I could be anything, and I choose to be a slug. Makes sense to me. I'm assuming that's what I was here for, the side quest. Either that or maybe just the human head. Alright, I still have the question of how I get in there, though. Like, this just looks like a closed off room. Something to do with that pipe, maybe? Oh, never mind. There's a hole right there. We gotta be tiny. We gotta go be tiny again, shit. Gotta be the real synthetic height of 2 inches tall. I guess I can just jump it. I didn't really want to jump again, because... Yeah, we're good, we're good. Our head is too large! Our head is too large. It doesn't matter, we might be tiny, but we're not that tiny. I actually don't have enough. Hold on. Of course, the YouTube studio page died on me. Damn, it's 8 o'clock already. I wanted to drink another cup of coffee. Shit. I guess I still could. I definitely need it. I will in a second. I know, I'm drinking coffee at 8 p.m. That's how you know you're gonna have a good sleep. Fuck. I fucked up. It's funny because when I started this stream, I'm like, oh, 3 cups of coffee. I'll be good for a while. And then I just never drank a 4th cup, so, you know, that's not good. That's not good. Let's just, can I just put on a smaller head? I don't know if head size even works that way, to be honest. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, you drink coffee, my personality trait. That's got to be how we get in. We already did something like this before. Alright, let's just start removing parts. This is what I did last time. If we just remove... I think if we remove parts, it also helps fit in the tiny spaces. Can you remove your head? I'm not sure this is gonna work, though. Let's remove the wings, too. Am I gonna die from the electricity? There we go, there we go. We just had to take our head off. boy, we're playing Snake again. Shit. Chat, I'm shitting it up. Fuck, there's a lot of... Damn it. Alright, this one's a little harder. It doesn't... but I'm also ass. Is part of the problem, too. But this one is a little bit of a difficulty step up. Literally steered away from the sea. It's, you know, this is scrub mode because the little thingy hitting your tail doesn't do anything, which is not how this game is supposed to work. We did it. Alright, chat. I'm gonna take a break. I think we can watch some videos now. I think unironically, I'm gonna play all the way through this on stream. It's holding my attention too well. Too well, dude. I don't know. It's pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. It actually is fun. It actually is fun. Hold on, let me save over this, having these legs. We don't want these legs. We don't want these legs yet. I do want to check one thing, though. The quest wanted us to bring something to the guy. Did he want the human head? What did he want? You found a human head and it had hair. I knew it. I'm going to be a famous researcher. Here, I'll show you how to separate out the hair so you don't have that ugly face. Acquired ponytail. That's the reward for the quest. This game is this is kind of fucked. Yeah, I think we're gonna finish this game. Raisin Plains. Oh boy. The PS2 looking game didn't look like it was gonna run well right there. Why did I hit no? Can't believe Summer Game Fest finally introduced you to a game you like. Yeah, I know, that is crazy. We did find a game. We did find a game. Alright, I'll read the supers when I come back, just because it's already late, and if I wait any longer and drink coffee, I won't be able to sleep, so... I can't believe it's 8:15. I was enjoying myself too much. Time was just flying by. Yeah, where's that? Oh, I made Golden Puar, by the way. I don't think the 2-year membership has happened yet, but you guys will see Golden Puar. I'll be honest, like, the tiny image version isn't as clear, but the actual, like, image before it was shrunk turned out pretty well, I think. I might show you guys when I come back. But I did make Golden Puar, it's real. There is Golden Puar. Alright, I'll be back. Oh, whoops. There we go. What did I mean to hit? Oh yeah, I was gonna mute myself. Right. Alright, anyway, I'll be back. Did you get scared? Waffle Man told me to do that. Waffle Man said do that. I think that was a good idea. I can pull up the Gold Puar image if you guys want to see what it looks like. The thing is, when it's tiny, obviously it's gonna look a little bit different, but I'll show you what it looks like real quick. There you go. There's Golden Puar. This is what the 2-year membership is gonna look like. I actually made the gold texture myself. Oh, we do have 2-year memberships? Yeah, I see Yumi Chang has it. Sweet. Yeah, so we've had 2 years of memberships. Sweet. 2 years of memberships. That's crazy. Yeah, so I'm sure a bunch more of you guys will have it in about a week. Because I know a lot of you guys signed up the first month that it was available. Thanks, chuddies. Alright, Bethesda doesn't have the New Vegas source code. Yeah, that's probably why they didn't release some kind of cheap remaster by now. It's sad because, like, on the one hand, even though I am annoyed constantly that people still to this day ask Obsidian to do it when they clearly can't do it because all of the talent is gone. But at the same time, I get it because Bethesda has no competition. They have no competition. That's why I don't even blame people really hyping up, like, Tainted Grail, because Tainted Grail is decent, you know? It's, from what I saw, it's, you know, more polished than when I played it, at least, you know? They patched it, they added that expansion and shit. But Tainted Grail isn't really the same, because Tainted Grail is more of an action game. Like, yeah, it is in an open world with quests and towns and villages and NPCs and all that, but it is much more of a hostile world. It's not that much of an immersive world. It's more close to Dark Souls in the sense that outside of the civilized areas, everyone is evil. Which I guess you can argue there's a lot of that in Elder Scrolls, but I don't know. It didn't feel like a living world, even if that is kind of like a buzz term. All right, what was the video I was going to watch first? Oh, right. I should read Super Chats first. Yeah, because I'll forget. Let me read them all first. Yeah, it was Riotmage. Let me pull up Riotmage real quick. I'm being bribed. I remember in the past I said you couldn't bribe me to watch videos, but I need an excuse to watch a video, I guess. All right, where was I? Here we go. Emilio Obergon, thanks to the $5. Would you get the rubber duck version of Metal Gear Solid 1 or 3 Snake Toy by Tubbs Collectibles? No, I don't really like the rubber ducks. First comment, watching since Dragon's Dogma 2 streams. Yeah, I don't really hate them like a Funko Pop sort of thing, but I don't really care too much about the rubber ducks. Ves Molo, thanks to the $2. Trump announced an end. He actually kept troops out. An end to the Iranian conflict? I haven't seen. I'm not, you know, you guys know me. I'm not that informed on real world news sometimes. I mean, I try to keep up to a degree if it's relevant, but I'm usually at least a couple days behind. Emilio, thanks for another 5. Chud the Builder looks like your Starfield character. I forget what he looks like, actually. Chud the Builder. Yeah. Yeah, he does look like the character we're playing in Starfield. Chikai, thanks for the £5. At least this game doesn't have a sassy non with a fade telling you how evil you and capitalism are. Yeah, we're just playing as fucking animals eating each other and shit. You know, I was killing all the peaceful NPCs because why not? Uzuk, thanks to the 20 DKK. Oliver Tree literally took Kobe in Brazil. Skibbity. You mean like how Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter? I'm assuming is what you're referencing, yeah. Matrix Com official, thanks to the $5. Opinion on Mina the Hollower. Haven't played it. I should ask Devin if he got around to playing it. See, the thing is, when Devin's voice gave out around when it came out, or maybe a little before. So he was gonna review it originally, but he just couldn't talk. Morons is saying it's a masterpiece and game of the year. I've heard kind of mixed things. It's hard to say. I mean, it looks fine, I suppose. I'm not really big on like the Link's Awakening aesthetic. It looks all right, you know. I don't know. it looks. It's parts of it look hard to look at. You know what I mean? I've heard the main complaint was about difficulty, similar to Silksong, and I don't mind if a game is hard. I mind if it's fun. Unfortunately, sometimes those directly oppose each other depending on what kind of difficulty it is. You're loving the black screen, as you should. As you should. Welcome to the synthetic stream. This is... I have zero production value. You should have seen Chudcast. It was just the Resident Evil 2 pause menu, but badly edited. Serious Yellow, thanks to the 16 months of membership. Halo Combat Devolved is an embarrassment. Yeah, we'll have to see these new levels. And the Sergeant Johnson one-liners and shit. I saw apparently they take place a year before the game. So, is that before Reach as well? I don't remember how long was Truth and Reconciliation. How long was it flying through space? And that was the ship name, wasn't it? Yeah. Or am I thinking of the Covenant ship space? What was it? Fuck. I think I'm thinking the Covenant one. What's the Earth ship called in Halo 1? I don't remember. Pillar of Autumn. Yeah, was a Pillar of Autumn flying through space for more than a year when it left in Reach? I have no idea. I'm not a Halo expert. I mean, I played the games, I guess, a couple times now that... Well, I haven't played every one of them twice, but you get what I'm saying. I guess I played Halo 1 3 times. Anyway. Just a few weeks. So this is so the new levels take place before Reach. So this is just some random like fan fiction stuff, I guess. That's weird. Halo Combat Evolved literally happened right after Reach because they're pursued. Yeah, I mean, I guess with like the slip space shit wouldn't be that long flying through space. It makes sense. People saying Mina the Hollower is hard are lying. I played the game with 0 upgrades and beat everything easily with the hammer weapon and am on New Game +4. I mean, normal fags and like the women types are usually bad at games. So like it doesn't surprise me that much people are complaining it's hard, given the target audience for that game is probably not people good at video games, but I don't know, that's just what I heard. I have no idea if it's good or not. It's probably from the books. I think you give them too much credit. 343 are the types that they only care about their own lore. Maybe there is a post Halo 4 book that takes place in that time. I don't know. If so, maybe it's based on that shit, but I don't think they like any of the original books. Lord Particle, thanks to the $2. The seed is definitely strange. Fuck the books, only modern autistic devs rely on non-game material to hand-wave inconsistencies and bad writing. It depends. I have a mixed opinion on lore. It depends more, ironically, on fan reception, I would say. I think the problem is when it comes to fan bases, you have to have your ear to the ground for these things. You have to know who's an autismo retard and who is like a guy who actually has good taste and should be listened to. The problem is, I get the feeling modern game devs, you know, they just huff their own farts 24/7 and think they can do no wrong. So they would never bother. All they care about is positive feedback. And the people constantly choking on, you know, the fans who are just slobbering all over it are usually the Teasmo tards who would consume the slop regardless. So they're not the incredibly good taste havers. Dude, my vocabulary is suffering today. Of chat is what I'm saying, of course. Only this chat, the Synthetic Man chat, has the best taste, obviously. Sebastian Howard, thanks to the 23 months of membership. Peieters game. Yeah, Strange Siege was pretty easy, as you could see from me one trying. Well, I didn't one try the ant boss. The ant boss was crazy, but you could still cheese it, obviously. Just a best friend, thanks to the $2. Have you seen Netflix Punisher 2017 Barry based? Yeah, I did watch it. Season 2 was cringe, though. I don't remember season 1 super well. I think it was alright. It probably still had some woke stuff in it, but I still remembered it being entertaining. But season 2 was fucking trash. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to the $2. Strange Sneed, formerly Strange Chuck. Yeah. And the Mega Rock and Roll with another 5. Says a lot how much fun it seems like you're having with this versus the torturous streams where you play AAA slop. Yeah, I was actually having fun with that game. Sometimes it's hard to commentate when you're kind of just like vibing and killing stuff and mutating. Because like the game wasn't very complex, obviously, so it's not like there's really that much to talk about, but it was a good time. Eli, thanks to the $20 and the #1 Doge Shogun. Raymundo, thanks to the $1. DeWeezer, thanks to the membership. Eli, thanks to the 5 gifted memberships. Gear Fox, thanks to the $2. Watch Mexican Vampire Jew. I actually think I've seen that, but we can check out that clip after this. I don't remember for sure. Retard gets 2, thanks to the 2 reals. The Prayers of a Righteous Man by ATLAHWorldwide. Excuse me. Okay, that'll be the next suggestion after that one. Scrotum Totem, thanks to the 19 months of membership. Debin enters room. And then it's basically email showing him poking me. Yeah, he just pokes me in the neck every once in a while for no reason. Uzuk, thanks to the 20 DKK. Actual problems with Dead by Daylight developers by RiverCiver. I actually think I've seen that as well, but we could watch it again. I remember that one being very chuddy, yes. Yeah, he went full chud mode. The thing is with games like that is that at what point do you just kind of move on? But I get why people don't move on. Again, I can be sympathetic toward the Dead by Daylight people in the sense that if there's no good alternative in the asymmetrical multiplayer space, then what else are you going to play? Right? Let me double check. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. RiverCiver is a toucan. Is he actually Jewish? Did he say so? That's funny.
Okay.
All right, hold on. We're watching Riotmage's video. Let me pull it up.
Okay, so today I wanted to do a bit of a vent video on the people of my local rec center. You know, people in quotation marks, as if they are even human, and why I hate them. Now, obviously, I need to get the disclaimer out of the way that I don't actually hate everyone there, and hashtag not all when it comes to the groups I'm talking about in this video, and that it is mostly humorous. But I think if you are too low IQ to understand generality versus specificity, you are probably gonna crash out in the comments, which wouldn't be the first time that's happened under a video by the Riotmage, but at least try to watch the whole video before making up your mind. So, without further ado, let's get into my experience with the subhumans of my local rec center and their transgressions against the non-golems of society.
Yeah, I am going to speed it up. I definitely have multiple critiques. Many multiple critiques, but I mean, you did give me money, so I am incentivized. Maybe my inner Goldstein, I want to go easy on this, but I definitely have some issues.
To start off, I would like to make a generalized statement about my gym/rec center, which is that I believe the low price of entry, due to you only having to be a member of the county and paying a small fee, allows for the lowest common denominator of humans to gain entry. Let's start out with the first group of Australopithecus individuals, that being the people who sit on their phones at the machines, or as I would like to call them, the screen cattle. Almost without exception, every time I go to the rec center, there is some person, usually around my age or younger, on their phone, doing nothing on one of the various chairs there are by the wall for resting. The longest I've seen one of them do this...
All right, I don't even know what you want me to work with this. Okay, so keep it brief, talking too slow. Too many qualifiers. If you're going to be edgy, there's no point just saying, actually, guys, I'm not racist against everyone. There's no point doing that if you're just going to go full edgy anyway. I don't know. It's too try hard. Chat, I know, is commenting on the voice, but what do you want him to do about that? Get a new voice? I mean, he gets this. That constructive criticism. Get a new voice. You know, take growth hormone to deepen your voice. Yeah, I guess you could use a voice filter, but I mean, there's limits. If you use a condenser in Audacity, or you can even do it through OBS, you can make a voice sound more bass and deep, like how people do on radio shows. If you just condense the audio enough, it'll sound like a radio show and make your voice sound a little deeper. That's a trade secret. Don't share it around. But yeah, I don't know. You gotta talk faster, be more entertaining. I don't know. I just, sorry, I can't think of any other better way of putting it, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I always think of, you have to think about videos like, why would someone want to watch this? I know, this is like the breakfast question to making videos, but whenever you make a video, you do have to ask yourself, am I making this for myself and only myself, or am I making this for people to be entertained and to watch it, right? A lot of times you can do both at the same time, but you do have to always consider who's the audience for this. So I'll say that much. Just smile and be yourself. All right, hold on. Let me, what was the next video suggestion? I skipped way too far up. I think it was Mexican Vampire Jew, wasn't it? I think so. Yeah, I've seen this.
Yo soy Jacinto el Grande. ¡Toma! Si serás imbécil, Jacinto. Todos mis antepasados son judíos. ¿Ah, sí? Pues mira lo que tengo. ¡Heil Hitler!
The prayers of a righteous man.
Let's pray. Lord God Almighty, your name is Jesus. You are King of Kings. You are Lord of Lords. You're the Almighty God, the all-knowing, the all-seeing, and the ever-present God. I ask you, as your humble servant, I ask you, as one anointed with the anointing of David and with the power and the spirit of the Holy Ghost, please, Lord, quickly eviscerate every black politician, those that are even lying in the hospital on their sick bed dying, or those that are dying of a terminal cancer, such as what Al Sharpton, perhaps starting with Al Sharpton first. Please Auschwitz them. Almighty God, hear my cry, hear my plea. Dachau, Auschwitz, every black politician. My only regret is that I can't include Barack Hussein, the long-legged Mac Daddy, Obama, and that cry to have them genocide, because Obama's not black, and neither is Camelback, ain't Black Harris. But Lord, set us free. Lord, rain down fire and brimstone as you did on that fateful night there in Sodom and Gomorrah. Or if need be, the way you caused the flood to flood during the days of Noah. Please relieve us of all, every, and any black politician, past and present. Please remove them, all of them, from the face of the earth and from their plague upon humanity. I'm James David Manning. I pray this Auschwitz Dachau genocide prayer, this Sodom and Gomorrah, this Noah's flood prayer upon all black politicians. And in the name of Jesus, do I make this prayer. Hallelujah and amen.
Wowie zowie. Right, actual problems with DVD developers. Yeah, I did watch this.
There have been many DVD creators who have regurgitated the whole behavior bad philosophy and talked about how they could do so much better while being unemployed with zero self-awareness. But as obnoxious as these crackers are, their criticisms don't come without merit. It seems like for most modern live service PvP games, it doesn't really matter what the developers do. The community will hate them and talk about how much they hate the game, despite streaming their game 8 hours a day and only being
Oh, we're still in speed up. I just realized this. So that I didn't even notice with the black guy, because he must have been talking slow.
because of their game. They'll continue to cry about it while contributing nothing to society. But this video isn't about that. Behavior's devs are an interesting case where, yeah, they are pretty fucking bad. The game has been in, let's say, a rut for the past few months, with underwhelming releases, tons of bugs, recycled events, and not a single balance change for 6 months. Like, actually 0 meaningful changes are being made. And do you wonder why that is? I mean, surely they've heard our cries, and they did just release an actually pretty good chapter. Maybe 2026 will be the year to get back on track. Well, as optimistic as that is, I kind of think the game is doomed to stay like this in this limbo until we get a new dev team. And if you've seen their streams, you probably know where I'm going with this. Diversity hiring is the intentional practice of recruiting and hiring candidates from a wide range of backgrounds to create a more equitable, inclusive, and representative workforce. In other words, hiring people based on what they look like rather than their skills. Wait, isn't that called racism? Yeah, so if you haven't noticed, other actual competent game dev studios have frat boy douchebag devs who look like this, but do get work done. Well, we have devs that look like this and do nothing for 6 months. And where's my proof in all this? I mean, besides all the pandering, the forced diversity, the incredibly embarrassing...
I've already talked about this before. But this is why leftists are fucking retards. It's like if a right-wing developer made a horror monster and it's like a fat black woman with a pit bull, they'd be called a racist. How the actual fuck... I guess if you're left-wing, you can just openly do racist stereotypes and no one cares. It literally is just a fat black woman with a pit bull. This is the horror monster. This is so fucking retarded. I can't even believe it's real and no one cares. Like, legitimately, it's mind-blowing. It is mind-fucking-blowing the mind of the leftists, truly.
Diversity, the incredibly embarrassing live streams, and the virtue signaling. I mean, what is my proof that behavior is primarily made up of DEI hires? And that all of this comes from hiring based on diversity, which is already a...
Yeah, I mean, it's the most realistic. It's... If we're going for realism, yeah, that is the horror. Fucking... You can't trust... I've already told this a long time ago, but back when I lived in my dad's apartment, there was a black lady who had 2 pit bulls who was walking around, and her pit bulls hated people. You know, it's fine that Sammy, you know, little Papillon, who can't hurt anybody and has never bit anyone and doesn't even try to bite people she doesn't like, by the way. She just is scared. But someone who has fucking pit bulls that hate people, yeah, that's gonna end well. The bitch can't even control the dogs.
Massive problem in Canada. I mean, Behavior is the largest independent gaming company in Canada, a country that's actively been eaten from the inside out by the massive floods of shitskins and sanders they let in simply for the sake of diversity, not because they contribute anything. So what if they're Canadian? That's just anecdotal evidence. Well, let me introduce you to the Wheel of Privilege, a forgotten relic of Behavior's past.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen this post around. See, because I've listened to a lot of these Dead by Daylight slop videos in the background, and it's just like, this is who makes video games. And I read it, retards can cope, seed, dilate, etc. forever, that it's the evil corpos are the reason why games are bad. But these are the people making video games. Do you think anyone who's interested in making a good entertainment product or even a good piece of art would create the Wheel of Privilege? No, this is a fucking joke.
About a year ago. This is a real thing. There were articles about it. It even made it on the libs of TikTok, the most reliable news source there is. So what is the Wheel of Privilege? It's this. This is the only known image of this cryptid. It's been mostly lost to time, no one really talks about it, but it is a training the neckbeard flannel hipster higher-ups forced down the throats of all the whites at Behavior for being so toxic and oppressive. It is a wheel that measures your worth as a person, not based off your personality, interests, skills, no, nothing like that. It's based off of how you were born. That's your worth. This wheel they allegedly force recruits to go through gives you an overall number based on your privilege. Like, for example, if you're fat, which is controllable for the most part, you're less privileged, I guess. Or if you don't speak English, you get more points. You gotta love how gay man and cisgender woman are in separate spots, just to make sure you don't get away with the crime of being born as a man. I personally scored a 15 on the scale, which must mean I'm pretty privileged, with the outer rings counting as 3 points, the middle external rings counting as 2, and the inner rings counting as 1. Tell me what you scored in the comments below. I will make sure to hire you purely off that and not your talent. And what I'm saying here is mostly true and without much irony. When you have employees take a course like this is what's going to happen. You have employees like the creature dork with such fucking useless jobs. She's a community manager, whatever that does. Like, what does that?
You know what's funny about this, though? I probably should have brought it up, but again, I had so many topics to cover. But the black woman, and I didn't even notice during the stream, by the way, it was me looking through the footage afterward. But the black woman who is working for the coalition, the Gears of War devs, is the fucking, like, narrative lead. She's the bitch who's, like, writing the fucking story. It is the black woman writing for Gears of War. Like, at least the technical director, the old Troon, is the same guy who's been working at Coalition forever. He just trooned out. So he knows what he's doing, even if he's mentally ill. Why the fuck is there a black woman writing for Gears of War?
With such fucking useless jobs. She's a community manager, whatever that does. Like, what does that even mean? Reposting unfunny millennial shit on Twitter all day and talking about pants? That's your job? Cringe warning, by the way.
Who is getting some pants and escaping her shorts and skirt purgatory that she was in for a bit there.
Talita mentioned, yes, pants!
Thank you, Eric. We love pants!
Pants!
Chat, spam pants emotes.
Yeah.
I don't know if those exist. And finally,
I am so fucking sick of looking at Dork during every single one of Behavior's live streams with her double-barreled nose and Robert Rose hair. It's basically Behavior's official mascot at this point because it's fat, black, and female. It just sits there absorbing all the happiness from the room in every live stream while saying the most milquetoast, snooze-inducing verbal diarrhea.
And I asked you all to guess on socials which perk I worked on, and you all got it wrong. It was conviction. Ta-da!
Oh, you mean to say you worked on Conviction? You mean the incredibly busted and abusable perk that hasn't been nerfed for months because it's a survivor thing and is still actively bailing out shit players? Yeah, how is that not obvious to everyone? What do you do? That's the only thing I've ever heard it talking about that it did for the game. It, and all these diversity hires for that matter, just sit and doom scroll in the office all day and take 15 mental health breaks an hour because they have no hobbies or personality, and they're allowed to get away with this because they're black. I'm not even saying this to be edgy for the most part. This is probably one of the major things.
Yes, definitely not being edgy. I mean, to be fair, telling the truth is edgy these days, but still.
Things that's killing the game. When you have a company full of these useless faggots who are too busy saying, woe is me, oppression Olympics. My skin color is 2 shades darker than yours. To actually do anything, why do you think we haven't gotten any significant content for 8 months besides Stranger Things? Why do you think we get nothing but stale, recycled events? What the fuck have they been doing all this time?
All right, Squidgen, I got you, dude. I got you. What, Hitler Starfish? Hold on. What's fucking? I probably can't even show this on stream. Okay, that's kind of cool though. Dude, that's hold on. Hold on. This needs to be a new Souls game, boss. Can I pull up WebPs in OBS? Let's see. Dude, would this not be a good Souls game, boss? Come on. Come on, dude. That'd be fucking sweet. Anyway.
I'm serious. What was Behavior doing during September, October, November, and December of 2025? We basically got a failed Operation Health Part 3, which could not have taken all their time away. And the occasional live stream where they talk about 90% skins. They don't add gameplay anymore. There's no gameplay changes anymore. The last significant change to base gameplay...
I've already said this about this game and many similar games a million times over. But I just hate that this community is the one that like probably hates their own game more than almost any other one in existence. They might actually be number one. But because they're leftist retards, they will not stop playing the game. Like, yes, surely if we bitch to the company enough, we bitch loud enough, frequent enough, that'll get things to change. No, you need to stop playing the game, stop spending money, you fucking idiots! How do you complain about capitalism 24/7 yet you don't understand the basics of how it works? Why would they care about you complaining constantly if you still spend money? It's not that complicated. It's so crazy, dude. They're retarded. I'm telling you, they're retarded. And the last time I brought this up, people in chat are like, well, that's because women play the game. And we know women love spending money. That's statistically a fact that they spend most of the money. So, of course, this is one of the few games women play, and so, no, they'll just bitch and moan. That's what they know how to do. But they'll keep spending money. Yeah, that'll solve the problem.
Was breakable walls in 2020. How? This is what a game looks like when there's zero competition and
Yes, Taroons also played the game. Of course, there's always going to be women in quotes, but there are real women who also played this game. The women only play like 5 video games. This is one of the 5, believe it or not. The only difference, though, it would be a true woman game, is if the killer... Anyways, you knew where I was going with it. If the killer rapes the woman, that's what I want to say. Anyway, moving on.
You don't hire people based off talent. There are 1,300 people employed at Behavior right now. What are they doing? How have we gone this long with no changes? It is so depressing to get recycled killers, no balance changes, reskinned events, and meanwhile see other games thrive and innovate their gameplay while we get this. I see a game like Overwatch get a monumental update, adding tons of new content, tons of quality of life, massive gameplay changes, 5 new heroes, all for the better, and we're just stuck with this. We're kept in this infernal hellhole, only to see a ray of hope like the health update, which is what this game desperately needed, only for it to fail 3.
Listen, if there was anything to learn from Rainbow Six Siege, health updates are a scam. They are a scam, an excuse for the developers to do nothing. I was playing Siege when the health update happened, and you know what it fixed? Fucking nothing! It was just an excuse for the devs to make nothing for like 3 months or however long it was.
3 times over the course of the year, leading to months of wasted time. Like I said, DVD devs.
Yeah, Overwatch, good update. Yeah, I don't know how true that realistically is, but yeah, there's definitely a bunch of games that get significant updates. I say a bunch, it's actually not that many. Most games are suffering from this competency crisis. Fortnite, at least for a long time, was getting big updates all the time. But I'm just not going to play Fortnite, so I don't give a shit.
Bad is a common statement, but everyone just assumes they're lazy and doesn't really address what the core issue is. I would say, in the most politically correct way I can say it, hiring people based off how they look or their background rather than their talent is not going to lead to a healthy game.
Do I want to play Siege? No, I think I'm good. All of you intend to do something about all this? I mean, fight it or just get angry watching videos? I hope you're not talking to us, because we're already doing everything you realistically can. Unless you're just Fed posting and saying we should bomb game studios or something. Yeah, we're boycotting. We're not buying the games. I mean, literally, my audience doesn't even play modern games for the most part, because they're so dog shit. Might as well just watch a video and see how dog shit is the new game. I play it so you don't have to.
As I said before, I'm kind of repeating myself a bit. There are 1,300 people employed at Behavior, and so many of them have the most fucking useless jobs because the white higher-ups can't fire them because that would be oppression. If the Blizzard devs are the frat boys who rape women, the DBD devs are the women who pretend to be raped for attention despite wanting it. They can't do anything right. Like every live stream, there's some new disaster. Like the Pride one having a webcam so bad it was counting in seconds per frame instead of frames per second. I mean, this whole live stream is a fucking disaster. Or how could I resist mentioning the absolute dumpster fire that was the Chandler Niggs Walking Dead incident, where they gave him like a Radio Shack microphone, didn't listen to aughts, and then got DDoSed. It was such a fail, it was known outside of the game, kinda like the unknown transphobic thing was. I cannot go through another Behavior live stream where they made no significant changes for 3 months, only for Dork to sit across from an obese white guy who has to sit cross-legged exactly like this, like everyone else, to avoid man-spreading, because that's very offensive in this work environment, and talk about skins. 70% of the content we've gotten for this game over the past, like, year is just...
Watch, can you beat Black Souls while remaining chased? No, I'm not interested.
Skins. They spend like 70% of their
Devin
streams
did,
just
I'm pretty
talking about
sure.
skins. I just can't do it. I can't take
Or
this
something
shit.
similar.
This is what no competition looks like. Overwatch was like this for a while. Boom, Marvel Rivals comes out, forcing the devs to try. And now it's in the best state it's ever been in my opinion. 𝐂𝐿𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 is such a hack. People have tried making successors, but they all fail for their own reasons, and he gets to continue his monopoly from doing absolutely nothing.
It's because asymmetrical multiplayer games are always quick cash grab scams. There seems to be there's almost no passion in the game industry, period. It's just scams, so it's not that surprising that there's no competitor for Dead by Daylight, but it's just no one wants to spend that kind of money. Anyone who would want to fund the game anyway. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if half of Dead by Daylight's budget is just securing licenses for the crossovers, and then the other half is, you know, what little development they do on the game to make the characters. So obviously no company wants to do anything like that. It's just that I would have to ask, what do Dead by Daylight fans even actually want? Because the people who actively play the game, obviously the survivors just want to play fucking Ring Around the Rosie or whatever. It's, you know, it's just run around the table game. They want to play the keep away, run around the table simulator. But you would think the appeal of something like this would be for people are hiding and trying to survive, when instead it's just troll the killer as much as possible. It doesn't make any sense. The roles are completely reversed for this game, but that seems to be the way that at least survivors like it. So I guess there is no other run around the table game. But why the fuck do people want to play a run around the table game in the first place? It would be so easy to kill this game. If every killer stopped playing the game would die overnight. It's like all I hear about this is killer's underpowered, blah, 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 blah. Unless you're noob stomping, which doesn't matter, you know? Like in Breaker's case, like Breakers had no players. So as long as you blocked the pre-mades, it was just noob stomping every single match, right? Because the game is way more unbalanced fundamentally, since it was a 7v1 game versus, you know, 4v1, 3v1 that these are usually. So it wasn't hard to fix like the balancing artificially because you could block people. But for a game like this, as soon as like your MMR goes above a certain level, then all the unbalanced aspects of the game are just going to be rage-inducing, when it's obvious that the retarded-ass developers don't want to buff the killer role for whatever reason. I don't know. It's stupid. Who wants to fucking run around the table?
They are still so out of touch, like the 9.2.0 stream where the devs were trying to figure out why Gideon Meat Plant had the highest slugging rate out of any map. Maybe because it and many other maps have a ridiculous amount of uncounterable god palettes, forcing killers to do this, but I don't know, man. Let's remove Legion from 2v8 and keep Escapist the way it is with an on-demand sprint burst, while adding yellow herbs back to remove hook states with zero downsides or counterplay. Yes, if the survivor bias isn't obvious, Dork says on its own FAQ,
they fight better in the streets everywhere. They don't rest. They're an army. Our side is very tame. Sorry, the spam. Wait, leftists don't fight anything. All they do is bitch. Unless you're counting Summer of Loves as a team. But black people are not on team leftist communists. They're on team give me shit. So, no. Show me the leftists gunning down ICE. Oh, right, that didn't happen. It's a bunch of fat hags being retarded bitches out in public because they've had no consequences for their actions their entire life. That's what it is.
That I love playing Survivor mostly, but I do play Killer. Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, I wonder what killers it and the rest of the behavior slop employees dabble in. I wonder. All 1,300 of them doing absolutely nothing for months and months and making their salary by just being black. It also says, I want to use my position as much as I can to advocate for people of color to be more accurately and easily represented within the media we also present in. Speaking for myself, I feel incredibly seen when I see
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of the things in this video aren't going to make sense if you haven't played the game. All right, you get the idea, though. Yes, he's saying diversity hires killed the game. All right. Mr. Anime Nugget, thanks for $5. Hey, Synth, I have a video recommendation. Salt Mines Karmelo Anthony Verdict Edition by 𝐂𝐿Hypocrite. You know, 𝐂𝐿Hypocrite doesn't like me. And it was for a really gay, retarded reason that I don't feel like talking about again. Like, he thinks me pointing out the woke slop in video games is actually supporting the woke slop video games when he literally reports on leftist shit for a living. Like, this makes no fucking sense. Like, the actual retard tier take. Actual retard tier.
He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods. With a that's minding his motherfucking
yeah, lives up to his name. Yeah.
Bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I take a knife to school, fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him.
What do you mean he didn't take a knife to school? Did he materialize it in his pocket? What does that mean? This is, see, I listened to some of the IBS video on this shit, and it's just like, they literally just make up an entire narrative that didn't happen in their head. Like, this is woman behavior, where basically it's like, okay, he's black, I'm black, so I'm going to tell you how it went down with no facts. That's what women do to defend other women.
Because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in.
So, yeah, I already knew where this was going. I haven't seen this clip, but I saw other clips of people at like a protest, and literally they just come up with an entire scenario that didn't happen just because they have to side with people of their race no matter what. And this is where the fatigue comes from, where it's just like it doesn't matter. Say like the Antichrist himself could be an African, and it doesn't matter. He didn't do nothing. I mean, that's like, how do you can't do anything with that? You can't work with that. That's just it's just complete idiocy.
And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mothers don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just coming and getting the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They, no, get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker.
Move now. Get lost now. Make me, touch me, and find out.
Oh yeah, I saw the Sargon video. Sargon was reacting to a AI meme where it was like the Netflix adaptation, and like it was two slave owners. Yeah, Austin Metcalf is like a slave owner.
It says here, Lour is telling us, we the jury find the defendant guilty of murder.
Yes!
That's the verdict from the jurors.
I fucking told you! Yes!
First, guilty of
murder.
We're finding that out.
And I think Russell Wilson with the brevity.
Yes! Thank you. Thank you, God.
All right, so, I mean, what we know is...
There it is. There it is.
Self-defense claim.
Yeah, outburst in my jorts.
That the use of deadly force...
Life in prison.
Was excessive, and...
we'll see
35
about
years.
that.
35 years in prison is what they sentenced him to. He was 17 when he committed this crime. That's twice as long as he's been alive. That's what they gave him, 35 years. Now, it's sad, it's tragic.
Should have
all
been
the way around,
execution.
right? A child lost their life. Another child's life is altered forever now. Even without the sentence, the fact that he took somebody's life and he has to live with that trauma and that regret.
He has no trauma. He doesn't give a... Dude, this is the retardation. This is the problem. This is always the problem. There's absolutely zero trauma, zero remorse.
Regret and just on his conscience forever and ever. But this is a reminder. Let this act as a reminder for every person of color. Systemic racism exists, and it's real.
Oh, really? What was the racism? Let's find out. What does he say?
And it works perfectly as it's intended. And that's what this is. This is a form of systemic racism. Let's call a spade a spade.
How? He's just not gonna explain it. He's just gonna say this is like woman shit too. I'm just gonna say a lie because I believe it's my truth. My truth.
Because that's not a fair sentencing.
Yeah, you just murder someone in cold blood for literally no reason. I mean, fucking people were executed for that justfully in the past, but you know.
White people need to understand that it's not that we don't think that other black people do anything wrong.
Yes, it is.
The problem is,
yes, it is.
We want everybody to face the same consequences.
They do, you stupid whore. They do, you stupid whore. Can you name a single example? No. Again, it's your truth.
So Karmelo Anthony being found guilty of murder is insane. It's insane. Because if two big black boys rolled up on Austin and he stabbed them after he was assaulted, it wouldn't be the same conversation.
Name one example. Literally one. You can't. There are no examples. Your example is probably a fucking Netflix TV show, you worthless cunt. Nugget time. Chop her up! Chop her up! Alright, I don't want to watch this. This is just rage bait. There's 22 minutes of this. I can't take it now. Sendatsu Gaming, thanks to the 8 months membership. Hollywood keeps destroying male heroes. Snarky J. I was going to make a video game version of that. I mean, I might still, depending on how dry we are for content. Because Assassin's Creed Remake is the first week of July, I think, right? So maybe I'll record All Your Heroes Are Dead. That might be my next video. We'll see. I'll write down a list. All I have to do is go through most of the disappointing sequels of the past, 7 or 8 years probably, and they always emasculate the heroes. In the case of Samus, it wasn't even emasculation because she's a woman, but even Samus had to take a backseat because, the Jew nerd and all these other worthless fucks had to help her. Yeah, I forgot what I was typing. Keep destroying male heroes. We're listening to a woman, so everyone's about to hate on this guy, I'm gonna be honest.
Hollywood really used to love writing strong, cool men, but now it seems like every male character we get is some weird variation on normal SpongeBob. No
yeah, already
bad
video, it's a woman, bad video. I knew chat was gonna say that.
Almost unsettlingly neutral. Hey y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. Think of the...
Did they forget the people 80 years ago would drag him out of his house and act him without a trial? He got off lucky. Well, they just act like that's what happened that time. If you just pretend it's the same thing.
last time you saw some of your favorite male icons. I know I'll think of it, but let's do this together. An aging, grumpy hermit Luke Skywalker drinking alien milk straight from a weird tibby Han Solo.
Listen, that wasn't the problem, okay? Everyone likes to make fun of that. I would have drank that milk. It's no, I don't think I would. I'll be real. Even I wouldn't do that. I'll try most food or drink. I don't know. That was pretty gross. Let's be honest. I have my limits. Even I have my limits. If it was a hot alien, if it was a sexy alien, I'd try her milk. That was like a gross abomination. I don't even remember what it looks like, but it was gross, whatever it was.
Luke Skywalker drinking alien milk straight from a weird tibby. Han Solo as a divorced failure of a smuggler. Indiana Jones. Oh my god, Harrison Ford, what are you doing here again? Old and miserable. Boba Fett sitting around talking politics while a woman does the hard work for him.
Yeah, I love this shit. This is like the classic. This is just the Disney package where it's like, oh, you guys want a Boba Fett show? All right, here's a bitch telling him what to do. Yeah, he actually sucks. He's like, I get, obviously the actor is gonna be old, but I mean, still, I don't know. It's whatever. It just all adds up. Who the hell, when you think of, and look, I get it. Star Wars fans are always kind of retarded when it came to this shit. Like, Boba Fett is a cool ass design, but he went out like a bitch in episode 6. So I feel like that completely hurt his aura, as the Zoomers say. So I wouldn't care, honestly. I don't even give a shit that, you know, the books have him crawl out of the Sarlacc pit or whatever. Who cares about that? He went out like a bitch regardless, even if he lived. So that ruined it. But you know, the nerds still want him to come back because the design's good. And then this is what they do. Yeah, I remember I watched a couple episodes of it. I used to be willing to watch any dog shit show, but I think that time is long past. I'll sometimes watch like little bits of shows my mom's watching, and I'll just be like, this is too terrible. I can't watch this. I can't do this to myself anymore.
For him. Din Djarin reduced to babysitting. Thor turned into a screaming punchline. Lightning McQueen being mocked for aging. And most recent of all, Sheriff Woody being taken down with a bald spot joke. Well, none of that looked cool at all. Yeah, that's because they're not anymore. So what happened to our male heroes?
Jews. You gonna say it?
Notice I went from Marvel to Star Wars to even like kids media. I mean, seriously, when was the last time Hollywood let a man be cool without finding some reason to humiliate him for it after? We're gonna have to get to the bottom of this together, okay? But first and foremost, let's talk about the archetype of the male hero that we used to admire. Our male heroes back in the day.
Oh, dude, this is the other thing I want to talk about on stream. I'll save it for a second. There was that comment I told you guys about earlier, but the other thing was about the Kratos controversy. But I'll save it because I think it'll tie into whatever she's about to say here.
They were incredibly competent. They were sincere. They were masculine, which sounds like a dirty word now. They were flawed, but admirable. And above all, they were aspirational. They gave us characters where we wanted to aspire to be like them. They were inspirations for young men, and honestly, inspirations for young women, because I identified with and admired so many male.
Okay, whatever. She's just rambling about nothing. Okay, so what the controversy was, if you don't know, and this has actually already happened before, but it happened again for some reason. But on Twitter, for whatever reason, dudes were like talking about traditional, attractive, masculine characters or something like that. So they brought up Kratos. And so, of course, there's like a million replies like, do men really think women find Kratos attractive? I mean, you know, he's old, he's angry, he's bald. Women hate bald. Blah, blah, blah. As we know, modern women are attracted to literal faggots who get their asshole blown out by Kratos. This is what... The problem is this is a dangerous thought process because there's no way you can think about it without it getting gay as fuck. But it's reality. It's reality. That Love in Deep Space twink that weirdos, freaks keep posting, that guy literally got fucked by Kratos. Like, he has to wear adult diapers for the rest of his life because Kratos raped him. That's what women are attracted to. They're attracted to, which, first of all, I guarantee all these dumb bitches. The funny thing is, I agree with the women. I actually agree, because anyone who knows anything about lookism or the black pill knows women really don't find someone who looks like Kratos attractive. Let's be honest. That is true. I don't think they were lying or anything. However, at the same time, I bet none of these bitches know Kratos is 7 feet tall. Do you think one of those bitches knows Kratos is 7 feet tall? I guarantee they don't. Okay? If Kratos stood next to him, all of a sudden they'd think he's attractive. So that's strike one. So anyway, my point is, the point of this ramble is that it was unironically a Twitter like it was a Twitter war between men and women. That men kept being like, "Why are these women pretending? We know that women love beards and masculinity." And these were unironically like the right wing. I don't remember exactly who said it, but it was kind of like the more conservative-y type guys or something, right? And so women are like, no, only gays are attracted to Kratos. No woman is attracted to Kratos, basically, right? That was the controversy for context. This was a big Twitter thing. I saw a bunch of posts. And I'm just thinking like, yeah, but women are attracted to the faggots that Kratos back in Greece would have raped. Like, at what point... So the conclusion to this fucked thought process I was having is that sexual selection is extinction because modern women have fucked hormones. Like, if you talk to boomers, this is, again, I don't engage with people on Twitter for a reason. Because if I did, my simple counter argument to the women would be, women did not used to be attracted to faggot twink K-pop stars. Like, if you ask, what was your mother, what kind of man did your mother like? How about your grandmother? Their great-grandmother's probably dead, but if their great-grandmother is alive, what type of man? They would describe a masculine, you know, I mean, they would all say tall. All women like tall men, that's obvious. But they would say someone who is a fucking man, you know, muscular, competent, probably has money, etc., etc. You know what I mean? They wouldn't describe a surgery monster, anime boy, again, with a blown out asshole, because that is the death of the human race. If your men are all these sparkle, twinkle, fairy bitches, then the real men that you're not attracted to are going to invade your country, rape you, rape him too, if they're a Navy SEAL who wants a concubine. I don't even remember who said that. There's a Navy SEAL. This was a year or two ago. I don't remember exactly when it happened. But there was a Navy SEAL who unironically said he would fuck feminine men. That was so funny. That was so funny. So women being retarded, but also at the same time, anyone who knows anything about lookism or the black pill could have told these retarded conservatives that no, women are not attracted to Kratos. Okay, that was not surprising. That's not the controversy. That's not the controversy. Women don't like bald. They don't like the overly mean, like incel rage look that Kratos has. But they do like these 7 feet tall. They just didn't know because they know nothing. They're fake nerds. Get off the internet and get back in the kitchen. All right, that's the end of my semi-gay rant. It does make me mad. It does make me mad that women are attracted to actual fags. Like, that is what modern women are attracted to. And part of it is because of birth control, because if women have low estrogen levels, they are attracted to more feminine men. That is a fact. And so part of it is women are constantly on medication that fucks with their hormones, which is why every woman is mentally ill on top of having sex with 1,000 men over the course of their 20s. Robert J. O'Neill is the SEAL who said that. I'm glad someone knew in chat. That was so funny when I saw that. That rant will go hard in a red jur video coupled with AI true and that is, yeah. I had to get it out, chat. I had to, because it was one of those things where I'm 90% against the woman side, but I'm 10% with them, because how do men not know better by now? I just know it was like center-right libertarian Redditors who are like, dude, but I'm bald and I have a beard. I bet women love me. It's like, no, they don't. They do not love the bald and the beard. They do not. Okay? Stop coping. That part I'm with the women on. But every other part of it is just like, no, you are fucked in the head, bitch. None of your ancestors were into faggots. That's only you. You narcissist. So that was my misogyny rant for the stream. I hope you enjoyed it.
characters growing up that, to be honest, I think some of the qualities of these characters were universal. And what characters am I talking about here? Let's give Harrison Ford his flowers, right? Han Solo, Indiana Jones. Let's talk about Aragorn from The Lord of the Rings. I got that video coming soon, you guys already know. How about in Gladiator?
All right, I'm not listening to this anymore. Next. Choke a bitch, thanks to the $5. Opinion on Alice Madness Returns and would you play it? I've been asked that about 1,000 times. I actually have nothing against the game at all. I just don't think about it. Like, if someone came to my computer and set up the game for me, I would stream it, but I just never think about it off stream. I should play it. I should, but I haven't played it. Bald and beard equals Raymond 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒. Yeah, that's fair. Emilio Obregon, thanks for the $5. Would you watch UFC? I can't let you get close. It's like a video game from 20 years ago. I'm guessing that's a video. UFC. I can't let you get close. I can't let them get close. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. Probably.
Please stop. I can't let you get close. Can you hear my? Stop.
Okay. I don't know if it was that exact version. I'm guessing this is taken from.
I hope you no hurt the hands, no hurt your. Because man, you're never gonna forget what I'm gonna do with you. Man, I'm gonna hurt you a lot. You're gonna see.
Would you tell me?
You're gonna see what I'm gonna do.
But I feel like.
I'm gonna shake the hands, but no.
Yeah. Do I? Good morning.
I'm not gonna be your friend. I'm gonna hurt you. Okay. I don't like you, and the don't gonna like you.
Dandel, stop.
What now?
Please stop. I can't let you get close.
Can you hear my?
Stop.
I hope you no hurt.
I don't even. Yeah, Oblivion dialogue. Oblivion dialogue. Mega Rock and Roller, thanks for $5. Watch a response to Josh Peters' documentary on George Gilbert by American Krogan. Okay. Response to Josh Peters. I'll probably just write this. I'm sure American Krogan will probably come out. Yeah.
American Krogan presents Lessons in Deconstructionism and Pseudo-Intellectual Moral Factory.
Recently, a South African YouTuber, Josh Peters, released a documentary exploring the personality of George Gilbert, a young Englishman who was kicked off the British reality TV show Big Brother for supposedly making anti-Semitic remarks. The documentary doesn't reveal what the remarks were, but George explains them on Andrew Gold's YouTube channel.
Nobody ever is wholly good or evil. I think people who are evil are probably misguided. People who are good, yin yang and all that, they've got some bad in their personality. Who's the most evil person ever to exist? If you ask Joe Public, who's the most evil person? Hitler, most people would say. And there's a case for that. But I said, Hitler probably wasn't sitting there funding the Holocaust and going, oh, I'm so evil. He was probably going, this needs to be done. I'm a good guy. And Jews are at the trouble of Germany's ills. Yeah. They're the root cause of all this. Yeah. And now we know that's wrong.
Now, whatever you think of Hitler, these comments can hardly be taken as anti-Semitic. Although, technically, George does take things a bit further later on.
Some of the finest minds in human history, from Cicero to Shakespeare, Voltaire to Henry Ford to Roald Dahl, all of those guys had anti-Semitic tropes in their writings.
Yes.
Now
Here we go. Let a chud talk too long. He's going to start digging a hole. This is why they can't ever let me on anything like this.
some of the most intellectual people of all time. They don't write about Shylock in The Merchant of Venice for a laugh. They got their head screwed on, and they must have thought what they think for a reason, like them or hate them, right or wrong. And anti-Semitism has been around for millennia now, centuries upon centuries. Now, all I said was, so it does make me think, is it a case of no smoke without fire?
Now,
yeah, I know. Noticing patterns, how anti-Semitic.
to give credit where it's due, Andrew, despite being Jewish himself, did recognize here the nuance of George's statements, and it's pretty obvious within the broader context of the interview that George has rather favorable views toward the Jews.
I think it's terrible how the Jewish community, even in London, a lot of Jews are fleeing London because they don't feel safe. There's a lot of reasons to love Jews.
Yeah, I wonder why they don't feel safe. Do you think they maybe advocated for millions of immigrants who want to kill Jews? But it's totally fine if those people mingle with the natives. But of course, the Jews, they've destroyed this European country. Time to leave. Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
I think they're great with integrating. They contribute to society more than many other communities.
Now, to be clear, I don't share George's views here, at least not on this particular subject matter, and the work I've done over the years should make that readily apparent. I'm also very critical of Andrew Gold's stated attitudes toward English identity, which are largely just as deconstructionist as the quote-unquote woke people he often critiques.
Of English ethnicity then, how do we boil that down? What do you do with kind of Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, Celts, all of those kinds of things?
So this is an argument that leftists would always, and civic nationalists.
But Andrew is not a shock jock or a sensationalist. Peieters, on the other hand, took a soundbite of what Gilbert said on Gold's program and made it appear a lot more offensive than it really was.
What George was actually referring to was his abrupt removal from the house, followed by Big Brother cutting ties with him entirely and choosing not to release the footage of the incident. With no official explanation, George was left to fill in the gaps, giving his version of events across a circuit of podcasts and news outlets that were more than happy to have him.
And I said, some of the finest minds in human history, from Cicero to Shakespeare, all of those guys had anti-Semitic tropes in their writings. Fact. Now, they're some of the most intellectual people of all time. So it does make me think, is it a case of no smoke without fire? That's...
Maybe it should be noted here that...
The thing is, though, I mean, even with the context... If you're already connecting those dots in the first place, you would have to be intellectually dishonest to yourself to think that there's no, there's no truth to all of the anti-Semitic writings of the past. Like, how could you? I don't know. You get where I'm going with this, right? There's no way all these people across all these different nations, ethnicities, et cetera, came to the same conclusion about these people. They get exiled time and time and time again across history. It was never their fault, though. They didn't do nothing.
Peieters gained internet fame by pulling pranks on various people. Of particular note is when he invited 𝐂𝐊𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐿 to a fake awards ceremony. But the now reformed and very serious documentarian wanted to know more about George Gilbert, the edgy sensationalist Englishman who had been making the rounds on right-wing podcasts after being canceled by mainstream outlets. So he traveled to George's hometown of Finchingfield, where George gave him a tour of the lovely picturesque village. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, George has had trouble holding down a job ever since being canceled. His former employer at a cleaning service fired him, and he was even removed from his position as a local parish councilor. Now, he works as a delivery driver. Josh, of course, takes on the role of a compassionate and impartial bystander just trying to understand a troubled young man who, he posits, was perhaps misled by the manosphere. The documentary really tries to focus on associating George's...
See, this shit doesn't make any sense, though, because the manosphere isn't really anti-Semitic either. Like, I know these fags would want you to believe that, but they're also the people who are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, so, try and make that make sense. I don't know, lefties, again, they don't. You have to be mentally ill to be a leftist in this current age. Yes, you hate Israel, but you love Jews. Yep, that definitely makes sense to anyone who knows anything about anything.
Behavior with the rising popularity of performative online antics that are often antisocial for the sake of clicks. Now, I actually agree with Josh that this emergent culture is a problem, but not only has he been a major player in it, but he also seems to want to attribute the rise of nationalistic sentiments and identity politics to antisocial antics of the likes of Andrew Tate and Sneeko.
Some people disagree with that.
If you come to a country, speak the language of the country.
They don't even talk the English language. They don't bother with that. Why should they?
You come to America, speak English, assimilate.
The least you could do is respect this country by trying to integrate.
This can create something of an echo chamber of masculine ideals that simultaneously connects.
I love leftists talking about echo chamber. That's another shit that gets me every fucking time. It's like, where do you think... Here's the difference between left-wing and right-wing echo chambers. Left-wing echo chambers are because they ban any right-wing voices. Right-wing echo chambers are because they've been banned from everywhere else. Wow, there might be a huge fucking difference between those two things, don't you think? It's so pathetic. God damn, is it pathetic. I'm tired of this shit. This is why I don't engage in, like, hate watching a lot of stuff anymore. I'd rather just listen to slop gaming videos, because at least I don't have to hear the same retarded shit I've already heard for the past 12 years.
Men and isolates them.
I learned something about women. They have no interest in world conquest. They want to be comfortable.
It's not that women are being cheated of those opportunities, it's just that women don't fancy doing them as much.
But they're too busy arguing with their wife to do anything about it.
It's just like a bit of a hindrance.
Distraction is all garbage.
Now, in my humble opinion, it's probably more accurate to attribute the rise of these grotesque behaviors to a breakdown in national identity, cohesion, and social trust. In other words, he's got it backwards. In a healthy society, none of these figures would be tolerated. George states...
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. You can't really blame Zoomers for wanting to get what they want out of this world. I mean, there's not going to be... Like, tribalism in the traditional sense barely exists anymore because there's no communities, right? Like, leftist tribalism is just a fucking witch hunt for... It's the purity spiral, right? Who is the most woke, the most politically correct, whatever, right? And the right-wing ones, a lot of that kind of stuff... At least in the Gen Z stuff, is a lot of them just kind of backstabbing each other for whoever can secure a hoe. Basically, that's what I've seen. Like, a lot of these people, supposedly friends, like, men used to have the reputation that you'd have real friends, and women were the ones who backstabbed each other. But I've seen a lot of young men do the woman thing of backstabbing their supposed friends in the pursuit of foids. Because, I mean, male loneliness has gotten bad enough that people are that desperate to get a woman. So, yeah, it's not good.
It's that he loves his hometown and its aesthetics. He thinks it's the best of Britain, but admits it's no longer the most accurate representation of it. That, if you go to the average high street, it has Turkish barber shops and too many takeaways.
If I'm going to show someone from abroad what life is like in Britain, I'd love to take them here. I think this is the best of Britain. I wouldn't say it's an accurate representation of current Britain. If you go to the average high street, it doesn't look like this, does it? It looks like a Turkish barber's and too many takeaways and about 11 charity shops.
What exactly does this have to do with Andrew Tate or Sneeko? Perhaps Josh can clip a soundbite of Sneeko saying things like immigrants should assimilate, but Sneeko also thinks that everyone should convert to Islam.
If everybody was Muslim the way it should be, we'd have world peace, but people have their ego.
I don't think it's ego, dude. I don't think ego is the reason that everyone's not Muslim.
They're attached to tribalism, to their race, to nation. They're patriotic. They have stupid reasons to hold them.
Both he and Andrew Tate are also rather rootless and cosmopolitan. They're certainly not raising goats in rural England.
You love this place. Yeah, well, the goats, you see them come and go, because obviously they die. Yeah, circle of life. So yeah, I've seen a few generations of goats, but that's essential.
Josh does a ride-along with George on his delivery job and dedicates a substantial segment of the documentary to a back-and-forth conversation with George about his celibacy, his losses, and potential depression. He tries to appear compassionate, but It seemed clear that his aim was to accentuate the consequences of George's alleged misbehavior and patriotism.
I felt like I had everything. I was a parish councillor, the YouTube was going well, and in about 10 days on Big Brother, I fucked it up. I'd lost it all. And yeah, you just feel futile. Like, what's the point? All I've got is a blooming delivery driver job. I'm not even earning minimum wage.
His antics become fairly obvious at certain points. For example, earlier in the documentary, Josh noticed a bottle of hand lotion on George's bedside stand and has the camera focus on it before he places it behind a picture out of sight. This was extremely distasteful to do to a man who had invited him into his home and was, for all intents and purposes, being sincere and honest with him. The irony, of course, is that Josh had accused George of being provocative for the sake of attention.
It seems like sometimes you ask questions more to be provocative.
What the hell is even wrong with being provocative in the first place? That's, again, more this fucking... Is that even female behavior, though? That's just being pathetic. Because women are provocative all the time, just in a different way. I don't even know what to call that, but it is absolutely pathetic. What? Oh boy, you might have offended someone by asking questions. What are the crimes, officer? I mean, this is, I get that documentary slop garbage like this is just meant to be, you know, women are bored. They've already watched all their dog shit shows, so they got to watch something else. And this came up on the front page of their Amazon Fire Stick. But, like, this is fucking, I don't know, this shit's so fucking stupid. People just consume this garbage and just don't even think about it for a millisecond.
Call it being facetious.
Again, Josh himself had built an entire brand off provocation, and in this instance, despite trying to remarket himself as a thoughtful documentarian, he was being juvenile with this little antic, especially in the broader context of George's overall presentation. George is a very well-dressed and kept man. His room is highly presentable and orderly, and he's articulate.
Yeah, I mean, that looks way... This is what I'm saying. This is always the problem with these retarded lefty documentaries sometimes, is they really pick the worst fucking people. But the thing is, when the target audience is a bunch of bitches who will just believe anything you say because, I don't know, I guess in a woman's mind, maybe documentary filmer is an authority figure. Can I see your documentary license? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't get why you would even listen to this garbage. But regardless, look at this. This looks way better than my room. My shit's not organized like this. If it was my room, there'd be like a coat of fucking mold dust on half my shit. Those empty water bottles. You know, there's just, you know, a bunch of crap. There's so much crap everywhere. Like, I would obviously clean it up if I knew I was gonna be, you know, if there was a documentary to be filmed. But still, I mean, you look at this shit, this dude's taking care of stuff.
Articulate and thoughtful. He's clearly not some disheveled porn addict. In fact, what stood out to me was just how resilient and perseverant George is. Despite all his setbacks, despite all his obstacles, he refuses to even accept the idea that he's depressed.
We didn't build an empire through feeling sorry for ourselves, sitting in bed all day. It goes against what we should be as men.
Josh once again tries to make a connection between George's sentiments here and the likes of Andrew Tate.
A lot of what George had said to me throughout this documentary was eerily familiar.
Real men cry, and if women can cry, men can cry too. There's nothing wrong with it, and there absolutely is something.
See, this is how easy it is to manipulate women, though. Like, listen, I hate to talk about my mom like this, but this would work so easy on my mom if you just showed any Trump quote. Like, literally show anything Trump has ever said. It doesn't even have to... If Trump was talking about taking a piss and it was played over this part of the documentary, my mom would be like, yeah, I hate this guy. He's like Trump. It's like, Jesus Christ. This is why I say shit like repeal the 19th, because you clearly... I don't know. Like, I know it's a broken record to say women just think with their emotions constantly, not with logic, but that level of emotional manipulation is like a toddler. You know, oh, I just flashed Trump on the screen. Oh, you hate this guy now. Wow. Wow, that's easy.
The hallmark of a real man is controlling himself, controlling his emotions, and acting appropriately.
I share Josh's sentiment that the manosphere can be a rather bizarre and unhealthy place.
You actually took a hammer to your face to shape your jawbone.
But it probably only exists because feminism and other post-war liberal doctrines have eroded an otherwise stable and functional societal paradigm. Basic male and female dispositions have remained and are in conflict.
Yeah, I mean, like, this podcast is such a good example. I would never watch this shit, but I've seen so many clips through other channels of the whatever podcast. And it's just like, women, you want women to look bad? You don't have to listen to a fucking incel. Just watch clips of women talking. Unless you are the biggest, most pathetic fucking simp on the planet, which again, Redditors are. It's a whole hive of them. Women make themselves look bad every fucking day. And you can't say it's anecdotes when there's like, it's the fucking... It's the size of like Mount Everest worth of evidence how modern women are, right? Like, it's just, you cannot ignore when it's thousands and thousands of video examples. Like, seriously, you just look at the shit on TikTok, you listen to this podcast, shit like this. Women will just be horrible confidently, horrifyingly terrible. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable.
With the new asserted values. The end result is a void full of antisocial characters.
I'd like to say to thousands of women listeners who imagine that they're enjoying life at the kitchen sink.
Women unite. You have nothing to lose but your kitchen sink.
So are you suggesting that marriage is out of the picture?
What do you gain?
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, people have to be realistic about that one. Yeah.
Listening to George Voice's attitudes about women, he doesn't exactly sound like someone regurgitating Andrew Tate talking points. He sounds like he wants what most English men and women wanted 80 years ago.
What does the right woman look like for George Gilbert?
Someone who's well-read, well-educated, speaks well, dresses well, polite.
Josh explains in the documentary at one point that he's half Jewish, so perhaps it's not surprising that he took issue with the fact that George had books about Hitler on his shelf. George explained, however, that he also had books about other historical figures, and that his aim was to learn about history and why certain things happened.
But you do seem quite intense.
Yeah, it's just suddenly, whoa, I can't believe. Dude, who would believe that, dude? That's crazy. What a coincidence.
I'm talking about it.
Yeah, but I've also got a Karl Marx book. I've also got an Alex Ferguson book, an Elton John book. Why aren't we talking about that? Because you've chosen to, because it looks good, and it'll make this go viral. Because you'll click this and go, who's got Hitler books? I told you he's an anti-Semite. I'm not having a go at you, but this is what people do. It makes for good content. So yes, people are going to look at this and go, oh, I'm so concerned. He is an anti-Semite, he is a Nazi. No.
This is, again, somewhat ironic because the big thesis of Josh's documentary is that George was probably a sensationalist who said outrageous things for attention.
Made in the UK.
Is that even a crime? Like, if you said that about my channel, even though I do sincerely believe all my opinions about video games, I'd be like, so what? I mean, legitimately, like the so what meme. Oh, wow, he's a sensationalist. He says outrageous shit. Yeah, it's called being an entertainer, you retarded faggot. Like, what? Oh, wow. Wow.
It seems that for those looking to get into the limelight, a shortcut has emerged. Outrage.
1,000 men in 24 hours.
What a fucking observation. The left would never be an outrage merchant, though. That would never happen. That's never happened. The left has never, ever stoked outrage for money, ever. It's never happened. It's never happened. No, of course not.
Xanax, benzos.
Kids loved Hitler. What's even more remarkable, though, is that Josh expresses in the same scene confusion as to why George wouldn't have had the forethought to remove those books from his room before allowing the film crew in.
If I were you, and I had a film crew coming to my house today, I would probably have moved those books.
Yeah, well, you wanted an authentic take of my life, and these are topics I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm not going to hide things. This is who I am.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, if any man, like an actual man, was watching this just makes the dude look good, even if it's supposed to be a hit piece. Now, I realize the irony that obviously American Krogan himself is cutting certain clips to show to us. I'm sure the cuts in the documentary make him look worse, but just the stuff that he's shown to us makes the dude look good, not bad. You know what I'm saying? So, it reminds me, there was like a documentary not that long ago that I watched Sargon talk about. I can't remember what it was, but it was basically an anti-incel documentary. And there's a part of the documentary, and it was also British, by the way. Interesting. I don't know. It's whatever. I'll save the edgy spiel for a second. But the documentary, there's a part of it where they ask a researcher how many, murders were committed by like confirmed incels worldwide, and the guy said 7, and the dude's like 7 this month, 7 just in the UK, 7. No, the guy's like 7. Yeah, it was 7. And they left it in. That's what's crazy. It's like, who would keep watching this after that? You retarded ass bitches, again, have been convinced that it's the inkwells are the modern danger society, not like Muslim rape gangs, violent crimer types, none of that. No, the white male sitting at his computer writing slurs, that is the guy who's a danger to society. And then the reality is 7 kills. Because these dumb fucks, like, I don't want this to turn to me. Talk about my mom. My mom watched Adolescence. She actually didn't even watch the whole thing because even she's like, all right, this is stupid and bullshit. She only watched, I think it's in 4 parts, right? So I think she watched only the first 3. And it's just like, I saw her watching it when it came out. And I'm like, Mom, you realize this doesn't happen. And the original story this is based off of, it was a black guy who did it, a black kid who did it. And they made it like a white 12-year-old boy in the show, when in reality it was like, I don't remember how old he was, like 17 or 18, the black kid who killed the woman. But in any case, Netflix is like, yeah, actually it was like a white 12-year-old boy. Even though I know officially it's not based on a true story. So then it's literally political propaganda that you can just casually, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get into this huge rabbit hole of what should or shouldn't be legal, but in a healthy society, the people who created that would be hunted down and killed for treason, for stoking racism against, like all the things. If people actually cared about racism, then the people who made Adolescence would be publicly executed. Like, period. I'm serious. Like, what you can call a Fed post or whatever. Seriously, if anyone actually cared about racism, like what racism means, the people who made Adolescence would be publicly executed. Like, it's just that simple. It's just that simple.
But if anything, this was a remarkable showcase of just how much more character and backbone George has than the average person. He's not being provocative, he's being principled and courageous. In another scene, Josh accuses George of not learning from his mistakes.
I don't see it as a bad thing. If someone said, oh...
But you don't have to see it as a bad thing. You understand that can be perceived as offensive by people, and you've just said it on camera to an audience of people, and so it's almost like you don't learn.
At another...
Obviously, the proper response there is, who cares if people are offended? That's what you're supposed to say. I mean, I don't know if he was ready in the moment, but that is always the response. People are always offended. I'll just say, I'm fucking offended that you even said that. Are you going to apologize to me? I mean, seriously, just turn around on these people. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter.
Another point in the documentary, George also expresses how we white people are an extreme minority in the world, especially those of us with fair hair and eyes. This is something he has repeatedly stated in public settings. Josh seems to be threatened by this.
One of the rarest genetic makeups with blue eyes, white skin and red hair. I feel like I should carry that on, and so maybe I should find a partner who can do that.
Is that not a bit, you don't think that's a bit weird?
See, you know what, he could be 5% Jewish and he would still say this shit. I'm just saying, You know, it's at what point do you schizomax the demon shit? I'm just saying how it's weird to want your race to continue existing. Okay, Israel, I've retargeted the nukes toward Israel. Well, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't exist. You said it, buddy. Bye, Israel. You're all dead. You're all dead. I agree with your logic. Bye, Israel. Nuke. Now. Die.
No. I've seen influencers who are black. They call themselves melanin goddesses. I love my black skin. Good luck to you. No, I don't. Go you. I don't.
Yep. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Fun with them. You are coming for me. Why is that?
Yep. Absolutely.
I think it's weird to love your own genetics. I do think it's weird to be sort of into mating with someone with the same genetics in order to have offsprings who carry those genetics too.
How is that weird?
There is absolutely.
How is that weird? In what way is that weird? Even though Jews literally do that all the time, by the way. So like you could easily just. I mean. It's so stupid.
Absolutely nothing weird about George's sentiments here. His desire is a perfectly normal human behavior, and as he highlights himself later, a myriad of ethno-religious groups around the world practice it overtly without others questioning it. The behavior is only pathologized in white people. Curiously, in another one of Josh's documentaries, he interviews Lily Phillips, an OnlyFans star who undergoes a publicity stunt of sleeping with 100 men in a day.
I'm Lily Phillips, and today I'm getting ran through by 100 guys.
He doesn't call her weird, undermine how she makes her money, or seriously question the trend of young men and women degrading themselves en masse. He calls her a businesswoman and claims her parents are, quote, forward-thinking and open-minded.
Again, this is the thing. Like, obviously anyone can cover anything they want, but the only reason... I've heard people say this as a criticism of my channel. Oh, this is the other thing I want to tell you guys about. I actually forgot. So, fuck, this is turning into complaining about my mother's stream. So my mom wanted to help my channel. So she decided to ask ChatGPT to review my channel. The problem with AI is 80% of it is true, and then the last 20% is just complete bullshit. Whether it's hallucinations, just objectively false things, etc., etc. It literally cited Reddit, by the way. Like, as part of the review for me, I think it cited Reddit for evidence that I'm racist, sexist, blah, 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 which is true, whatever. That part's true. But it also cited, a YouTube video as evidence that, I didn't click the link. I'm assuming it was maybe dead domain, one of dead domains or something. But there was a YouTube video that was evidence that I have factual inaccuracies in my reviews or something, which I do have factual inaccuracies in my reviews. I'm not even denying that either. But the AI is saying, because I sometimes get things wrong, its final review score for me as a game reviewer was a 4 out of 10. And its reason for that is that I'm not objective enough. I swear, I was about to literally just start typing my mom's computer to this stupid-ass bot. How the fuck is an opinion on an art form objective, you stupid motherfucker? Was EFAP part of its training data? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, if I say, like, I mean, seriously, this is so stupid. But you know what's funny, though? What was kind of like the kicker, I actually did laugh at this part. I wasn't actually that mad. It also rated me as a YouTube personality and gave me a 7 out of 10. So I'm a 4 out of 10 game reviewer, 7 out of 10 personality. Yeah, I won't yap on about this too long, but she asked us some follow-up questions about how to, like, improve my videos in the algorithm, and it just wrote a bunch of retardation. Like, some of it was just objectively wrong. Like, my mom didn't know how to phrase it, so she asked, like, how can Synthetic Man force his videos through the algorithm? And the AI's like, there is no way to push a video, you know, to guaranteed push a video into the algorithm. That's false. That's fucking false. There's a reason these MCNs exist. What do you think multi-channel networks do? That is literally their function, to push videos in the algorithm. Night Media absolutely pushes all of its fucking talent, you know, the Asmongold, Hassan, etc., all those people are artificially pushed in the algorithm, period. But you know, AI is a retard, absolute retard. So fuck you. Anyway, that did make me mad. There was some other details I forgot. I need to go get some water, but we'll keep watching this. I'll be right back. Is she aware of the demographics in your chat? Well, that was the other thing. Okay, there was one last thing. She was begging me to like shill a bunch of sponsorships, and I was like, did you not see what happened with Devin's? Nobody bought anything. Devin made like $0, other than obviously he got paid up front for like the Temu shit, Temu, whatever. But for the G Fuel, he made like 50 cents. I ain't even lying. There's like one person who bought G Fuel. At what, like, the damage to your reputation is more than like the potential money you could make at a certain point. So yeah. Now, what if you asked Chat GPT on how to be a better parent and plugged in your experiences in front of her? Then I'd get kicked out of the house, and I can't afford that right now. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Yeah, everyone hated the Raid Shadow Legends ad, but part of that was just salty Halo fans because of, you know, in context, I'm shitting on Halo, but I'm shilling Raid Shadow Legends, but I think it's pretty obvious that you're just doing it for the money. But I get why people are mad. Did I see Capcom's Dragon's Dogma 2 live stream? Did they actually did one where they just played Dragon's Dogma 2? No. What'd they show off?
For supporting her.
Your family and your parents are proud of you and what you've achieved. Your parents must be very sort of forward-thinking and open-minded, which is great, because I think...
To be fair, Josh does eventually express some concern over the safety of Lily's stunt, but again, he doesn't seem to fundamentally question her lifestyle. His concern is that she isn't properly vetting the men, that one of them might be a criminal. He also doesn't really try to talk her out of it, and strangely, right before she starts her stunt, he tells her to, quote, kill it, and to, quote, drink lots of fluids. The whole affair was rather bizarre. Now, that's obvious and goes without saying, but what I'm getting at is that while people tried to act as if it were totally acceptable behavior, all the faces of all the participants, Lily's family members, and even her own assistants were censored On some level, everyone involved knew that the behavior signified moral bankruptcy. But returning to the topic...
Yeah, I mean, like, you say this guy who just wants to continue his race is a weirdo, but the bitch sleeping with 100 men, that's completely normal. I mean, again, I get the audience is supposed to be women who've already watched all their shows and need something else to watch to affirm their beliefs and all that, but it's still just so fucking... I don't need to go on my repeal the 19th rant for the millionth time, but genuinely, I don't know how you could be convinced that, you know, people who act like that should have the responsibility of hypothetically determining the future of the world. But I guess in reality, voting doesn't make a difference anymore. But you could extrapolate the 19th to apply to other rights, of course, is the implied part. That's the quiet part.
At hand, that is, George Gilbert's desire to have children with red hair and blue eyes, Josh subsequently accuses him of flirting with eugenics.
Are you saying these things because you genuinely mean them, or are you trying to be on the edge and be entertaining? Because what you're saying borders very close to eugenics.
Okay, this fucking retarded half-Jew has no idea what that word means, obviously. Or, you know, even if he does, he's doing his slimy... words. Insert demon quote from Freerin now. It's just demon maxing.
No, I'm genuinely interested in preserving it.
George seems a little baffled by the implication, and it is rather peculiar because George never mentioned eugenics or ever suggested that this was part of his ideological outlook. Josh, like so many others today, probably sees anyone who wants to preserve their white racial characteristics as being on the verge of wanting to genocide everyone else. He tries to associate George's statements with the Holocaust, but even if we all agree about the traditional narrative of those events, George has repeatedly denounced Hitler, and more importantly, George's people had nothing to do with that event, did they? His people fought against the Nazis, and the thanks they're getting today appears to be a perpetual deconstruction of their identity and the reduction of themselves to a minority in their homeland. In a promotional video for the documentary on X, the topic of who is and isn't ethnically English comes up.
If all the ethnically English people were to leave, then England as a country and as a culture would change.
What do you class as someone as ethnically English?
Well, somebody whose family tree originates from Britain or England.
How far back does that have to go?
How long's a piece of string? From my mum's side, this is maternally, they reckon we descend from the French Huguenots, who were a Protestant collective who were ostracised from mainland Europe because they were Protestant.
So not originally English?
No, as far as I know, it is way back.
That's definitely the same thing as rapist African and Arab people coming to the country. Definitely the same thing. Oh, you gotcha him, Redditor. You gotcha him, Redditor. Definitely the same. I mean, my mother's side was originally from Spain. I don't remember how many generations back, or at least, was it my Nona's side or no? I think it was Nona's side is from Spain. So I guess I'm not Italian. Well, I am only half Italian anyway, but you get the point, right? So they're not Italian because previous generations were from Spain, and that's the same as Africans raping and murdering. That makes sense to me. Makes sense, Redditor. You got me.
This was another obnoxious attempt to undermine George's common sense views. Many of the replies on the social media post, however, unfortunately seem to agree with Josh that English isn't an ethnicity because
people keep saying half Italian, half Jewish. Well, my dad is not even like whatever the opposite of Jewish is what my dad is. Trust me. Trust me. My dad is just again like the I don't know Celtic ancestry American brute. I guess. I don't even know really what archetype to put him in. He really is just an American though. It's like true and true, but you get what I mean. He doesn't have a single like Jewish behavior in his body, but it's much more the Italian side that acts that way. That's where Devin gets his behaviors from, is definitely the Italian side.
It was formed from smaller distinct groups. Basically, that there is no such thing as English because of the Norman invasion or because of limited mixing with Celts, etc. The reality is that there is not a single ethnicity on the planet that was not formed by 2 or more previous ethnicities. Thus, is Josh arguing that ethnicity doesn't exist? That it's an entirely illegitimate concept? I don't think so. I don't believe Josh and others would claim, for example, that the Maori or the Sikhs aren't ethnicities. I don't think, for example, that if Josh encountered a Khoisan activist in South Africa, that he'd undermine his ethnic identity if the individual in question had some limited amount of Zulu or even white ancestry. Josh reveals in the documentary that he's half Jewish, so let's deconstruct that identity. There are 3 main Jewish ethnicities: the Sephardim, the Mizraim, and the Ashkenazim. Not one of these groups has a pure lineage that traces back to the Levant. The Ashkenazim, for example, underwent an ethnogenesis circa 900 AD when Levantine men moved to northern Italy and took
Moved to Italy. I was just saying.
Local European wives. 100 or so years later, they became rather insular again and remained endogamous until about the mid-20th century. This is all well attested to in modern genetic studies, but do Jews accept this as grounds for the deconstruction of their identities or their claims on the Levant? Does Josh go around interviewing rabbis who think their lineage traces to King David?
Listen, I'm just saying, like, as far as both my grandparents know or knew, because my no has been dead, but as far as they knew, they weren't Jewish, but that doesn't mean that they don't have any Jewish ancestry. I'm just saying, I'm like 99.9% sure that none of that behavior comes from my dad's side. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Does he no longer consider himself half of something that doesn't really exist? Now, one can argue that populations have always undergone change throughout history. This is basically how David
You and Thomas is like that Sunshine Road, Dark Road meme, since your genetics originally come from Spain. Yeah. Thomas. Listen, Thomas, deep down, I need to stream with Thomas again. It's been way too long, but I think it's just because, like, I don't know, about half the year he's a wine slave and has no freedom or rights. And it's just one of those times a year. But man, I don't know. He might be brown as hell, but he sure has he sure has the Aryan spirit. I don't know. This is something. Thomas is legitimately like the perfect idea of what I think chat is truly.
David Reich ends his book, Who We Are and How We Got Here. Quote, by demonstrating that the genetic fault lines in West Eurasia between 10,000 and 4,000 years ago were entirely different from today's, the ancient DNA revolution has shown that today's classifications do not reflect fundamental, pure units of biology. Instead, today's divisions are recent phenomena, with their origin in repeating mixtures and migrations. The findings of the ancient DNA revolution suggest that the mixtures will continue. Mixture is fundamental to who we are, and we need to embrace it, not deny that it occurred, unquote. This increasingly seems to be a fairly ubiquitous attitude, as one commenter who replied to Josh's documentary stated, quote, populations change over time, specifically through migration. Do you think Egyptians today look like the ones who built the pyramids? Don't be silly. In 1,000+ years, an Englishman will have a completely different genetic makeup from today, unquote. The problem here is that such changes in population destroy old ethnicities and create new ones. That's kind of the entire point of these deconstructionist narratives.
Turns out British...
Well, that's the thing they always say is a conspiracy theory, but then they just proudly state that they're replacing you. Again, that's why, you know, I mean, I'm sure we all enjoy videos like this, but there's no point in intellectually deconstructing the left anymore, I think. I'd rather just be an extreme edgelord and insult these people, because that's what they deserve. Because I can't do actions or I'll be in prison. So the best I can do is let out my rage by mocking these people. So, you know, like, I don't know. It's just... that's always my approach with this kind of stuff. It's not so much with American Krogan, but more like people who still try to pretend to have some kind of intellectual superiority. That's an issue you'll have if you still watch Sargon. Like, as much as Sargon has slowly shifted over more right wing, he still has this belief that we're on some kind of equal playing ground and we have to play to their rules. When it's just like, no, these people do not deserve to be respected. You should not treat them as if they're the same as us. They're not. The people are intellectually compromised completely. There's no point in debating the left. They openly want to cause the extinction of white people. They just cannot state those words together because they know it's still seen as wrong by normal fags. And that's all they care about, is the optics to normal fags so that they can sway people to their side. Like, that's just all this is. Like, they are suicidal. They're a fucking death cult. As I hate that, you know, I'm basically stealing from the what cringe thing they call themselves, the intellectual dark web or whatever. The fucking, like, Elon Musk and friends type people. But it is a death cult. The left is absolutely a death cult. They were accurate. They're a fucking bunch of champagne socialists, white guilt fucks. Of course, the Jews are coming up with the ideas, and then all the golem minorities who want to, you know, even if they don't maliciously want to replace whites, they want the best for themselves and have no empathy for white people. So why the hell would you engage with that kind of force, you know, with any amount of, like, honesty or fairness? There's nothing fair about genocide at all. Like, inherently, there's nothing fair about genocide, so fuck that shit. Are you kidding? No, it's ridiculous. Yes, but do white people admit that they cause the erasure of other ethnicities, like in America? No, no one wants to admit that either. The problem is everyone wants to be a saint. I don't care about any past crimes because I didn't do them, okay? It's not my fault. And the Native Americans had it coming, okay? That too. Just justify it. That's all you gotta do. Just justify it. Shut up, no profile pic.
White people in London are the minority, and the majority? Pakistan, India, France, Senegal. People from all races and...
Did you like how France was a black woman? I love how at the, you know, people pretend like, dude, this was Hitler's view of Paris. How racist. It's like, it's literally true, though. He was 100% correct.
Pakistan, India,
France. Is this a native French woman I'm seeing right here? Like, literally Hitler. Literally Hitler said this. This is what Hitler said.
Senegal. People from all races and colors.
There's some debate over the genetic continuity of the Egyptians following the Bedouin Arab conquest of North Africa, but there has been an undeniable change in identity and culture. No one today in Egypt
There are a lot of black
ancient.
French people. Okay, there's a lot of Muslim British people then, by that same logic. What are you talking about? There are always Muslims. What do you mean? Always Arabic. England was always Arabic. And Indian. I guess the Indians were there a little longer.
Egyptian anymore, or practices the old religions. Thus, it would be much more accurate to say here that in 1,000 years, there simply won't be any more Englishmen. Of course, all of this ignores the much more important concern, namely that the consent and the will of the English people to undergo such a process is being ignored and discarded. This too is ironic because supposedly the quote-unquote British values claimed as the foundation of modern post-war British identity very much involve the concept of consent, which mass migration clearly violates. I disagree with David Reich and others who share his views. We do not need to embrace any of this, arguing that because population change took place in the past that we are now forced to accept it in the present is a lot like saying a woman must accept rape today because maybe her ancestors were raped in the past. Ernest Renan, who is considered by
And the thing is that it will never be tackled that head on at all. This is why I'm saying, like, there's no point in intellectual debate on that level, because how it's portrayed is it was men who raped. As long as you just change the target from, oh, it was a Muslim for the 10 billionth time or African who did it. No, it was a man. So women hate men. They don't hate browns. They hate men, right? So, again, like, it's kind of pointless to address it when the other side doesn't even see it that way to begin with.
Many to be the father of civic nationalism, argued in his work, What is a Nation, what he felt were the requisites for a national identity. He said that there must be a shared possession of a rich legacy of memories, including both glories and shared suffering. The forgetting of past historical divisions is paramount to the formation of a national identity, and there must be, in the present, a current agreement, a current consent and desire to live together, and the will to uphold the value of such a common heritage. Now, does any of this describe the relationship between the indigenous
And look, it's North FC in the flesh. He's right there.
people of the British Isles and the vast majority of recent arrivals? If anything, the recent arrivals from the Caribbean, Africa, India, and other lands formerly occupied by the British Empire have repeatedly demonstrated that they have indeed not forgotten past grievances and do not feel a sense of past glory or shared suffering with the locals.
All of us here of Caribbean descent are in this country and have this relationship in this country because our descendants were removed from Africa, taken across the Atlantic, and put in the Caribbean.
What Donal stated, however, does seem to accurately describe the relationships between the Welsh, English, and Scottish, and what they have undergone through a long historical process that was, relatively speaking, organic. Yes, there was conflict, yes, there was brutality, but they have arrived at the end of that process, and introducing massive numbers of substantially more foreign peoples at this point upsets that hard-won and delicate unity. It destroys very unique traditions and relations cultivated over thousands of years in mere decades.
There you go. Yeah. Again, women, they vote. This is what they vote for. The thing is, even if you vote for the other team, they're not even going to get rid of them. I mean, that's happening here, too. I mean, like, the fucking right wants to flood the U.S. with Indians. At least the establishment, conservatives, Republicans. Republicans want India to replace us. Democrats want Mexico to replace us. You know, what's the other option? There's only one other option. You're surprised I'm not subbed to American Krogan? Well, I mean, he only started posting again like a couple months ago. Let's see. Okay, it looks like Vendetta. Well, you guys are fucking super chatting letters, so I gotta like scroll up really far. Skitter the Sauce Man, thanks $2. Schizo Vid, Dragon's Dogma 2, Fake Game, Punk Duck. Yeah, didn't you guys suggest this to me before and I kept forgetting? I don't know how many videos we're gonna be able to watch today. I was supposed to play more of the Gothic remake, but that's out the window now. I'm sure I'll be streaming, you know, at least 3 more times over the next week, so we'll get to it. Dragon's Dogma 2 is not what you think it is. I mean, it's a cool intro. I just wasn't expecting it to be French.
Now that we have Dragon's Dogma 2 on the horizon, mark my lips, that game will be one of the best RPGs ever made.
Frog Fractions is a browser-based edutainment game developed by Twinbeard Studios for the Adobe Flash and released worldwide on October 25th, 2012. It was lauded for its wide range of gameplay mechanics, atmosphere, and intense on-the-fly mathematical equations, rewarding a methodical playstyle which was uncommon for its genre at the time. Described as the greatest game of all time by Rock Paper Shotgun, players take control of the titular frog, named Hop, with the goal of stopping an onslaught of bug-adjacent creatures from taking her stash of fruit-adjacent consumables, all whilst teaching you, the player, basic to advanced numerical fractions. A sequel was announced via Kickstarter in March 2014, but was seemingly never released.
A little over a while ago, I made a video on Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. When I first bought the game on Switch, I never intended to make a video on it. I found it annoying, a chore to play, and just overall kind of boring.
How dare you? I'm disliking this video in a second.
Had me feeling like a crazy person. I felt like I was missing something. Like, what was everyone else seeing in this that I just wasn't? Despite everything, I kept trudging along until I beat the dragon and reached what I like to call the third act. And that's where I finally saw Dragon's Dogma for what it was. A super ambitious, fresh take on action RPGs, brimming with new ideas, ambition, utterly deranged unique systems, and this incredible meta-narrative on the hero's journey. Over time, it's become one of my favorite games. Not to necessarily play, but I think about it constantly. The director,
This is the one game where the only good thing about it is playing it. So what the fuck does that mean? Like, the gameplay is the only reason I like the game. What do you mean it's one of your favorite games not to play? What the fuck does that... Oh...
𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 clearly poured his entire Itsunosi into this project, and you can tell that he wanted to do so much more. There was a foundation built here for possibly one of the greatest RPGs ever made that came just short of being realized, either due to budget constraints.
Well, I would say more than just short. It needed a lot more. It needed a lot more. But, you know, like, the thing is, I don't know. After a certain point, I don't know if he's going to bring up Monster Hunter in this video. I guess we'll see. But the issue is that the perfect game is somewhere in between what Dragon's Dogma is and what Monster Hunter is. And Monster Hunter is much closer to that game than Dragon's Dogma is.
Or time constraints or fucking whatever. There was constraints sprinkled all over this. The years went by, and the series, if you could even call it one, went into limbo. Itsuno went on to work on DMC4 Special Edition and Devil May Cry 5. You know, one of the greatest video games ever made. It was at this point that Kenzo Tsujimoto, the founder of Capcom, told Itsuno that he could now make whatever the fuck he wanted. And it was on June 17th, 2022, exactly 10 years after the release of Dragon's Dogma, that the sequel was finally announced. And I was there for it. Backed by the merit that he earned off of DMC5, Itsuno could finally bring his true vision to light, without any of the constraints that he faced in 2012. But the more we saw of the game on the lead up to its release, the more apparent it was that this wasn't just going to be a sequel. It was going to be a redo. Not a remake, but like a mulligan. And still, I was there for it. Maybe that's what this game needs. I mean, fucking Capcom is no stranger to remakes in the first place, and maybe marketing it as one would be a good way to onboard people that hadn't played the first game. It was actually the perfect approach. 2 years later, on March 21st, 2024, Dragon's Dogma 2 was released. 300 hours and 5 playthroughs later, I can confidently say, Dragon's Dogma 2 is not Dragon's Dogma 2. It's Dragon's Dogma 1. Again.
Yep.
Literally. I'm not being a prick. This is the title screen. Your eyes see true.
It was done on purpose. It was definitely done on purpose. It was basically a remake pretending to be a sequel. That was very apparent. Yeah. Which it's just retarded. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Even if it was a remake, you would think it would at least expand on what the first game was, and it still didn't. I don't know. I don't even want to know the amount of budget wasted on shit that doesn't matter in the game. It's an insane amount.
This is not a redo or a mulligan or a fucking oopsie poopsie. It's the same fucking game again. I waited 12 years for the same fucking game again. Even after all this time, I still can't believe what I'm seeing. Or saying. 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐿 made me wait a decade for this game, and all he had to show for it was Dragon's Dogma 1 with fucking ray tracing. I don't know if I should...
Well, honestly, that's being generous, honestly, because it's a downgrade in so many ways. You can't even really say that, you know? Like... You could basically name the number of things it improves on the first game on one hand. It genuinely is just a downgrade in so many ways. I don't know. It was the final straw for disappointment. It's honestly the reason Dragon's Dogma 2 is the reason why I couldn't even fake a soy reaction for the Spyro 4 reveal, because my brain is too conditioned by now. Like, it's one thing for a game to be disappointing on the level of it's not as good as the last one. It's another to not even meet like your basic expectations. And I've played way too many games that don't meet my basic expectations in some form or another. So the sad thing is, like, at the end of the day, I think I still had more fun playing Dragon's Dogma 2 than 80% of modern games I've played over the past 6 years of this channel. But, you know, I mean, that's not saying much. You see the type of games I play. I mean, not even just what I've reviewed. If you watch the streams,
called as stupid,
all the new
insane,
games are ass.
Stupid, bold, all of the above. Fuck it. Why make a new thing? Fucking turn this shit off. None of this is real.
I'm not even recording any of this right now.
This is a paid actor. I am dubbing him. This is not what I...
All right, I'm not watching this type of shit. Yeah, I don't like this type of review at all. You know what's funny? I've recorded plenty of intros that are 5 minutes, but I feel like I always, like, for me, the intro, I go over basically the points I'm going to bring up in the video. This is literally just like a prologue in every sense of the word, you know what I mean? Like, he made the point that he's going to say it's the same game again. But I just feel like in 5 minutes, we got no information. It was just, like, here's my nostalgia critic skit, but with none of the passion or soul, because 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 was like the worst fucking influence on reviewing ever. Like, I remember liking the 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐿𝐿 videos when they came out, but like, Jesus, I don't know. There's such a bad influence. Okay, Anismo Joe, thanks to the 22 months membership. Deco93, thanks to the 10 pounds, just showing some support for the channel. I like that you thank everyone, no matter how much or how little they give. Most streamers ignore smaller donations. Great to see you remain humble. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, because I don't do, like, text-to-speech or any of that stuff, and, I mean, of course I'm going to read all the donations. I understand why some channels, especially the ones that get, like, hours of donations, wouldn't read, like, anything that's like $5 or less, but for me, it's like this. I mean, you guys, the streams are the majority of my income and have been for, excuse me, like 3 years now. So I should probably thank the people who give me money. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like as soon as streams became more profitable than videos, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, I gotta just keep. You got to keep acknowledging this shit more than ever. I don't know. I always did this though. I did, like, from the beginning, reading every super chat. Anyway, Inslayer Cologne, thanks to the 2 pounds. Gen X movie that cracked the millennial brain.
not every movie that attempts to screenwash its audience succeeds right away. Sometimes the agenda being pushed is so outlandish and ridiculous that it needs more time to take hold. That was the case in the late 1990s, as the powers that be began ramping up their crusade against prosperity by attacking Americans' rosy view of the past with a clumsy Pavlovian sledgehammer. So in 1998, when most studios were busy greenlighting asteroid destruction porn and CGI bug invasions, an attack on order and virtue slipped into theaters disguised as a high-concept sci-fi.
Watch Dragon's Dogma 2 is a massive waste of potential by the synthetic man. Sounds like a guy who knows a thing or two about Dragon's Dogma. That video needed more time in the oven, for sure. The thing is, I wanted to, like, autistically spurg out about all the vocation stuff, but, like, the way that it came out in the final video was not too good. Because I was... Yeah, I don't really listen back to my videos after they've been out for, like, a week. But I was listening to parts of it because I needed footage for... I think it was the gameplay loops video. And... yeah, man, I don't know what I was doing with that. I'll be better when the expansion comes out. I'll be better. Be better.
Movie. It flopped at the box office and failed to influence the audience it targeted, but in the years since has gained acceptance among a new audience too young to see it at the time as a cult classic. This is the story of how Pleasantville was rejected by Generation X, only to screenwash millennials into destroying everything they love. Pleasantville begins with a teenage boy who escapes abuse and neglect at the hand of his parents and his peers by escaping into an idyllic world of classic television. It ends with him accepting his crappy situation as fine because he has no right to expect anything good, and everything just is what it is. In between those two bookends, he destroys an entire town, and the movie works hard to convince the audience it was all worth it because now they have brighter colors of red. Tobey Maguire stars
Why
in
did
the
Spider-Man
film as
do
David,
this?
a teenage boy with a chaotic living situation and no social life. He's obsessed with a classic black and white 1950s television show called Pleasantville, which depicts an idyllic town where people are nice to each other.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this from the fucking the Devin Stack review of it. He talked about this. Yeah. Yeah, I watched the Devin Stack review of this movie. Very subversive, yeah.
They're going well. Basically the opposite of his own life. For reasons that aren't ever really explained, Geeky David and his self-described slut sister Jennifer, played by Reese Witherspoon, are transported into the TV by Don Knotts and find themselves actually living in the black and white world of Pleasantville.
God, David, just give it to me.
Forget it!
No way, bud.
Get it, Mary Sue.
What, bud? It's mine. Give it back.
No, Tyrion 𝐂𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒, he just will not play Dragon's Dogma. Like, if I hounded him, if all you guys hounded him, if everyone on the fucking planet is like, you gotta play Dragon's Dogma right now, the only way he'll play is if you, like, you know, if some demon or something promised him it would fix his health problems if he played Dragon's Dogma. That's the only way to play it.
For David, who is now called Bud by the townspeople, it's a dream come true. And Pleasantville is every bit as pleasant as its name suggests. The basketball team never loses, and Main Street is perfect. Dad earns a living, Mom makes pot roast and
How
takes care of her
horrible.
kids. The local diner only serves cheeseburgers, and dating mostly revolves around whether or not to hold hands. No one is ever hurt.
That's what's funny. It's like, here's a perfect society. This is bad, says the hook-nosed individual from space. The toucan-ish alien pretending to be human.
No one suffers. It doesn't even rain. The fire department's job is to get cats out of trees because no one has ever seen a house fire. People are happy and everything runs perfectly, always. Their only problem is that the entire world is black and white, except it's not a problem because none of the residents notice. So Pleasantville is paradise, but for Jennifer, who everyone now thinks is a girl named Mary Sue, it's a hellhole. It's a hellhole.
Yeah, the whore is like, this is boring. This is boring. How can I whore here? How am I supposed to whore max in this boring utopian society? That's... my media literacy license is activating so hard right now. You don't even know how literate I am. No one's been more literate than me. Which is ironic because I can't read. That's my favorite bit from the streams, not being able to read. That's my favorite one.
Because she's a slut, and the town's virtuous residents don't want to have sex with her because they're committed to saving themselves for marriage. So Jennifer sets out to destroy it all because she's really horny.
I think I better go home now, Mary Sue.
Why?
I think I might be ill. Something's happening to me.
That's supposed to happen.
Seriously, that's Jennifer's actual motivation in this movie.
I don't even... This is reminding me of a bunch of other shit that's just so retarded. I don't know. It's just... I'm not going to go in this rant. We'll be here all day. But yeah, that is another popular tactic of theirs. Yeah, always appeal to lust. How do you think, you know, we got to modern society with everyone being a porn addict?
But as a movie, Pleasantville wants to be a story about repression, about how nostalgia is a lie, about how the good old days weren't that good. Safe enough, predictable enough, but boring. As everyone was previously screenwashed to believe by movies like The Graduate, boring is the worst. So it frames Jennifer's horniness as the result of boredom. Jennifer hates boring because boring doesn't get her laid. Pleasantville wants you to believe the town is dystopian, but not because it's cruel. It's dystopian because it's orderly, because roles exist, because people behave, and no one should have to behave because that's boring. So as Jennifer begins seducing virgins, colors start to appear in the black and white landscape of the town.
Yeah, look at the horror. Ruin everything. I love that this it's funny, like, you know, that's the difference. That's always the difference. I totally side with all these guys and I agree with everything they say. But the difference between me and, like, you know, Devin Stack, American Krogan, Wyatt Stagg, whatever, all these people who deconstruct it in like a more intellectual way. Me, I'm like, this is about a whore being a whore and we got to take away women's rights. Okay, there we go. I like my way much better. Much better. I'm trying to be better right now.
Before long, it's clear that intense pleasure and emotion cause the black and white to be replaced by vibrant technicolor. As color spreads, chaos spreads with it. You'd think David would try to stop it because he loves this place and loves what it represents, but he soon joins in destroying Pleasantville, seemingly unaware that he's just recreating the world he left and didn't like. It wasn't part of the cultural lexicon back then, but David is a prototype for every bad transplant stereotype. You know the one. It frames them as locusts who flee their state to avoid crime and overregulation, only to set about turning their new state into a copycat of the place they just left. David does it because he likes the attention.
They love me.
And he knows he can always go back where he came from when he messes things up. So when colorizing everything turns him into Technicolor Jesus, in the eyes of the attractive teenage townsfolk, David embraces it and basks in the reverie of a full-blown savior complex. The movie, of course, frames this as enlightenment. And when he gets violent in the service of the town's newfound hedonism, he's rewarded with colorization.
You know, that is a lovely shade of blue. Don't you think that's a lovely shade of blue?
It's Bill Johnson, the owner of the local diner, who really accelerates the process. He's played by Jeff Daniels as an empty shell who only comes to life when confronted with color. As Bill contemplates his place in the universe, he asks Bud/David to explain why he should bother making cheeseburgers. Bud is somehow unable to come up with an answer, and the viewer is left, along with Bill, to conclude that there is no value in what he does. This is obviously preposterous, and it's the spot where the movie most clearly tips its hand. Bill and Bud have somehow forgotten that Bill feeds the entire town, provides a local hangout for teens.
The town subsists purely on burgers. Based. Where's the smash burger? We need like 55 smash burgers. That's where I'd go. That's the only way. That's the only way I can be fed. All right. Yeah. I mean, since I didn't remember because it's been years since I saw the Devin Stack video, but yeah, I do remember now this movie. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. Xbox huge, thanks to the $2 and the N. I wonder what that stands for. Mike, thanks to the $2 in the I. We seem to be spelling a word. Mito Nitro, thanks to the 10,000 PYG. And the G, whoa, hold on. What word could that be spelling? It's a good thing I can't read. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to $2. Another G, Rutro, whoa, hold on. Dybrov, thanks to the 2 reals. And an E, whoa. XX Vendetta XX1, thanks to the $2. And another E, ooh, so close. So close, not quite. And then he sent another $2 in R. I mean, it was close, but it got screwed up. And then Vendetta with another $2 and F. Another $2 and an A. Mike, another $2 and a G. Well, you don't even have to keep spelling. That's already a slur. Vendetta, another $2, another G. Vendetta with another $2 and an O. Another $2 and a T. Okay, so you guys got faggot. You did get that one. Didn't quite get the N word, but it came pretty close. Nick Zadik, thanks to the $2 and the K. Dick Pinaseki, thanks to $2 and an I. Mito Nitro, thanks to the 10,000 PYG and a T. I don't think that was the word they were going for, buddy. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to $2. I'm not fatigued. I'm lactose intolerant. That's pretty good. Vendetta, thanks to the $2 and he said coin clipper type. What was saying? Thanks to the $5. Been a while, so Mup the dude did a pomo go bit be that Tom motherfucking big snoo cuff bin dub ho motherfucker. Yep. What he said. Mega Rock and Roll, thanks to the $5. Seeing Karmelo only get 35 years makes me realize why the Cool Kids Club used to hang some ends for their light sentences like this back then. You know what's funny? I'm not even making this up. This was shortly after on the mainstream news. I saw it wasn't that. It was the case in Ireland, right? They were talking about that and also about the migrant houses being burned and stuff. Literally less than 5 minutes later, the news reported on a random cross being burned. Can you guess which thing my mom got more mad about? The black guy slicing the dude up and like stabbing his eye and all that stuff, or the random cross being burned that was probably a setup to distract people. So anyway, Eli, thanks to the $5. Anybody else turn off a video when a woman comes on? Most I'll do is if she's talking about something ridiculously technical. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really watch. Yeah, I don't watch any videos where a woman is the host, the creator, whatever. Yeah, no. I'd say the most I do is sometimes I'll listen to Clownfish TV and the wife. I've listened to some episodes with the wife rambling about whatever. Sell Max Sell. Thanks to the 5 Canadian. Watch gaming's golden age is happening right now. Oh boy, we're back at Rage Bait. Didn't Sell Max Sell also recommend Rage Bait last time he did a video suggestion? I think so. I think this is the second one. Gaming's golden age is happening right now.
Oh no, the games industry is crumbling! False. AAA game companies are in a rough place. Online weeds certainly choking themselves out. But the industry as a whole, and especially we, the players, we are living in a golden age of games. 24 hours before this one, I released this video summing up all the live service game failures of 2026 so far, and it was already extensive, and why that's great news for the industry and us gamers as a whole. Today's video was going to be at the end of that one as like this optimistic turn, but, and the curtain is going to moon you for just a second, it's bad for a video to be too diverse in subject matter. The algorithm likes discrete, easily definable ideas. That's just the way it is. Anyway, the leeches failing and losing money while attempting to bilk players is good news all by itself, but it's negative good news. You know what I mean? How about some positive good news? Right now is perhaps the best era in gaming history because
you did not play video games 20 years ago, you fucking LARPing boomer. Or maybe you grew up with Final Fantasy. That's the only game. That's it. No. Yeah, let's hear about your dog shit taste, motherfucker. Let's go.
we have more access to passionate developers than ever before. We have a smorgasbord of amazing games on every kind of device, and we no longer need the journalism industry to gatekeep what gets covered. We are eating so good right now, you guys, and I urge you, please, be intentional with how you spend your time at this steak and lobster buffet we have.
So, who's the sponsor of this video? Like, is it sponsored by Humble Bundle? I don't know. Like, seriously, what the fuck? Like, what is this bullshit? Okay, let's just skip to the games. All right, first of all, Pragmata, that's overrated. I won't say it's bad. It was okay, but the combat was extremely flawed. I feel like I played way too many games with better combat systems than that. No Rest for the Wicked. I don't even know what this is. Okay, already this is probably dog shit. I've seen one frame, but let's have him sell us on it.
It's pretty.
Next up, No Rest for the Wicked, which is in early access on Steam.
Oh boy, he's shilling an early access game. Yep, this is the steak and lobster I was promised. All right.
Not for long. We'll talk about that. This is from Moon Studios, makers of Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps, both of which are fantastic games. You should go play those if you haven't already. Now, after those two side-scrolling Metroidvanias, Moon Studios made the very obvious and natural decision to make an isometric RPG with Souls-like combat. And they've absolutely
That's the worst thing I've ever heard already. Fuck you, you fucking bug.
nailed it.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
No Rest for the Wicked is really two games in one. I love the first, and I kind of hate the second. The good news is that the part that I hate is not core gameplay and can very easily be fixed. The first game is the combat, the exploration.
I'm glad the footage he's showing is running like shit, by the way.
These feel great. Bringing in a Soulsy combat solved a problem that ISO RPGs...
Dude, whoever this guy's fans are, assuming they're real people, are they looking at the screen? Is 125,000... God damn it, Sammy's barking. I never get anything done, ever. I've had to get up from my computer like 20 times today. I'm not even kidding. Most of those were before the stream, but still. Alright. Sammy has to go out. I'll be back. Damn it. Sometimes shit just goes wrong, chat. Sophie threw up downstairs twice. Jesus, man. What has she been eating? This is going to sound really stupid. But the dog somehow chokes on ice cubes sometimes. We actually stopped giving her ice cubes for a while because of that. And she must have choked on it again. I don't know what to do. Other than I got to give her something else as a treat. She can't eat ice cubes anymore. I could crush the ice cubes, but at the same time, like, she won't even want them. She likes chewing on the big-ass ice cube. I'm just going to give her something else.
Have had for a while, where the object is just to optimize the math to make number go up. Now, I'm on record as a spreadsheet game lover.
Say my name. You're the Quant. You're goddamn right.
But they have a ceiling. No Rest for the Wicked makes the combat fun and engaging instead of the goal being a build that just lets you face roll through the level, which, again, it's got its own charm, but it does have that enjoyment ceiling.
In case you're wondering, I'm eating a Klondike bar right now. It's crunch flavor.
They do this by bringing in elements from Souls games and other action RPGs, like you need to dodge, you can parry, there are status effects that actually do something, you need to manage stamina, you can put points.
This sounds like every fucking slop game that's come out in the past 15 years, and he's saying this is evidence we're living in the golden age of gaming. An isometric, Souls-like. Like, are we fucking for real right now? Alright, let's skip to the next example. Wait, he only names... Does he only name... Okay, rapid fire roundup. Okay, I guess he quickly names some. But he only names 3 games. One is a 6 out of 10. This is him just shilling an early access game. What's the third game?
Good work.
Last one, before we do some rapid fire at the end, a game that is due this year, and I am bursting with excitement about it. Order of the Sinking Star is the next game from Thekla Studios, founded by Jonathan Blow.
Oh, hello.
Known for...
Damn, he's looking old, dude. Jonathan Blow is one of those people who's simultaneously based and cringe. You know, there's some people like that out there. He says a lot of base shit. He says a fuck ton of cringe shit too. He's up his own ass. He's very, you know, he's very full of himself in that way. But he does say some base shit. If you listen to him, he absolutely just dumpsters on a lot of indie shit. Like, for the funniest reasons. There's like a clip of him ranting about a game with a bad title screen and like asking him all these questions before he starts. He's like, this is already shit. This is so bad. This is the worst thing ever. He's at the title screen. That's the shit. He has some great clips, but he definitely says some cringe shit for sure.
Oh.
Known for Braid and The Witness, which is outstanding. With Braid, they had an interesting story that was told in a fragmented way, and there were some pretty cool puzzles that expand and explored a time mechanic.
I might have to find it. I might have to find it for you guys because it is a good clip. It's a good clip. Honestly, I don't even know. Do I even want to listen to the rest of this? We'll skip to the rapid fire. So he's shilling Jonathan Blow's game, whatever. Okay, we'll listen to the rapid fire, and then I'm going to try and find the Jonathan Blow clip.
There are so many more. It's going to be another crazy year where my biggest problem is going to be not having enough time to play all of the incredible games out there.
What games, you may ask? Well, I'm glad you asked that question.
Let's do a little rapid fire at the end. Control Resonant is coming this year. Control is fantastic. Criminally underrated game.
What? How is it underrated? He's just saying you can't listen to any of these grifter motherfuckers. I just spit Klondike bar on my mic. Awesome. We're just DSP slob maxing today. Whatever. This is why I don't eat on stream. I mean, really? How the hell is Control underrated? Everyone was shilling that shit when it came out. I remember.
Really fun gameplay and upgrade systems, cool X-Files story, and a haunting atmosphere that's inside a shifting top
Haunting
secret.
atmosphere. Haunting? What the fuck? Dude, this is... You guys wonder why it's hard for me to make positive reviews? Because, like, whenever people praise games, it always feels so inauthentic. There's very few games where I would have glowing praise, you know? And I'm not going to even say baby games. Not counting baby games, since that's like a me thing. Like, yeah, if I talk about Resident Evil 4, it's going to be me saying only good things, because the game has almost no flaws. But, like, I can't talk about that, about like, for 99.9% of games, because there's too many negatives to talk about. So it's hard to focus on the positive.
Building. Control Resonant is coming in September. Another trailer dropped yesterday. That's State of Play. It's looking outstanding. Lords of the Fallen 2 is coming out and is no longer exclusive to the Epic Game Store. The studio raised enough money to buy out their contract with Epic.
Let me get this straight. I should have pointed this out a second ago. The whole point of this video is that we're in the golden age of gaming. These games aren't out, you fucking worthless prick. You're literally shilling games. These are not out yet. How can you say it's the golden age? They're not out. You stupid motherfucker. The 125,000 people, assuming there's no bots here, all retards, all fucking bugs. Though who knows, maybe they're dead subscribers because this only has 17,000 views. I don't know. I feel bad when my positive, or not even necessarily positive vids, but whenever a vid of mine is like less than 100,000, I feel like a complete failure. But I really should be happy with my numbers, all things considered. Yeah, it means the platinum age of gaming.
So that players wouldn't have to switch stores just to play their game. The studio and the director,
Stop
James
hiding
Lowe,
behind
are
my mic when I laugh.
pro-consumer and pursue that at fans' request. And I mean, it's also a great business move because, look, I'm looking forward to this game, but the buffet is full of great choices, and I probably wasn't going to go over to Epic just to play this one. But now, I can't wait. Guys, I'm a simple man. I love puzzle games and action RPGs. Speaking of one of those, Kino, Stars of Cosmora is coming this year as well. It's the sequel to another.
The first game was the most mid shit I've ever played in my life. The first one was literally like mediocrity incarnate, and you're shilling the sequel? Fuck you, motherfucker. Shut the hell up.
Painfully underrated game that's on PS5.
No,
that's
you're
Bridge of Spirits.
Your entire existence is vastly overrated. Fuck you, whoever you are, who...
Kino is a spirit guide that has to cure a spiritual rot in the land, and also collect these adorable little Pikmin Kodama guys. The new game looks to be much larger, with more variety in combat and map designs, which is exactly the kind of improvement that I want to see in a follow-up title. Hey, do you remember Parasite?
I love how we're saying the game is improved. It's not out yet, but I promise you the sequel's even better than the first one. It's not out yet, though.
Eve from the PlayStation 1 days? Well, Parasite Mutant is not related to that, just a spiritual successor, and it is maybe coming. Possibly, I don't really know, but I'm still excited about this one. Phantom Blade Zero is coming in October now, and this one looks so stylish and smooth, Snuggly will trade you anything for it. But those are on the way. What about right now? Well, in addition to the games that I've already talked about in this video, Code Vein 2 came out in January. That's anime Dark Souls, basically, and the first one...
I heard that was worse than the first one, though. I mean, honestly, I didn't hear people talk about it that much in general, but I really didn't hear much.
Was very fun. I haven't played the sequel yet, but I
haven't played it yet. We're in the golden age of gaming. Here's a bunch of games that haven't come out yet, and I didn't even play this one game that already has come out. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is what... Again, I hate when lefties are right, but the grifter shit... Again, they're right about a lot of the people they say are grifters. Like, a lot of them. Like, a lot of them they're right about. A lot of them. We're seeing an example right now.
I intend to. Final Fantasy Tactics Remake came out in the fall. I cannot recommend that enough. The tactical gameplay
It's a game that came out over 20 years ago.
Is excellent, and the story is great as well. Guys, this has been one of my favorite games of all time since 1997, and this updated...
So it's almost 30 years old. Your evidence that we're in the golden age of gaming is a game that's almost 30 years old is being re-released. Yeah, the jokes write themselves.
Version just makes it even better. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, you have undoubtedly heard of, but it bears repeating how incredible it is.
Okay, so now you're saying a game from a year ago. I mean, at least it's a game that came out, but it is overrated. It's good. It's good, but it's definitely overrated. People say it's the best thing ever. It's good. It's good. It's not the best thing ever.
Is if you have not yet gotten on the hype train. Guys, look, there is a feast of amazing games right now, and
this was so trash, it's unreal. Why is it every time? And I get these people, they're always, it's not usually people like this, it's usually like gaming circle jerk troll type people, but I've seen this claim that indie games are better than ever, blah, 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 usually something to that effect. And every time you ask them to name games, it's rancid shit. And then they pretend like, oh, you're just going to say these are bad. You never tried them. Yeah. It's like, shut your fucking whore-ass mouth. I don't even believe you like the games you said, motherfucker. I don't even believe you. I don't believe you. All right, what are the comments? Yeah, maybe gaming is past the worst of the 2020s, more appropriate title, but I like your optimism. Okay, ignoring the multiple typos, even that's not fucking true. Is there any evidence things are getting better? Glad to see Greg posting again. Oh, did he, like, disappear? Let's see. 4 days ago, 5 days ago, oh, yeah, 3 months ago. What happened? He disappeared for 3 months. Mossad agent called. He got replaced. I don't know. When racist victim bait debunks itself. That's the Magical Negro movie, isn't it? That's what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, he was getting good views making slop content, but then he disappeared for some reason. Yeah, I think someone recommended this, the 7 Deadly Sins of Millennial Writing. Didn't someone recommend this on a previous video watch segment? Because I don't think I clicked on this on my own. I knew I'd seen him before, but I couldn't think of when I saw him. So, yeah, this channel sucks. I don't know what to say. Listen, I understand gaming is a very broad hobby. You know, people have their own taste. You know, everyone's taste is ass. That's not how the saying goes, but that's how I think of it in my head, right? Dude, Zane, the best player. He's sweeping. He's sweeping Bowser to Grandmaster. He's brown. The greatest sin of modern Melee is the greatest player is an Indian, and the second greatest player is a Jew. So Melee's dead. That's case closed. Yeah, clearly my optics are the only ones anyone should adopt. Anyway, let's read chat's comments that I'm sure they commented. What's with... Oh, no one from chat commented this time. Okay. What's with the clickbait title? First video I've seen of yours and probably the last. So you make the argument we're now in the golden age of gaming. that's your mission statement at the beginning of the clip, and then completely ignore that statement. Let's talk about 3 games that I've been enjoying recently. Like, how is your subjective enjoyment of some recent games? Anything even close to an argument that we're currently in the golden age of gaming? I mean, a lot of us, older crowds, people got to stop with the run-on sentences, but anyway, whatever. Older crowds strongly disagree. Like, from my perspective, for example, we're in a terrible age for gaming, an age where the customer is no longer considered and games are made for shareholders and engagement. As opposed to the consumer, you have an argument title and then zero information to back up that claim or argument. So might as well have just been called 3 games I'm enjoying recently. Well, obviously that no one would click that title. Not that anyone clicked this one either. This is pretty bad views. But still. Yeah. No, just no. Based. Okay. That's the correct answer. Correct answer. Can't believe Chad didn't comment. You've disappointed me. There's a happy medium between yellow paint and a rock that looks the same as every other rock. Plenty of games manage to make important objects noticeable without signposting them to a brain-dead degree. I don't know if he maybe brought that up during the Pragmata section. I don't know. I didn't hear that. What the fuck? Dude, this is a bot, man. Even if it's a real human behind the screen, it's not a human in my sense of the word. On mugs, I have so many that are cute, but either broke or are not suited to drinking. I use them to hold pens and handfuls of yard flowers the kids. This has gotta be a woman or something? Okay, it's like a old lady or some shit. Why are you watching a video, the gamer video? AAA game dev in the USA is going to shrink down to a fraction. The cost of living is just too high in the USA, meaning inflated salaries. Most of the layoffs we have seen in the AAA are USA-centric. Yeah, it's cost of living. Nothing to do with them making video games that don't sell, I'm sure. Gaming's golden age was in the mid to late 2000s to mid 2010s. No, see, like this is kind of like the Zoomer take. It definitely was late 90s to like 2000. I'd say at the latest, you could say probably like 2011. Like late 90s to 2011. Literally the time that birthed like 90% of what we know and understand as gaming today. That's the problem. This is not a good thing. You wrote this like this is a good thing. Every game copied off the PS3 360 era. That's why everything feels the same. Because that's what appeals to the lowest common denominator. This is not a good thing. I know people think this like it's a good thing, but every game playing like a shittier version of a PS3 game is not a good thing. Most of the biggest brands and best games of most series. After 2016, we saw a gradual decline in not just writing quality. We're talking about video games, and the first thing you brought up was writing quality. This is how you know the type of person we're dealing with right now. That's, if I'm matching my shock, the guy who says the golden age was, you know, the 2010s, up to the mid 2010s, is the guy who writes writing quality. How about gameplay? Have you ever heard of that before? The huge pushes toward DEI checklist hiring with their own consequences, and that's also where things started to become increasingly badly optimized. That's all true. I still consider Batman Arkham Knight to be the peak of fidelity to performance ratio. Yeah, that's also probably true. Let's keep in mind a GTX 1080 from 2016 had about a quarter of the performance of today's equivalent GPUs, and in a lot of cases, the game still looks similar, if not better than 80%. Yeah, I mean, I agree with this entire thing for sure. We do still have gems today. That's questionable. But the fact that a lot of that comes from studios that are intentionally doing things differently from the rest tells you all you need to know. Well, that's my point, though. That's why I think the PS3 360 era is more like the Silver Age, because it set the standards for all of the copy-paste slop we play today. Those games are better than the games now. But even at the time, a lot of them were seen as downgrades from a gameplay perspective compared to games from the 2000s. Doesn't post for months, post 3 videos in a week. Glad to be back. Dumb video title, good game selection. Not true. by the way, not true. They're both dumb. This is the bare minimum we can expect from the space, TBH. Okay, that's true. I would agree that the bare minimum is being shilled as the golden age. I see the stronger indie devs in the line. All right, I don't know why I'm still... Wait, I saw false dichotomy, so I must listen. Okay, here's the yellow paint point that I didn't hear.
Also, I guess, because people whined about yellow paint on climbing spots, the ore nodes are very naturally colored, and they blend into the background quite well. So you're going to...
Okay, he's a retard. Certified retard. The games you supposedly grew up with, because you totally are a fan of video games since you were a child, did not use yellow paint, you dumb motherfucker. Oh, it's totally because games are too graphically complex now. So that we have to have yellow paint. Idiot. Idiot tier argument. Are you kidding? Yellow paint has only existed for like the past, 3 or 4 years. What do you think they did in all the years previous to that? Fucking grifter slop. It's crazy because this is the type of content the YouTube algorithm rewards. And I know you could extrapolate this to describe my content. I'm obviously self-aware enough to realize that. But I hate that just shilling commonly held opinion over and over again. Like, this is how you get 100,000 subscribers in the current year. Like, you chuddies, all you chuddies who are like, how do I be successful on YouTube? Just make dog shit. Trust me. Make dog shit. Pretend to have a real opinion, but it's the safe, normal fag, center-right, libertarian opinion. You'll get 100,000 subs. You'll get 100,000 subs. I mean, this is just... What even is this, man? There's 100 channels just... was there a swastika in there? What? Okay. I was just saying. I feel bad about shitting on this guy in particular, but I just think there's 100 grifter channels like this. If everyone talk about milking farm, this is some astroturfing, okay? I told my mom about this the other day. I'm not even lying. She tried to debate me as if the thing doesn't exist. By the way, never mind. This literally became a complaint about my mother's stream after a certain point. I don't want to do that. I've done that enough, I think, in my life. But seriously, I was telling her about this, and she was denying that it was porn the entire time. Like, literally, I'm like, Mom, would you have a problem with someone watching fucking, brazzers in public? And she's like, it's not the same. It's not your thing. This is pornography in the written word, and women think it's completely fine because, you can't see it. No, we see the cover. It's a fucking minotaur raping a woman. That's the book. Okay, unless you're pasting something over that cover, we all know what that means. They all know that's porn, and women do read this in public. Yeah, I showed her the cover. Just get a new mom. I'm 30 years old too. I have to keep saying this. I'm 30 years old. Diprob, thanks to the 5 reals. The internet made it so obvious it was never about skin color. Ends are literal, uncontrollable animals. Not even good bioweapons in the long term, really. Those are definitely words. Lord Puar, gold, thanks to the $5. Watch, I learned 3D animation to make this one video by Sorenova. Okay. Please don't tell me that Synth Mom has read smut books before. No, my mom has never read a book like modern women read, but she did read 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, my mom did. She also saw the movie as well, if you're going to ask. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Did I click on the right one? Yes, I did. This Sorenova. Yeah, okay.
girls got it. I wake up with no doing. Julio, I can. Baby, get you and your penis and compliments. Just jump in the car.
Okay. Settlers, thanks to 5 Canadian. Watch Total Memes Death by UglyDixieChicken. Yeah, listen. Before we watch this, can we stop? Can you guys stop? Can the Shardy people stop making thumbnails like this? Please, God. I get that this is the new counterculture shit for young people. I hate this. I fucking hate this shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's gross. It's gross. All right.
Man, I love memes. I also love chasing down women at night and raping them, but I don't think I could say that on YouTube.
How did I
Memes
fucking know that
gay.
was...
They're like those little images and videos that your friends send you, and the internet tells you they're funny, but like, what the fuck is this shit? This shit is retarded. Thank fuck that these little guys aren't like fucking SpongeBob or some shit. If I saw tongue Sahara on a fucking billboard, dude, I'd actually fucking kill my... Well, a promise is a promise. Man, kids today have it so fucking bad. They can't read. They're fed fucking Beast Burger.
Yeah, I wonder why they can't read. He says as he posts a bunch of fucking soy jacks and shit. I wonder, you might be contributing to the next generation not being able to read with this fucking retard shit. I'm just saying.
On Roblox, groomed on Discord, Israel exists. Man, we gotta go back to the classics. I'm gonna bring you back to the past. You remember Dat Boy?
I fucked your mom. It's like, I can't argue with that.
We was kings and shit. We had fucking Migusta, Herpderp, Poker Face, fucking Rodent, classic.
Man, we're getting good. We're not done yet.
And the wider internet can still feel its presence even today. Like, the fucking Trollface is the missing link. I think I saw him in a cave painting one time. And even in spirit, Rage Comics are still alive with shit like Wojacks and Swayjacks and Jack and Jack Specific and Jacking Off. And honestly, I'll take a good hearty Cobson over a brain rot guy any day of the week.
For the champions!
Oh wait, what was I supposed to be talking about again? Oh yeah, meme video games. This video's about memes and video games. Memes and video games are like peanut butter and jam. It's like Jews and loose change. This shit is classic. We gotta go back to the classics, not this Nintendo Wii Xbox bullshit. You gotta go back to the past to play some awesome games that are nice and awesome. Gonna take you back to the past to play some awesome games that are cool. He'd rather have a big pool party with all his friends, and he is so nice. He'd rather eat a bacon burger with a side of fries and a side of root beer. He's the friendliest gamer you've ever heard. He's the friendly Nintendo nerd. He's the friendly Atari Sega nerd. He's the friendly video game nerd.
Bottom line is, if you like this guy, you're likely some kind of jardy cuck.
Alright, this is like caveman time original OG shit. This is what inspired Pong. We got Rage Wars, nigga!
I played this.
The game don't work. I can't play it. What the hell? Okay, I figured it out. This game is actually kind of cool, but like pretty repetitive. I think Masada orchestrated this game just so we can have troll face emoticons on Steam.
You're a loser.
Okay, so that game, you know, it was an OG. You gotta respect it. It's like an acquired taste. It's like adrenochrome. You know how it is. So we about to play some meme run. This is like a deep cut. Even Scott the Waz doesn't know about this one.
Swag.
Yeah, this...
Alright, I can't stand this anymore. I'm getting a headache from this shit. It's just... this, whatever this brain rot shit is, I hate it. I fucking hate this so much. I hate everything about this. Truly. I hate this type of humor, if you can even call it that. Oh. That did not feel like 3 minutes. I know. I mean, I'll give him this. He inserted a lot of information at 3.5 minutes. I would not say half as many things in that amount of time. Absolutely not. But that said, I mean, I think my brain just melted. Some of it just dripped out of my ear. Ugh. Checks, thanks to the 10 gifted memberships. Finish that Pikmin video on the side. I binged like almost this guy's entire fucking channel. This has been my slop second monitor content for the past week. Has been the I'm only here for Pikmin guy. Eli, thanks to the $2. Did you watch 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒's Bad Business Decisions? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Dude, I'm losing it. 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 Bad Business Decisions.
𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒, what's going on? It seems former members of the 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄 Corporation have tracked me down to try and kill me. Again.
Jesus Christ, what did you do to make them so mad?
Right, so my team has noticed some rather alarming red flags in the sector. Our bottom line is falling out from underneath us.
I see, yes.
Well, I believe our next few steps should be
We need to make the holograms hurt you.
What?
The holograms for when you duel, we need to find a way to make them hurt people.
Would that really increase sales?
What do you know, old man? Just do it.
You know, Mr. 𝐂𝐏𝐏, I believe we can all agree that the hologram idea that you had has been
Very fruitful, but maybe now we should pivot from the duel game
Pivot to what? Look, we are not pivoting from this. Duel Monsters is going to be our whole thing from now on.
we don't even know the game.
I'm sorry, is this Democracy Corp or is it 𝐂𝐏𝐄𝐏 Corp?
Okay, well, does anyone else have any ideas they'd like to present? That center around duel monsters, of course.
Well, my team is suggesting a sort of social media.
good. I like that.
We're going to rent an entire city.
We're gonna rent a what?
We're going to rent out Domino City in its entirety and make the whole thing a tournament where it's all kids and 30-year-olds. No in between, just kids and 30-year-olds.
How much would we charge for
Nothing at all. See, how it works is when you lose, you give your best card to the next guy, and see, it's like its own little economy there. We don't get a cut of that at all. The winners fight me on a blimp.
Mr. 𝐂𝐏𝐏, sir, that is going to cost us a lot of money to monitor the city alone.
No, my little brother will handle
Your
it.
little brother?
Yeah, the 7-year-old. He'll monitor the whole city. He's got
Sir,
it.
I don't mean to alarm you, but we're in a position where we need to really be saving money right now.
What do you mean saving money? Like, really, I don't understand what that means.
Using the holograms alone costs us tens of thousands of dollars.
And we have to design new ones each time a new card.
This is too many words. This is like a left-wing meme. You cut down the script in half, at least. Way too many words. Amusing idea, but no. Too many words. Way too many words. But yeah, I don't know. They sell cards and they get money. I don't know. How is he a quadrillionaire canonically? I don't remember. The tilde handle, thanks to the 11 months of membership. You're a real one, Sin. Thanks. Keep it up. Thanks, man. Synth went too many words, more than 5. Listen, I remember, wasn't this last stream where someone's like, oh yeah, I was talking about Peeb's video. I don't remember which stream that was. It was one of the last few streams. And the dude is trying to troll me. He's saying something like, well, at least he has real jokes set up in a punchline. You just say edgy things. It's like, yeah, and who's the funnier guy? Me. It turns out just saying edgy things is funnier than setting up an unfunny joke. You know, humor is not that complex. Okay, we're not stand-up comedians. We're e-clowns, which I don't know. I guess there's probably a little bit of crossover there. He literally didn't make a single funny joke that whole video. He just said the baddie, the bitch, the bad bitch over and over. Yeah. Yeah. That's why it was just, I don't know, it was some guy trolling. But it's like, you can't really troll me like that because saying edgy things is awesome. Firestorm, thanks to the membership. Wotan, thanks to the $2. All 3 desert beliefs promote global brown hell. Yeah, clearly the Middle East was a mistake. Glorious Europa, that's the future and the present and the past and all good things. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. Happy to see at least Ireland is growing a nutsack. Yeah, I was impressed by that. Eli, thanks to the $3 and the blushing Doge. Why would Doge blush? Hold on, Ricardo showed up and then there's a million like $2 super chats. Okay, hold on. Shadow1910, thanks to the $2. Might makes right. November Hotel, thanks to the $20. How to make a game immersive by you. Alright, well, no offense to the other guy earlier, but I hope it's better.
What makes a game immersive? Is it the photorealistic graphics, or the cinematic cutscenes, or the polygon count of an onion?
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Immersion in video games is a widely discussed topic in the gaming industry and is often associated with graphical advancements.
It's funny, this video is 2 years old, right? It's just, I can't think of Kingdom Come Deliverance anymore without thinking of the second one. Kind of sad.
Games is a widely discussed topic in the gaming industry and is often associated with graphical advancements and realism, but I found that some of the most immersive games I've ever played look like this.
Oh my goodness!
I just finished my first ever playthrough of Fallout 1 a few days ago and was fully invested in the characters. I dove deep into understanding all the factions and their motives, and explored every bit of the wasteland that I could. So even without these onions, I was completely immersed in a game from 1997. So what made Fallout 1 immersive for me?
I would have been immersed if it wasn't for the fact that I streamed it. You know, streaming does kind of hurt immersion quite a bit when you're trying to be an entertainer. I was impressed the game lets you, you know, beat it without even meeting the master, though. That was kind of crazy.
And to ask the broader question again, what makes any game immersive? The answer will almost always depend on your own tastes, but I think there are some elements that objectively make a world feel more alive. And these are the things I find are most important to get me fully invested and immersed in a game.
Guys, this is my arch nemesis game right here. I don't know, most people forget because it's been so many years. I feel like, ironically, I'd probably enjoy it a little bit more if I played it now because, like, when I reviewed the game, I'd only been playing on PC like a year, so I have a much better feel for mouse and keyboard controls now, because like I was a console gamer my whole life. That being said, I think most of my core issues with the game relate to its like rock paper scissors or put the square in the square hole type combat. I hate that. Like, I don't want to put the fucking round peg in the round hole. If I can manage to shove it in the square hole, I should win. You know what I mean?
Games world. Environmental storytelling is a way of delivering the story through the gameplay systems and the world design itself in a non-linear way.
It's funny, despite the soundtrack not being like one of the better ones, I do recognize the Kingdoms of Amalur music in the background here. Probably because I played the game twice, which given how, I don't know, non-replayable the game is, despite being an RPG, I probably shouldn't have played it twice. But I'm having flashbacks to other streams right now for some reason. It has nothing to do with this video, but I was thinking of the Disaster stream where I played the newly released DLC that they made for the game like 10 years after it came out, and I was under-leveled despite having beaten the game. I was under-leveled for the DLC they released, and we had to switch games.
It's both visual and auditory storytelling without the need of explicitly telling you what's happening through cutscenes or dialogue. It's the scenery, or the placements of enemies and items, the ambient sounds, or lack thereof, that set the stage and speak for themselves. BioShock is one of the best examples of how a game's environment alone can be effective at telling a story. If you were to remove the audio diaries and the characters that speak to you like Atlas or Tenenbaum, the world of Rapture would still convey an engrossing and haunting story through its visuals.
It is crazy. Again, this just shows how strong aesthetic is. You look at this, this is better looking, you know, at least more pleasing to the eye than most games now, and this came out in 2007. It's just that there's no fucking... Everyone sucks now. Like, BioShock is a very overrated game for various reasons, even disregarding the political propaganda aspect. I just don't think the shooting is very good. But the visuals are completely timeless. Like, people... I wouldn't be shocked that most people like the game more for the visuals than anything else.
Through its visuals. New Year's Day, 1959. This underwater utopia was turned upside down. Chaos ensuing amongst every district, from high society clubs and theaters to farmers markets and fishing ports. Each area does a great job at showing the kind of place Rapture was, and then what it became after shit hit the fan. Warnings written out in blood, corpses strung up in grotesque ways, advertisements for different professions that lead to sinister discoveries. Rapture visually represents the potential nightmare of a world with unregulated capitalism and objectivist morality, almost like current year America. In BioShock Infinite, the environments completely embody the theocratic American exceptionalism, and on the surface makes Columbia appear like this perfect, pure Christian society, until you start digging a little bit deeper and peeking into the cracks of their infrastructure.
What's so weird about this is they clearly had no idea what the fuck they were doing. Like, they want to portray, like, oh my god, look at, you know, how horrifying this racist society is. And then they have the lead black woman who is, you know, she's leading the rebellion. You go into, like, the alternate timeline, and she's, like, slaughtering innocent people and shit. Which, I mean, to be fair, I mean, that's probably realistic. But what message are you even trying to push right now? Like, what? You just completely went against the supposed, like, racism bad messaging about halfway through the game.
Sort of like Mormons in Utah. This is all done through visuals alone. The narratives and the dialogue of the BioShock games are great, but it's the environments that really sell the whole thing. The narratives and dialogue can only work if the world itself is already believable and established. In the first Dark Souls, there are so many memorable locations and revelations, like venturing deep into Blighttown and seeing just how far your descent to the swamp below will be, first gracing the beauty of Anne Orlando, or navigating an idyllic crystal cave on the way to discover what it hides. But I don't think anyone will forget their first time discovering Ash Lake. The haunting music that evokes a remembrance for this home of the ancient dragons, this vast emptiness of a long, strange pathway of sand, the miles of trees still speculated and discussed about today on their true purpose, and to be greeted by an everlasting dragon at the pathway's end. Ash Lake is one of the most fascinating locations in the Souls franchise, and yet we know so little about it.
Yeah, that's why it's fascinating. You know, Vati could, you know, squeeze out a 45-minute video pulling bullshit out his ass, but in reality, yeah, we don't know anything, and that's what makes it interesting. You know, Lour, I'll get off this frame. I don't know what
the curiosity and wonder that it elicits.
But yes, exactly.
The cool thing about environmental storytelling is that it requires a certain level of deductive reasoning from the player. It encourages exploration for the player to actively partake in the storytelling through discovery. We are the ones that must connect the dots, determine the morality of certain characters, understand how we fit into the world. It's a design that respects the player's intelligence, like in Fallout New Vegas, and its numerous hints and clues about the backstories of various characters throughout its world. No Bark Noonan might just seem like a crazy old geezer, but do a little bit of digging, and there's a good case to be made that No Bark might just be the chosen one from the first Fallout game.
If anyone asks, we never spoke.
Halo Combat Evolved is a game that you might imagine is a fairly straightforward, by the books.
I know I barely went into this in my Summer Game Fest video, but the rabbit hole with the remake is just sprint, third person mode, 3 new levels with the guns from the other games, fucking one-liners. I can't remember if it was actually confirmed or if people were trolling, but I think there was people saying Cortana's gonna have more lines saying focus M type shit. It's like, dude, what the That's why this was something you guys were saying in the video, and you said it in the stream as well. When I was going on one of my God of War rants, and I was saying, like, it's the most raped franchise ever, people were like, well, you know, it's up there, but Halo, you know, Star Wars, blah, blah, blah. My case for those, I guess, though, is I think the difference between what happened to God of War and what happened to Halo and Star Wars is, I think Star Wars is number one, to be fair. That Star Wars actually is number one. But in Halo's case, Halo kind of still looks like Halo if you squint. I don't think God of War even resembles God of War by any metric. So, yeah, Halo was raped twice as long as God of War, but I think God of War was raped way harder. Like Kratos did to those Korean pop stars that women like. Sorry, you know, that rant. It was something I was thinking about, just like, I was just seething for no reason, because I think I was doing yard work or something. My brain was just wandering.
Linear FPS campaign, and in many ways, it is. But it houses a lot of environmental storytelling through its missions, and there's no better example than in the mission 343 Guilty Spark. You land in a foggy swamp. A crashed Pelican dropship is nearby.
Where'd that come from? You had to be there earlier in the stream. Okay, long story short, to spoon feed people who weren't here earlier in the stream, there was a recent viral Twitter controversy where men seem to think that women find old Kratos attractive. Women on Twitter said no, only gay men find Kratos attractive. I went on this big schizo rant, said some kind of gay shit, and, you know, I don't know, it was funny. Watch the VOD, I guess.
A radio transmission about some new kind of hostile enemy. Venturing deeper, and your radar begins to light up with yellow dots, meaning you're being surrounded by an enemy that your radar doesn't recognize. When pushing further, a bunch of Covenant can be seen fleeing the area. You push forward. You come across a few more Covenant, this time holding a defensive line facing into the facility. Further in, you find signs of a bloodbath of both Marines and Covenant, and a yellow substance raining down from above. And eventually, you encounter a Marine shouting,
Stay back! Stay back! You're not turning me into one of those things! I'll blow your brains out! Get away from me!
So far we've been soaking in a lot of visual storytelling that heavily foreshadows the remainder of the mission. And after finding a helmet cam with footage of some of these Marines getting attacked, you eventually find yourself encountering that same threat, the Flood. The storytelling of 343 Guilty Spark isn't completely spelled out for you, but if you pay at least a little bit of attention to your surroundings throughout, you're going to pick up on the foreshadowing and some amazing details. My favorite detail in the aftermath is being able to find the bodies of 2 Marines and 2 Jackals on top of a barrier, surrounded by ammunition, implying that the Covenant and the Marines, in this last moment, died fighting together against this new common enemy, holding the line against the Flood. Now this is another great strength of environmental storytelling. You are discovering it while actually playing the game. No need to sit through hours of cutscenes or dialogue.
There wasn't that big of a backlash when this came out. It was more minor because you could argue it was more a matter of taste. But the fact that this game has 20 hours of cutscenes. 20 hours. For, like, it's sad because I think the actual action combat was decent. But 20 fucking hours of cutscenes. There's no story. Can you imagine? I know I've already said this a bunch of times, but can you imagine if movies were 20 hours long? Like, you have to sit in the theater for 20 fucking hours. I mean, the equivalent would be more like, you know, you just watch a 20-hour movie in chunks, like, at home. But I'm saying, like, an art form like this does a visual medium. In a book, you can take your time. If you're a complete retard, it takes you 20 minutes to read a page. Or if you're just extremely ADHD and reread the same sentence 5 times because it's not processing, that's fine. You can take the books at your own pace. This, I'm at the mercy. I have no choice. There's nothing I can do except I guess if the last resort is you skip cutscenes. But if you're skipping cutscenes, you should just get a fucking refund because it's slop. Like, especially when most of the game is cutscenes.
Hours of cutscenes or dialogue, just get straight into the action. And if you pay attention to the environment, you're going to experience the deeper aspects of a story. It's in games like this, or games like Fallout or Dark Souls, where I'm left more to my own devices, that I become more connected to the world and story because it feels like I'm an active participant, rather than just a passive viewer. Now, this doesn't mean that dialogue and exposition in games is all bad, though oftentimes it can be. I think of far too many games that have characters constantly spell things out for you, too many menus to read through with too much information, dumped on you in a short amount of time, and I think that does nothing but turn me and many others off from a game completely. It's not an enjoyable or engaging way to experience a story. It's like being in a college lecture versus a more hands-on learning experience. Humans are visual creatures after all. But that being said, some games are heavy on the dialogue and use it to enrich the story. BioShock does this, and it fits perfectly because it doesn't disrupt the gameplay to show a cutscene. 90% of its story is happening while you're experiencing it. Firewatch is probably the best example of good dialogue that services the environmental storytelling. Most of the dialogue happens over radio between Henry and Delilah, and often they discuss things the player is seeing or witnessing. Henry and Delilah's conversations also feel believable and real because of how well written the conversations are. From fixing a power line to finding teens drinking at the lake, or discussing a research station deep inside the woods, there's always good back and forth of dialogue in Firewatch. And it's becoming more and more rare to find any media with dialogue that actually feels realistic or isn't a big pile of cringe, so games with genuine adult themes and dialogue is another massive way I can become immersed in a story. I often question why games are even rated M for mature these days because the dialogue is almost always geared towards the absolute lowest common denominator, with all the intelligence of a cucumber.
I just... every time, man. That scene... How long was that scene? Like 7 or 8 minutes or something? Like, this was one of the first times where I was just like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Like, what are we actually doing? And yeah, I forgot about this, but yeah, she was a redhead in Ragnarok, and they changed her hair color in the new game. Like, we're literally at the point where when we're using the likenesses of actresses, it has to be literally them. Like, video games have reached the movie phase so completely that this is like, dude, this is the Brad Pitt video game. Brad Pitt's in it. Like, fuck you, you fucking normal fags. I hate you. God damn. I hate you. I hate you. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't give a fuck about Deborah Ann Wall, whatever. She hit the fucking wall. That's what I should have said in the video. I'll say it in the review.
Towards the absolute lowest common denominator, with all the intelligence of a cucumber.
Love the confidence. But before you pull the ripcord, I'm afraid I need to add a bit of a wrinkle.
I think one of the biggest reasons I can't get into Starfield is the writing and the dialogue. That game has so many problems that I'll get into in another video at some point, but one of the biggest is the Gen Z Disney Star Wars cornball dialogue. Their dialogue plays it extremely safe, is super vanilla and predictable, and just downright embarrassing at times. Starfield NPCs don't feel like real characters at any point. They feel like a ChatGPT script. They speak like an actual AI. They behave like AI. And yes, NPCs are technically AI, but characters in these games are at least believable characters that happen to be AI. You get the difference? Ubisoft isn't known for amazing dialogue in their games, but I just finished another playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, my personal favorite AC title, because I'm working on a retrospective of the game before the release of Mirage in October. Subscribe so you don't miss it. And it's incredible to pick out so many good bits of dialogue in the conversations. 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄's interactions with every single NPC and character always felt believable and charming. The dialogue is huge for immersion for me in that game.
Be careful, Ezio. Do you know who that was?
My next conquest.
I don't think so, Ezio. That's Caterina Sforza, daughter of the Duca di Milano. Her husband is...
Husband?
Si, her husband is the Lord of Forli.
Husband.
That woman is as powerful and dangerous as she is young and beautiful.
Sempre come una donna per me.
He doesn't even care that she is. Yeah, well, you know, video games used to be written by real humans. Now they're written by, you know, the lowest dregs of society. I'm so happy about that.
I recently spoke about video game graphics versus art style in a recent video, and I wanted to again touch on art and visual style a bit more to explain how it plays a role in immersing me in a video game. Now, I'm a fan of almost any art style. I may have stronger preferences than others, but these three games have wildly different art styles and visual styles, yet I would consider them some of the most immersive games I've ever played. I think what art style and visuals need to do is be consistent. From Software games always feel like you're inside a painting. The side-scrolling Ori games also achieve that same feeling. Borderlands has a look of a comic book, and Hi-Fi Rush is a bit similar with its cel-shaded art style. A game like Battlefield 1 went for a very photorealistic look, and all of these games can be described as immersive to me because they are consistently catering to their visual style. Now I'm gonna rag on Starfield a bit more here because there are times that the game looks pretty good, mostly when looking at landscapes or close-up textures, but the lighting of most areas is always inconsistent, with many indoor areas feeling...
This is a huge thing I've noticed for modern games, because, you know, if you've seen one of my video thumbnails, you've seen them all. I just need a close-up of a face with good lighting, and you'd be shocked how hard that is for some games. Genuinely difficult to just get a character's face in a well-lit area. Yeah, that's realistic lighting for you.
Washed out or too dark, with conflicting light sources, and of course...
Oh yeah, this one doesn't even make sense. Genuinely, yeah, that one's just... what the fuck? I don't know.
Of course, all the characters are often incredibly ugly and even more uncanny than Cyberpunk. I don't know how Fallout 3 and New Vegas from over 10 years ago can have a more consistent visual style and art direction, with somehow even less ugly lighting and characters than Starfield, but it really is true.
Since video thumbnails are creatively bankrupt. At this point, though, that's like my thing. Like, the way you know it's one of my videos is if it looks like that, you know? The Starfield. The sad thing about the Starfield NPC thing is I feel like we've seen multiple other games that have similar looking characters. They're just never in first person, because I think even just subconsciously a lot of this, you know, like a lot of this stuff is just DEI stuff. They got to get that ESG funding and all that, you know, we talk about it a million times. But if the player sees it like it's really in your face, then it's distractingly horrific, right? So a lot of times when they have Starfield tier NPCs, it's not going to be a game where you look at them. You're going to look at them in a fucking Bethesda RPG. Of course you are. That's like half the fucking appeal of these games. That's why it's so absurd.
Starfield is simultaneously one of the best looking games out right now, and also one of the absolute ugliest. And I think it goes back to a matter of believability. A world doesn't have to necessarily be super realistic to be believable.
We were talking about Kingdoms of Amalur earlier. Here it is, right here.
It just has to adhere to its tone, setting, and atmosphere. Games made in the Source engine, like Portal and Half-Life, are some of the most immersive gaming experiences I've ever had, and I didn't play those games until just last year. They have a timeless visual style, and you're given a lot of freedom with the gameplay sandbox that makes those games fully engross you in the experience. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker has a very cartoon and stylized art direction, but I can't help but feel fully immersed when sailing the sea at night, or exploring the various dungeons. Battlefield 1 is a good example of realism done right. It isn't historically accurate to World War I all the time, but it feels believable even though a lot of the weapons and means of battle were only conceptual
of the
of that time.
Automatic weapons.
It is a video game at the end of the day, so making Battlefield 1 be a trench warfare simulator would probably be incredibly boring. So instead, DICE took weapons and areas of the real world and gamified them into something incredibly immersive. Soldiers screaming as they charge into battle, the intense sound design, the overcast lighting of the battlefields, the epic soundtracks, the photorealism where it actually counts, and the attention to detail like mud buildup on your weapons. So many things were done to drop the player right inside a real-world war. But one underrated aspect of immersion that doesn't get a lot of attention is in the interactivity of a game's world. If a game has a train, can you hop on and ride it? Can I kill any NPC in the game, even the named and important ones? If I have a map...
And fucking Jank Slop, Early Access, Strange Seed, you could kill them. You could kill all the NPCs, dude. I mean, it would definitely be questionable if you couldn't, given it was a, you know, the whole point of the game is killing things to mutate, but I'm glad you could. Even the Jank Slop Early Access dev team knew you should be able to kill NPCs.
Map of the world, is it in a menu, or does my character actually pull out a map and read it? Far Cry 2, Firewatch, and Sea of Thieves do maps perfectly. Or using your Pip-Boy in Fallout to access the entirety of your UI is another great example of in-game interactivity. It lessens the layers of video gaminess and makes even the menus feel in-universe. Again, Starfield really struggles here with 60% of the gameplay and exploration all taking place inside menus and loading screens, rather than say a more clever system like what No Man's Sky has implemented. Also, why is there no gore in that game? Isn't the game rated M for mature? Why?
That's what's crazy. They literally just basically ported over Fallout 4 shooting, but they removed gore. They purposely made the most sanitized game ever of all time. It is so mind-boggling.
Bethesda went out of their way to remove gore from Starfield despite being a staple in every game since Fallout 3 is just beyond me. It makes the game feel much less reactive to your violent actions when enemies just kind of fall over. But I digress, that's enough about Starfield. So what makes a game immersive? Well, I'm going to try and sum it up in a short paragraph. It's a sense of grandeur, mystery, and player discovery, world building through character dialogue, and environmental storytelling. A lot of show, don't tell. In-game interactivity, and a consistent art and visual direction. This is what immerses players in a game, and so many different types of games can reach that criteria. But let me know what you guys think in the comments section.
Yeah, I agree. Good video. Solid. Subscribe to November Hotel. Since he gave me $20. That's how low my price is these days. But it was a good video though. Anyway, Ugly Bad 4, thanks to $5. I started playing Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom because of you, and it's spectacular. Never stop recommending retarded baby games, King. Yeah, that I mean, I have no regrets shilling that game because it's the best 3D platformer that's come out in like the past 10 years, which is kind of crazy. But I'm sure I will compare all future 3D platformer releases to that game alongside all the other, you know, old games I played. You're affordable. No, you guys know me. Like, I don't really like it's the type of, I don't know. It's basically the situation where I do like giving people constructive criticism. That video was pretty solid though. I got to be honest. I don't have too much to say on this one. This was actually good. But as for that other one we watched earlier, you know, sometimes it's more difficult because there's so many things that need to be worked on. But you got to start. You got to start somewhere. So just do the important stuff. Undead Warrior, thanks to the $5. Watch Goku starts noticing. You're too late to the party. And not only did someone recommend that the last video watching segment, but I'd also already watched it before that last video watching segment. But I did react to it, and there might be a clip somewhere. Red Jerd does clips of my reactions and stuff, doesn't he? I don't know if he made a vid or not. Stallion Milk, thanks to the $5. Watch Oy Vey Shut It Down by Ragstein Rev. Also, sorry, Synth, but I watched the Deranged Doomer stream in his room. Mog's yours. It may be over. Maybe when I move, I'll try and gamer it up or maybe clean it up more. But this is what I got. By any chance in the future, would you stream the 2008 OG Dead Space? I did a few years ago, but I guess I could again at some point. Probably not soon, though. I was actually thinking about possibly streaming Dead Space 2, because I think the last time I streamed Dead Space 2, I didn't even finish it. I think I played about 2/3 of the way through, which is ironic, because I actually like Dead Space 2 a little bit more than 1. But, yeah, I streamed both of them in the past, and I streamed Dead Space 3 with Thomas. Boy, Vey, shut it down. Get down. I've actually seen this guy before, I think. Not this specific song, though.
You always know when you get close to the Viper's den, cause you
yeah, actually I have heard this before. Yeah, this is good.
The hornet's nest will descend upon you with the Shekinah. We fudged the scores, we fund the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo was a loser. It's protocol to hoax it all, like each pathogenic menace we design. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline
This is why Devin's voice is gone.
Oi, they shut it down, the Goyim know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands that had the Midas touch. Call me Meshuggah for noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hey! Go tweet on X that being Caucasian is best. Prepare to be filleted alive completely. And if you try to claim that invaders can't remain, we'll greet you by obscenely chimbering out. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is retarded. It's only a fad when every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember, you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you hope and social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't Oi, they shut it down, the Goyim know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands.
It is pretty fucking catchy. I think I watched a previous version of this is what I did. Yeah, because this is 3 weeks ago. I so this is just the current year version. I don't know which version I listened to, but I definitely listened to a version of this by this guy. Let's see. Yakub, thanks for the $2. White Pianimus will rise again. His old channel got deleted. This is new one. I see. I wonder why it got deleted. Truly a mystery. It makes it sound like an old Disney movie villain song, which is why I probably love it so much. Yeah, it's good. Undead Warrior, thanks for $5. Since you've already watched the Goku vid, watch last two Afghan toucans fight each other. Okay. Last two Afghan Jews fighting each other.
پارسال نبرده بودیم پارسال همه رو پیدا میکنیم خوب آسان چند نفر بودم 3 نفر نه 2 نفر 2 نفر یکی تابله میداد یکی چی میکرد اما شما گفته که خوب نبودن این خلاص شما گفته که خوب نبودن یادتون رفت خب چی کنه ابو صدرالدین نیامد گفت بهش گفتم شما مجله داریم اومد من بهش گفتم گفت خب زولان باز ریزنی کرد زولان گفتن گفتی بشه از اون رو شما بیا چرا دو میزنی زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا گپ بدی نگفتم من به تو گفتم صدری نمیگی بیا صدری نمیگی بیا یه براش تار بزن
Literally just shouting it like.
من تو چی گفتم چی گفتم من تو را اینو چی میگه اینه من به تو برای تو کپی ندارم اینه دان اینجا شیشه بیادش فرسان کن اینه دان اینجا شیشه بیا فرسان کن این من برای تو چی گفتم زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا من به تو بدی نگفتم دان اینجا شاشته اینه یه نان میخوره بیا من به تو گپ بدی نگفتم تو دو میزنی دیگه چی گپ داری پدر میگی مرده میگی زن میگی فاش میگی هر چی میخوای میگی چرا بیگناه بشی تقصیر اسرائیلی چی شد افریقی چی شد دوستی رفیقی چی شد من یکی با پدرت کردم با مادرت کردم با برادرات کردم تو که یکی اکبر هم بره برباد کردی من گویی من نصارا من گابر من ترسا تو خوب او یالا کار من دیگه یالا کار من هر چی که تو میگی من هستم چی میگی زده من یالا کن تو خوب من بعد گوش نمیکنم من بعد سگ وارینو به جونه میفته بینی چی میگه گوش نمیکنم من به تو گپی ندارم میگو سعددین گفتم سعددین گفتم زولان گفتی پیش دو بره تو خب پیش دو بره تو به جان من میده پدر مرده و زنده فاش کنی میگی
My God. Yeah, that really, the clip speaks for itself, I think. Meenock, thanks to $2. I see Raymond left YouTube. It's over. Why do you leave YouTube? He just ran out of stuff to yell about. I don't know. There's always more to yell about. This is how you and your brothers speak to each other? No. Have I seen the Human Shield animation? I'm not sure what you mean. He said he would leave if he couldn't get laid. What was he expecting to happen? Dude, my escapism is dead video is here. YouTube knows. Actually, what I was thinking of was the sincerity is dead video when I was listening to the November Hotel video, because that's usually what I'm thinking of when it comes to the modern writing. They can't write any serious immersive scenarios because they'll cringe. I'll cringe at taking this seriously again, because they're not hiring nerds. Nerds can take any setting seriously. Aryan Rooftop Party, thanks to the 5 pounds. Dude, I friggin' love Troon Slop Indies. Trans flag. We are so back. Yeah, golden age. Platinum age of gaming. Eli, thanks to the $2. Dog Ice Cube. Yeah, well, made Soph throw up. That dog is damaged. Wotan, thanks to $2. This guy has a prep subscription. Talking about. I forgot the guy's name already. Whatever, the golden age guy. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $2. W, then another $2. I, then another $2. G, what does that spell? It checks, thanks to the 2 Canadian. Wig, he just straight up wrote wig in all caps. And then another 2 Canadian from Checks and a cool pair. And then Ricardo with $2 and a blushing pair. Jack Mac with $3 and a pair with hearts. Flashpoint, yeah, I don't know, brain damage. Flashpoint, thanks to the $5, and a how's it going pair. JRF7, thanks to the 4 months of membership, and it was just like a pair, but not one of the animated ones. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the 17 months of membership, and it's 4 pairs. Eli, thanks to the $10, and a pair laughing, like rolling around on the ground laughing. He's LMAOing. He's raffling. He's raffle mowing. Anyway. Stallion Milk, thanks to the $2. Dad isn't coming back with the milk, is he? How long has he been gone? I'm assuming that was me when I was cleaning up the vomit. Checks, thanks to the 10 Canadian and the 𝐂𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 uppercut. The actual reason Raymond left YouTube is because he was getting mass supported by someone and ended up getting 2 community guideline strikes from the whole ordeal. Why can't people just let people be edgy? Why must it be this way? Why are we not allowed to say what we want? It's messed up. You know, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But, you know, if Dead by Daylight is like the #1 game where the players hate the game, Helldivers 2 has to be in the top 5, because I swear the only videos I ever get recommended on it are people who hate the game. Anyway, Dude Mon, thanks for the $10 and the Doge with a heart. Jack Mack, thanks for the 1 gifted membership. Ricardo, thanks for $5. This dude's Yoshi mug is full of his wife's boyfriend's strange seed. I'm going to wake up to an email tomorrow like, dude, what the fuck? Why'd you say that? That's why I respect the Bay Stiff True for actually coming here and you know, talking normal. Because, like, it's too many times, like, I'll just talk shit about somebody and then, like, you know, it's... I mean, you... See, now I'm thinking of, like, I am the Jew in this scenario. I piss off 109 other YouTubers, but it's all their fault. It's all their fault, okay? Okay, they're all anti-synthetic. They're anti-synthetic. They're anti-synthetic. I'm done with this. 190. Holy shit. Avalanche Reviews is not abused, yeah. Anyway, it's never my fault. Anyway. I'm in a mood right now. I think it's because I'm getting a little tired and loopy. Jack Mac, thanks to the 1 gifted, 2 gifted. He sent another one later. Hold on. Arian Rooftop Party, thanks to the 2 pounds. It was very fun. I haven't played it yet. Yeah, that was so brutal. That made me mad. Jack Mac with a 3rd gifted. Thanks. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks for $5. This guy says to get on the hype train. Have you ever traveled on the hype train? It's full of brown mongoloid rapists and Reddit troons. Yeah, Black Metal Gamer, thanks $5. I wonder if at least one redneck went to the theater and asked to buy tickets to see the Magical Negro movie. Well, it's possible. I don't know if anyone even watched that movie though. It supposedly made money. Not a lot, but you know, more than one person saw it, possibly. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $10. I run ChatGPT. I know everything you tell your mom she feeds into us. 2 weeks ago, you were complaining to us that your 15 burgers weren't smashed enough. Give her a break, bro. Listen, you gave me a 4 out of 10. A 4! As a game reviewer, a 4 out of 10. Fuck you. They stole that from Reddit. I don't know what training data it was fed about a 4 out of 10. I'm holding back. I need to fight ChatGPT. Boxing match. Me versus AI data center. Let's go. Anyway. Eli, thanks to the $5. I don't read. I watch The Synthetic Man based. Yeah, it did give me a 7 out of 10 for personality. I can't be mad about that. I think that's fine. 7 out of 10 for personalities is that's a fine score, but 4 out of 10 reviewer is too harsh. Come on now. Brian C, thanks to the $2, says the world is brain rotted, makes brain rot. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I know some of you guys like the soy jack party humor. It hurts me. It hurts me. I don't like it. M. Garcia, thanks to $2. Watch The Goyim Are Intolerable by Soy Society. Oh, that's fucking hell. I'm like fat fingering so hard, and I was about to write bye in there too. I gotta end the stream soon. I can feel my brain is melting a little bit. Let's see. I think YouTube doesn't like Goyim. I wonder why. Oops. Let's just type Soy Society. Let's see if we can find it. Okay.
The Goyim.
So technically,
I think I've seen this channel
according to
before.
the strict law of the Torah, not one Gentile in the world deserves to live.
The most terrifying caste in the modern world. Ignorant, sheep-like, obese, and most importantly, subservient to their supreme overlords. Today I will be classifying just what exactly the Goyim are. Disclaimer: this is a kosher video. This video is strictly for educational and sarcastic purposes. I do not promote any hate, as we are all equal under our true God, Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyways, the word Goyim has picked up steam in the past few months, notably for its use in the totally Democrat sham that is the Epstein files.
But it's really a Democrat hoax, because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation.
Now, the technical term for a goy is from the Talmud, which is basically a series of arguments between rabbis on what Judaism should be.
What's up? What's up?
Nonetheless, the Goyim is derived from the word nation, referring to all non-Jewish people, which is completely normal, by the way. However, words tend to evolve in meaning over time, and the Goyim has essentially turned into a name to describe.
Listen, I'm not gonna. I don't know why there was fat furry shit in this video. Let's move on.
Mindless government drones. But it runs so much deeper than that, so I will be going over the many attributes of the Goyim, as well as the common Goyim archetypes we see, starting with the Boomer Goyim. The average Boomer Goy has lived through the most prosperous times of history and has left a giant fucking mess. Nowadays, all they do is sit on their couch and watch Fox News all day long. The Boomer Goy will vote for whoever promises to send the most of their grandchild's McDonald's paycheck to that one specific country. Boomers are by far the most mobilized voters, just so they can milk out as many government programs just to keep breathing oxygen. Despite being the laziest generation, they will berate any Zoomer that complains about the housing and job market, which they voted for on the behest of Fox News, which leads me to my second point, media consumption.
Dude, this is the shit. It hurts, chat. It's not even funny. This is painful. Like, seeing this hurts me. It's pain.
The Goyim has absolute trust in the mainstream media. The Goyim would have called you crazy conspiracy theorists 10 years ago for saying that there is an elite child trafficking ring. As a side note, the Goyim are just so fucking ignorant. The Jeffrey Epstein written American education system is so horrible that most Goyim are—
Yeah, name a single— I like the misspelling there. Single country award. I don't even want to see the pain.
Are actually—
You know, never mind. We already ranted about women like 10 times this stream. like 10 times, but I wouldn't even be shocked if she's like a fucking nurse or something. Like the amount of women just can suck dick through college. Like they can know literally nothing, have no talent, it's fucking somehow they all get degrees despite being fucking retards. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, had to say that.
International identify in unusual, aggressive, paratistic, and thick.
Most Goyim just can't comprehend that we're living under an occupied government. Like, seriously, that Goy slop cannot be that good. Although, this is rapidly changing thanks to the George Floyd Agarthian Instagram reels.
George Floyd Agarthian Instagram. Oh my god, what the fuck are we talking about?
Now, there are specific archetypes of Goyim. The first of which we will be discussing is based on the ethnicity. White Goyim are generally racially cucked into supporting 10 million Mohammeds into their country, and then they will turn around and get so mad that their country has turned into a violent, rape-infested shithole.
Okay, well, those aren't the same people. The women are voting the rapists in, and then what actually happens is the women are mad that men are committing crimes. You know, that's... I mean, the Redditors don't live in these places. And even if they do, they'll somehow say, you know, socioeconomic factors.
And on the other hand, we have the black Goyim. Their use is to never be something as great or even better than the white Goyim, but to act as troops to tear down and kill the old system. The overlords do not care about the well-being of African Americans, which is plainly visible with the CIA control destroying the entire black community. These CIA Red 40 Kool-Aid pineapples is a perfect example.
Yeah, I heard about this. I didn't actually watch anything, but I think it was a different YouTube video that I was thinking of clicking on earlier. It's Diabetes Speedrun.
Hey!
The number one cause of death for African Americans is actually obesity-related and heart disease. Not Derek Chauvin like BLM might have you believe.
Wait, I'm not going back, but was there nudity on the right side there? I think there was. Alright, whatever.
And our final category of Goyim race is Indians. Indians are the replacement class. It's a simple tried and true strategy. You import third world foreigners to work slave wages and be subsidized through the government programs paid for by the native population. Which is why Indians in Israel are actually extremely close, though it's actually more like making friends with a retarded kid at school, so you can manipulate him to shit all over the urinals. But for some reason, they aren't welcome in Israel, which is really weird because according to them, diversity is our greatest strength. The next common Goyim archetype can simply be explained with this image. You have the free Palpatine retards that live for the most Israeli-coded values, and then the super MAGA pro-Trump conservatives that shift to the ever-increasing left-leaning goalposts that just can't get Trump's dick out of their mouth to see that he's become a puppet of Israel. And finally, we have the Goy Slop. Fundamentally, Goy Slop is any media, food, or activities that are meant to drag your value down as a human. I could spend a whole nother video ranking specific Goy Slop.
Hold on, let's see the tier list. Goy Slop tier list, you cannot be saved. Pure Goy cattle. I can't believe you would put Monster energy drinks there. I haven't had an energy drink in so long now, I miss them. But it's good that I don't drink them anymore, but I do miss them. Okay. I'm shocked I don't see, like, video games on here. Clearly, video games are high art. They're not on the Goy Slop tier list, but they should be, honestly. They should be. they should be on here.
But I want to dedicate this segment to the most lethal type, Goy Feed. Heart disease and other obesity-related deaths are the leading cause of death in America. Just to put that into perspective, that McPickle Pounder is indirectly responsible for 300 to 500,000 deaths in America each year. I'm no mathematician, but that's 6 million deaths every 12 to 20 years. I could spend another 3 hours yapping about how modern food is all designed to keep you eating, but in conclusion, just learn from 𝐂𝐿𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒. Anyways, that's all. Please like and subscribe.
You know, this reminds me of shit. I said I wasn't going to talk about my mom anymore. Well, anyway, the newest thing that my mom is addicted to is the Diary of a CEO podcast. Definitely not some psyop shit, but excuse me. But basically, I don't know. There's some health guy on there who has like type 1 diabetes, and he's trying to shill like taking ketones, not inducing ketosis, but taking ketones or something, which is just like I don't even know what the fuck. But the shit the problem with all these experts, they always expose themselves when they have to take like a full minute to explain something that would take an average person 2 seconds. This motherfucker used so many big words to basically say American food has added sugar and salt to keep you consuming. He literally had to say that over the course of like 8 sentences. These are the type of motherfuckers who say I make base slop because I don't talk like some fucking, you know, let's be real, Jew. He's not Jewish though. I looked it up. The guy, me and Devin, we dug. And as far as we could tell, I don't think he was Jewish. But so anyway, my point is my mom is into all these Diary of a CEO things, and it's always scams. Even the shit where it doesn't seem like they're selling you something. What they're selling you is a radical lifestyle changes that could damage your organs. You know what I mean? Like, he's a type 1 diabetic. His advice does not apply to the vast majority of the population. Americans are type 2 diabetics. It's different. His type is like the sickly motherfuckers. Anyway, I'm not gonna ramble about this. Ricardo, thanks for $5. Just out of curiosity, you keep saying you're an entertainer. What do you put on your tax returns? Entertainer, bald chud? If you're, nah, you know, never mind. I'm not gonna talk about this. They're actually, it's weird. It's weird how it's handled. It's weird how it's handled. But I've never had any issues with my taxes, so I'll say that much. Okay. Actually, that's a lie. That's a lie. I have had issues with my taxes. They've actually charged me for underpaying my taxes twice now, which is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Like, yeah, you didn't give the government enough money. Cool. Yeah, I'm not going to elaborate further, but no, I don't write entertainer as my job. I wish I could do YouTube content creator as like an actual, like technically it is part of it, but it's not, there's no category to file your taxes as YouTube content creator. Sorry, we're not advanced enough in society for that. Maybe in another 20 years. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. A game's tone, atmosphere, and art style is very key. Yes. Yeah, but games, I think it really just ties back to sincerity is dead. It's a shame I've wasted that. I wouldn't say waste. I think it was a good video. It was a good video, but I want to make the video again. I don't know. I'll come up with a lazy title that is still basically sincerity is dead. Vest Molo, thanks to the $5. I hope MGS2 is never remade. The ending gets better the older you get. And they'll retcon it so it means we should let mongrels and women pass on their ideas. I think it's more likely if it was remade, they would just slightly shift the meaning of AI. Because it would not be hard for them to just change AI to be like, you know, support gay-ass trans artists, blah, blah, blah. That's the problem with AI, not all the political manipulation, you know, living in the Matrix tier shit. None of that. But commenting about LLMs replacing 𝐂𝐿𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 trans artists, that's what it's going to be about. That's my prediction. Can't talk about AI anymore. Jay Wintry, thanks for the 5 months of membership. Please watch Sasuke Meets KB West by Maddie Redux. By the way, Synthler, I sent you a link to the Seethe post. That's some of the Synths we're talking about. Which Seethe post? Let me see. Oh, on Twitter. Bro hates every piece of media in existence except Kirby. What do you mean? I talk about Spyro all the time. The dude browsed my YouTube channel. I guarantee I know exactly what he did. He clicked on my channel, looked at videos, and saw the only positive review I've made in the past like 8 months was Kirby Air Riders. He's never watched any of my videos. What? Why are Twitter retards like this? Anyway.
It seems we're closing in on the location of the Eight Tails. So this is where that weird guy in the mask said he'd be? That's right. Finally! It took us forever to get here. You know, I've heard stories about the Land of Thunder, but I didn't actually think they were true. Well, I warned you. Yet you insisted we take that shortcut through Martin Luther King Boulevard. Hey, at least we survived, right? You say that as if I wasn't being constantly harassed and catcalled. Not like I was scared though, since I knew Sasuke was there to protect— They're cloud ninjas. What do you expect? Obviously those people would be proficient in tweaker style. Hey man, not all cloud ninjas are like that. It's just that— oh crap. I think that's the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Seems he's distracted with his dirty ninja music. Let me go for the preemptive strike. Uchiha Sasuke. I knew you'd be coming, Uchiha boy. Or should I say, 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐿? Well, of course you would. I doubt the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki would have been such an easy target. You literally just assumed that, though. Shut the fuck up, you dirty flipper. Damn, ninja. You got one hell of a lip on you. Damn, Sasuke's really getting his ass handed to him. Hey, we're talking hella big back there. You can't even take on a lowly cloud ninja. Suigetsu, cut.
I can't watch this. Like, it's not edgy enough for my lack of investment in Naruto, you know? I gotta say, I was never really a big Naruto guy. It's too many words. It's too many words. Let's cut it down. This is an 8.5 minute meme video, you know? Authenticity is dead. Genuine storytelling is dead. Now, listen, I admire the attempt, but it's just gonna be called "Sincerity is Still Dead." That's what. Nah, I don't know. I'm not set on that. I'm not set on that title, but the synthetic way is to just say, "Nah, I'm kidding." I usually do come up with a synonym, but I think it'd be funnier if I just said "Sincerity is Still Dead," or "Sincerity is even more dead than last time." Sincerity is beyond dead. Sincerity is dying and you are killing it. Sincerity is dying and it's my mother's fault. Sincerity is dying and ChatGPT gave me a 4 out of 10. Anyway, it's I don't know. Gaming is extremely insincere. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm probably not going to record that yet. I was thinking I'm going to look at my options. Unless it's possible I'm just synthetic lazy for the next 3 weeks. That's probably not a good idea. I should probably release something. So in a few days, I'll look at my options and I'll probably record something Oh, I mean, I'll release a video the week after this week. I'm probably just gonna be mostly streaming this week. Black Metal Gamer, thanks to the $2. Game sanitized due to cat mom hag divs. Thanks. Yep. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks $5. Every J wedding should be mandated to play this during whatever alien ceremony they hold. Yeah, the song was good. It was good. Uzuk, thanks to the 20 DKK, play Blue Stinger Skibbity Food Arena of Time. Is that even a video title, or are you just saying shit? Food Arena of Time. What? Connecticut isn't real. Thanks, $5. Watch Loving Games You Hate to Play by Proxidist Plus. Proxidist. I'm guessing he's asking to play Blue Stinger, but I don't know what Food Arena of Time has to do with anything. I think he just said that.
The Green Man Gaming summer sale starts very soon, so click the link below if you want to see some amazing deals on some incredible games.
So, not too long ago, I completed Metal Gear Solid 2, and
I really liked it. Like, goddamn, people were not lying when they say this is one of the greatest games ever made. It is an iconic masterpiece of a game that everyone should play. Honestly, all three of the Metal Gear Solid games, despite the fact I haven't beaten 1 yet, I'm definitely going to go back to it because 2 it's given me a spark.
The thing, it's kind of rough though. Like, I like 1 a lot, but you know, 2 and 3 are definitely have better game mechanics. 1 is great because I think it has the best pacing for like the type of game style it's going for. But 2 and 3 are more fun to play, like to actually play.
To go back to it. And yeah, it's an incredible trilogy. Maybe Hideo Kojima was onto something, you know, I critique the hell out of the guy, but this man, you know, maybe he isn't just a self-centered lunatic. No, he is a self-centered. What am I talking about?
That was perfect.
My point is, despite the fact I am singing the praises of Metal Gear Solid 2 right now, and I'm talking about the fact I loved the game, I loved my experience with it, I have to say I kinda hated playing it. Which is kind of weird to say.
Alright, I can see why you guys picked this, because I'm just fundamentally, like, the weird thing is, I understand what he's saying, but if you didn't like playing the game, how can you like the game? Just watch it, watch Metal Gear Solid 2 full game movie. It's a video game. If you didn't like playing it, then you didn't like it. You liked watching a movie.
Because if I hated playing it, why do I like it so much? See, the old Metal Gear Solid games have a weird control scheme, especially 2 and 3, where to aim, you have to hold, like, the shoot button, and then you press, like, RB or R1 to go into first-person mode, and it's an absolute slog to aim it, and it doesn't feel very good. The controls of these games felt very...
I approve of the Ratchet and Clank music in the background. See, you know what? I think I'm understanding this guy's game taste a little. I actually don't ever use this track in my videos, but I recognize it. It's from Up Your Arsenal. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, like, never mind, I'm not talking about Ratchet and Clank. Never mind, let's keep watching the video.
Cumbersome, very confusing, and just kind of all over the place, especially for a newcomer, because... yeah, this does not control well. But despite the fact I was constantly getting caught, constantly dying, constantly having a multitude of skill issues that just kept pissing me off over and over again, I never wanted to quit. I wanted to keep pushing through. I wanted to keep seeing what was happening in the story. And even though I found the gameplay ball-bustingly frustrating, I still enjoyed it. I don't understand this, right? I still enjoyed it.
I do remember, I won't lie, I do remember there's parts in the, like fuck, I can't even remember what it's called, but like the oil rig section does have some annoying shit. There's like a lot of backtracking. There's like certain guard patrols and shit I remember being annoying. So I'm not gonna like shit on this guy, because I do remember when I played too, just specifically that chunk of the game as Raiden, it just had some annoying shit. I will say that. I will say that.
And it made me think, there's quite a lot of games that I've played that I thought were kind of a miserable experience.
There's no fucking way Kingdom Hearts 1 is a miserable experience. Do not say that. You're gonna tempt me to stream this, and everyone in chat will say how gay it is the whole time, but that game is great.
In terms of like the actual gameplay, that I hold very highly in regards.
This gameplay is kind of painful to watch, though. Like, what is he doing?
As to like my favorite games, for example, Ratchet and Clank 1. That is my favorite Ratchet and Clank out of every single one of
That's kind of brutal.
the games, but it is the worst controlling one. It's got a lot of moments where it's like, what, who designed this shit, right? So it's a third-person shooter game where you can't strafe, you can't move side to side. So it gets to a point near the end of the game where you're constantly using this crutch weapon called the Visibomb launcher, which is
I was about to say that. I was literally about to say that. So, I mean, I'm glad he addressed it.
a guided missile, just so you can hide behind cover and shoot any enemies further into the level, because you know for a fact if you go in and try and take them on normally, you just get your ass handed to you, because you just can't dodge. You can't shoot and dodge without spraying your bullets everywhere, because there's no strafing, which is something they added in the second game, and that game has been the formula for the rest of all the other Ratchet and Clank games. By the way, I want to do a ranking of the Ratchet and Clank games, so let me know if you'd want to see that. Yeah, despite my criticism for the first game, it just has something about it. There's something about it that just makes it a better game, to me at least. And let's go back to Metal Gear.
I mean, the something about it, I would say, is it does have the strongest atmosphere, the best level design, and the best story. So, I mean, there's some things. There are some things, but the gameplay is weaker than the other games.
Gear Solid again, right? Metal Gear Solid 3. I struggled with that game. I couldn't even do like a pacifist run because I could not aim for the life of me with the little dart gun. So I just ended up going in and murdering everyone, which made
this whole video is just Zoomer skill issue of the video. I mean, I know he addressed it, so you can't like, it's not the type of insult like, well, you're dog shit. I mean, he did say he's dog shit, at least. He did admit that he's dog shit, but this is kind of brutal. How old is this video? I wonder if he played the remake, because the remake, you know, obviously is good mouse keyboard. Yeah, wait, this just came out. Yeah, unironically, he should probably play the remake, because then at least he wouldn't have the issue with the controls. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot I even made this video. This was something I made as a response to people saying all my videos are negative, which is ironic because I made positive retrospectives back then. After a certain point, you just realize that people are just going to say shit no matter what. They'll look for any excuse to insult you if you insulted their favorite game. So what's the point? Like, why even bother making a video like this when they're just gonna come up with any excuse to be a bitch instead of engage with you? So, you know, that's why I insult these people, because they're not worth engaging with on an intellectual level.
made the sorrow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to the rest of this anyway. Ricardo 𝐂𝐿𝐄𝐑𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒, thanks to the $5. They've used Goy for nearly 5,000 years. Trump is their newest top golem to ingratiate the Goyim. Once you see the truth, you cannot unsee the truth. Yeah. Yeah, people don't care about engaging in conversation. They hate and mock and don't care to learn about us. Yeah. I mean, the simple, and I've already explained this again, I don't expect these people to listen to any of my streams or my videos for that matter. But if they did, they would know that I've explained many times why I don't make positive game reviews much anymore. And it is just because people didn't really watch them, you know? The Kirby vid is my lowest viewed vid, and, well, I'm not counting the Fallout video because that was because the algorithm was fucked. So not counting the Fallout Season 2 trailer video, the Kirby Air Riders vid was like my lowest viewed vid in years, I think. So that's the reason I don't make them. People don't watch them. Kirby, obviously, specifically, was a case where it didn't surprise me, though, because, well, one, I did do an edgy thumbnail, but also, two, it's Kirby. I don't think most of my fans care about Kirby. Let's be real. Meh, thanks to the $5. You should watch Matthew Matosis' Bioshock Infinite video, at least the first few minutes. I guess we could. I wouldn't be shocked if I've seen it already, but I haven't seen like any of his vids in years. So 13 years ago, that's crazy.
Recently, I played Bioshock Infinite, and I couldn't help but be taken aback by the enormous amount of praise it's received from critics. I'm not sure I'd say it's an outright bad game, but I wasn't blown away by it either, and I wanted to take some time to address the undeserved critical reception it's received by highlighting many of its problems. This video will contain spoilers for the entire plot of Bioshock Infinite, so if you're interested in playing it, I'd advise you not to watch this video beforehand. First, a quick rundown. Infinite starts out with Booker DeWitt, the protagonist, on his way to Columbia, a floating city in the sky which is ruled over by Father Comstock, also known as the Prophet. The city is very nationalistic. Even though Columbia has seceded from the US, they see themselves as true Americans. Although initially it seems like a utopia of sorts, there exists another tier to their society made up of slave labour in the form of black servants and immigrant Irish workers who are treated as second-class citizens. Over the first couple of hours, Columbia and its citizens are the focal point, and it's clear the game carries a message about how nationalistic ideals can be carried to extremes in the form of racism. Here's my first problem with Bioshock Infinite. Although it presents a situation which is perhaps a bit more thought-provoking than the average game, it does nothing with it. In the second half, this stuff is mostly dropped for a story about multiple worlds and a focus on Elizabeth. Even when the racism subplot is given the focus, it rarely accomplishes anything other than shoving it in the player's face with signage. For a game lauded as pushing the medium forward with mature storytelling, the racism stuff really lacks any sort of nuance. It also lacks any sort of bite. Over the course of my several playthroughs of the game, I heard the word negro a few times, but never the word nigger. Obviously, I don't have...
Oh, shit, he said... How do you get away with it? This is why I really quit YouTube, guys. They dug up this video. They dug up this video of him saying it. It's funny, though. This is 13 years ago. You could just say that in that context, and no one would care. I won't say nobody, but, you know, a lot less people cared. But, yeah, you know, I don't... Listen, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be that guy. But this is still to this day... You know, V Poser, let's just call them posers since I keep seeing the poser 3x3 image lately, which is very annoying. But this is, you know, V, the board on 4chan, for all 5 of you who don't know what I'm talking about, infamously hates 𝐂𝐸𝐄𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒, infamously. But they always jerk this guy off. They suck him off at every opportunity. And as someone who has enjoyed his videos, they're good. But... people keep pretending like this guy's videos specifically were the best reviews of the medium, and it's just like, where does this retardation come from? I mean, they're good reviews, but I don't think he says anything. And I'm cracking the code in real time. It's because he talks in a robotic cadence, you know, and that soothes the autistic mind. Like there's no emotional, highly subjective like rant shit. He's just saying the words in a robotic, autistic cadence. All right, there you go. But the videos are still good, though. I have to throw out that critique because it does annoy me that people suck this guy's dick constantly. Anyway,
any first-hand experience of the early 1900s, but it's my understanding that negro was the general term and nigger the disparaging term for black people.
We said
back
it twice.
then. You would think a game with such a heavy emphasis on racism would have that disparaging term at least a few times. Similarly, I never saw anyone get lynched, I never saw anyone get beaten for not doing a good enough job, I never saw any mention of black servants being raped by their white masters. The portrait...
Okay. I don't think... See, the problem is they're not going to show rape. I mean, they should, but trust me, I'm a huge advocate for rape in video games, but we're just not going to see that. That was never going to be in the game. That was never going to happen. And to expect that...
Trail of the racism stuff doesn't go anywhere near far enough, and I can practically see the boardroom meetings in my head where people decided they weren't allowed to use the word nigger even though it would have been said regularly by a racist populace. I understand it's a...
See, this is what's crazy though. I mean, again, this video is 13 years old. If I made this, people would say I'm like, I've completely lost it, ban this guy, mass report his channel. There's functionally, the only difference between how I would say it and how he said it is simply how I say it, like the tone of voice. Again, this is robotic autistic cadence. Mine would be impassioned, you know, chud-filled. Well, so it might be trolling, depending on the context. It might be in a trolling voice tone, but still, I would be banned for sure.
Sensitive word, and my use of it in this very video may have even ruffled some feathers despite me meaning no ill will, but I find it more dirty to erase it altogether and pretend it doesn't exist, because it does. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. You can't be politically correct and portray a story like this at the same time. In trying to be politically correct by avoiding sensitive topics, the game undermines its own point, because a lack of these elements makes Colombia look more attractive than it would in reality.
I actually disagree on this point. What really made it not work at all is having this black woman be a complete fucking psycho in the second half of the game onward. Like, that did far more damage than not having the N-word in the game. Like, genuinely, it's to the point where I think a lot of people who actually played this forget about the racism undertones because, well, like you said, the multiverse plot really overshadows it, and is what the game is actually about. And also just, again, what they did with this bitch.
One good example is the very first choice presented to the player at the beginning when Booker wins the raffle, and the player has to choose between throwing a baseball at an interracial couple or the event organizer instead. In reality, if a mob had gotten their hands on them, the consequences might have been far worse. She might have been lynched and he might have been tarred and feathered, but instead this is all reduced to throwing a baseball, which we don't even get to see happen anyway. Considering the time frame, Colombia might not be so bad compared to some parts of the United States, something Booker even says himself at one point. The raffle moment just seems juvenile to me, especially since the player's actions have no consequences anyway. The way the controls are handled during this moment are also mind-bogglingly stupid. Keep in mind, BioShock Infinite is a first-person shooter. On a basic level, it requires a player to do two things. Point the camera where they want.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. It's a quick time event instead of you actively being able to point with your reticle and click to throw it, yeah. But again, that's because obviously the fucking hacks would not account for you throwing it at the crowd behind you, throwing it at nothing. You know, of course they would, even if they did implement it that way, I bet they would make you throw it at something, you know.
To look and shoot projectiles. Everyone is familiar with these controls at this point. The player remains in first person the whole game, and during this moment they're handed a projectile. So what's the obvious way to handle this situation? Massive button prompts, apparently. This is a game that so many people seem to want to desperately believe is intelligent, and yet it treats players like absolute morons by insinuating they wouldn't be able to throw a ball using the regular controls.
This is what, like, again, I hate to do this constantly because I feel like I do this all the time. But it just shows that my style of, you know, shitting on things that people find trivial. Again, if this video came out right now, this would get, you know, if BioShock Infinite was released today, and this video came out, this would be dislike bombed into fucking oblivion. Because the main gamer, you know, consumer base is a bunch of fucking retards. They'd be like, oh, dude, you're nitpicking. The game was amazing. Look at this fucking loser. Look at this incel critiquing BioShock Infinite, the greatest game I've ever played. That's what would happen. That's what would fucking happen. The gamer audience is, there are no gamers. There are no gamers. There's consumers. There are fucking, that's why EA always called them the player, not the gamer, because gamers are dead circa 2014, of course. But they're just the consumer. That's what they are. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. This guy, obviously, you know, videos are good videos. They're good videos, but at the same time, I feel like I'm the opposite of this in a lot of ways because I'm so blunt and I have no problem telling people what to think constantly because I love shouting into the void. But the idea of, you know, him, you know, in a serious manner saying, I can't believe there's no lynching or rapes in the consumer product video game just seems hilarious to me. You know, it's like, you know why. I know, and the reason he's saying it is to get the audience to think, but they're not thinking. Like, there's no thinking. Just tell them the truth. You know what I mean? I don't think that makes the video more intelligent to posit to the audience, oh, why is there no rape in the video game? It's like, we all know why. We all know why. We all know why. That said, I do agree they should have the N-word in it. That one's true. That part's actually accurate. Because then Mafia 3 is the N-word in it a bunch of times, pretty sure. So I guess in that case it was okay since you're playing as the big black man killing people. Anyway. Ricardo Cumsocks, thanks to the $5. Watch short Golden Retriever puppies reunite with nurse who delivered them. Okay. Very, very video gamey, Ricardo. Golden Retriever puppies reunite with nurse. Why viral hog?
Okay.
Okay, I guess that was it. There was no twist. Morchigese Infiltrator, thanks to the 10 euros. Worst type of graping is when it's gradual. A franchise slowly morphs from a male power fantasy into a trans slop porn over the course of 20 years. That even taints the perception fans have the OGs. The thing is, I get it. This is in support of like the Halo and Star Wars being worse than God of War situation. The problem is that still happened with God of War. God of War's was rapid and instant. Like God of War 2018 is undoubtedly a massive departure from the previous game released was God of War Ascension, the prequel. And you can just see, like, this is, despite it being a massive difference in, like, the tone and, like, goriness and all that stuff, people still accepted it with open arms, you know? So, I just think everyone is a worthless fucking shill subhuman with no critical thinking ability. and well, to be fair, even me, Synthetic Chud, I liked God of War 2018 when it came out. Not as much as the old games, but I guess I just wasn't as tired of movie game slop. Because, like, to be fair, outside of a couple instances, Kratos in God of War 2018 is a little bit more believable than at least God of War Ragnarok, where he's a full-blown faggot. But there's definitely instances, and Like, when Atreus, as a small child, shanks Thor's son to death, and like Kratos just does nothing. Like, this is a perfect father teaching moment, and he does nothing. And all these fucking subhuman Redditor people who are probably neglecting their children, giving them a fucking iPad at 2 years old, and wonder why they can't fucking read at 12 or whatever. They're the ones saying Kratos is a good father. You're gonna abuse your fucking kids if you ever have them, you fucking freak. And I bet you already did if you do have them. Fuck you. Kratos is not a good father by any fucking metric. You worthless pricks. But anyway, this actually is a good tie-in back to Matthew Matos's video, though. Like, people don't have a problem with gore. Like, Kratos can, in God of War 3, can shove a woman into a gear to hold a door open. That's fine. But if Kratos spanked his child on the screen, people would riot. They would screech. They would freak the fuck out. You know, that is a normal human thing that humans have done throughout all of history. Like, I'm not saying he's to beat Atreus within an inch of his life. Like, literally just punish your son as a teaching moment. That would be way more shocking. So, you know, so that's why I'm saying, like, of course there's no lynching or N-word or rape or whatever in BioShock Infinite. You can't even show a man spanking his child in a rated M video game. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. I know that the video was made 13 years ago, but it's just things have gotten so bad. Have I heard about 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 Broly Mad videos before? Or maybe you'd find these interesting. There are some English subbed. What is this, some like Mexican Dragon Ball Z shit? What are you talking about? Anyway, whatever. I gotta end the stream soon, guys. My brain's falling apart. You know what's really BS? Fuda erasure. It's true, though. They don't give them vaginas. That's actually true. And if you pointed out, the fucking true and slopper people who know exactly what they're doing spurg out like you just called them a Jew or something. It's true. Moving on, though. I just had to give my 2 cents on that. Best Molo, thanks for the $2. Crunchyroll wants Japanese studios to make Indian anime. Yeah, of course. Why doesn't Crunchyroll use its vast funding to make their High Guardian spice for Indians? Those fucking hacks. Red Juror, thanks $10. Forgot to tell this. People said to crowdfund Synth Spyro costume on the comments of your reaction to the new Spyro clip. So here's some penny. Oh my god. Dude, I don't. Listen. Don't get me wrong. My whole life is a humiliation ritual. But I feel like I have to draw the line at wearing the fucking children's Spyro suit. Like, there's there's some shit that's just not worth doing. And I feel like I have to draw the line somewhere. I want a full 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒 boss fight with Kratos chasing down his son and dragging him out from under the bed to beat the snot out of him. See, now we're talking. Let's fucking go. Sweeping Hamster, thanks to the $2. Super Turbo Racist who would never use the N-word. I know, dude, I know. Shadow 1910, thanks to the $5. Massacre 2 Part 1 by Felon 1003. Feel free to watch the rest later. Okay, this is the last video suggestion, by the way, and I know you're all listening, so you better not send in money and get scammed.
As military research center, main mission is producing experimental weapon and defense systems. All the new ventures into anti-corruption biological destruction, soul devastation, the Kagamisha project, and others. We hope you're interested and will part of our project. Good luck.
if you know what I mean. Wait, what?
Just suddenly the thing.
Unit 17, you copy? Hey!
Okay, well, I feel like starting with the second one was probably not a good idea, because suddenly it turned to schmool schmooting without context. that was something. How long have I been browsing V? I don't even know. Not forever. I'm not one of those people who grew up with 4chan, thankfully. Thankfully. All right. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember. What do you mean, thankfully? You missed out on crypto early. When crypto exploded, I was still a teenager. How old do you think I am? I think my brother actually unironically tried convincing my dad to buy crypto a long time ago, but he didn't do it. I watched the Mulan Type 2 vid. Not yet. Maybe I'll watch that next stream. Because I did say I would save those videos for the stream, because they're good reactions for the stream. So I won't watch the Mulan vid till next stream. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Synth didn't even have a computer to mine on if you don't count the shitty laptop. Yeah, I fried my parents' desktop computer, which was old as fuck, by the way. Like, it was a dog shit computer at the time. But I fried it when I was like 13 or 14. And then all we had was a laptop for basically, well, we had a couple laptops and they were also really shit. And that's all we had until I don't know. Devin built his, when did Devin build his PC? I'm trying to remember. It was a couple years before mine at least. So, yeah. I didn't have a good computer until I built my first computer for the channel in 2019. Yeah, it was like right around Christmas 2019. I don't think you care, but it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Waffle Man. There you go. A parasocial birthday wish. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Good enough. I wish you a happy birthday. That's it. Holy shit, I streamed for 9 hours? I just looked at the time. This is the first time I've looked at how long I streamed this whole stream. That didn't feel like 9 hours. I think I was really hooked with the fucking Strange Seed game. Unironically, every video watch segment's too long, though. I remember the first couple of years I did video watch segments, I only did them for like 2 hours tops because it's so easy to just watch videos for 1,000,000 hours. I mean, that's what I do off stream, except I'm not even really watching. It's more like I have them on the second monitor while playing something else. Yeah, that's why I tried to limit the video watch segments, because it's so easy for them to take forever. I mean, I 100%ed Strange Seeds, so I understand it's oddly entertaining. Yeah. It is, I agree. ADHD maxing, yep. Not T0937, thanks for $5. 8 hours since stream W synth. Yep, about to be 9 hours. Okay, well, that's probably a good time to end it though. I could feel the fatigue. That drinking the coffee definitely saved this stream, because if I didn't, I would have ended it 3 hours ago for sure. Yeah, Strange Seed might be in the best list of 2026. You sought them for months for less shitty videos you watch now. Yeah, I think my tolerance for bad videos has gone up. I think I just got exposed to enough of chat's recommendations that I can watch bad videos and just keep moving on. 44 Mag Deagle, thanks to 280 Doomer story time next time, because I'm mentally exhausted from the stream, so it'd be a bad time to read any. Didn't like my vid. Which one was your vid? Oh, yeah, the massacre one. I mean, the animation was good, but I don't know. I needed context for the schmool schmooting. I thought it was going to be like the bad type of edgy there, but instead I was just confused. More toucan tunnel news came out this week. In NYC, 71 children from an Orthodox toucan school have been rescued from 71? 71. They are going to try and shut it down, unironically. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm sure that there's some huge plans from the elites to try and shut down the noticing. But the noticing is probably the only white pill of the last couple of years. There's been a lot of fucking noticing going on, which is good. We need as much of that as possible. Too bad they don't watch gaming videos, other than you guys. But I mean, if the noticing hasn't translated into new subs for the Synthetic Man channel, as it turns out. Yeah, I mean, I figured the Sasuke video was going to turn into that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not really a Naruto guy. Yeah, the Palestine stuff did help, for sure. Problem is, leftists refuse to acknowledge anything that right-wing people believe, so none of those guys have really connected the dots. But it has helped with, like, some of the normie stuff, for sure. Did I try the Onimush demo? No, I typically don't play demos. It's the easiest game ever. I never took damage. Ooh. I don't know what they're thinking or who this game is for. It's beyond bland. That's not good. I never got around to playing the old ones. Well, I think between this stream and the next stream, I'm going to make sure Fable 2 works. I want to play Fable 2 this week, I think. We'll probably finish Strange Seed. A part of me wants to try more of Gothic Remake because, like, well, one, I bought the game, but also, two, I didn't really play it that much. So I should at least, like, get a little bit into it, but I know, you know, I don't know. It's probably pretty flawed. We'll see. I do want to play Fable 2, though. That's been on my mind lately. So, probably going to do that soon. Will I play Grand Blue Fantasy Relink DLC? Probably not. I mean, I never played it. Devin did. Devin played that game, actually. Oh, yeah, Tomba. Yeah, Javier, you're reminding me about Tomba every time. Will I ever continue the Bloodborne? Yeah, dude. I mean, the good news about Bloodborne is, since I've already played it a couple times, I could just jump back into it anytime and, you know, just pick up where I left off. But we'll see. I don't know. Doctor Who got canceled because the producers don't want to work on it. Good. Why play Fable 2 instead of 1? Because I already played Fable 1 less than 2 years ago. I don't remember exactly when. I think it was like September of 2024 or something, I think. Around that time. So. When's the next stream? Soon-ish. You know how it is. Probably not tomorrow, but the next day, most likely. Because I'm not going to be working on any videos this week, I don't think. Time to bring back Crimson Desert. I do regret not finishing that game. I do. If only because I'm so far. I'm so far. The amount of times I've dropped a game where I'm like 3/4 of the way in, I could probably count on one hand. There's a part of me that is like, the sunk cost fallacy gets too far, where you have to see the end. So, never say never. It's just the last time I tried it, they did shove more garbage in my face, and that was the last thing I wanted to experience. I just wanted a little bit of fun, at least before we had to get to the dog shit, but, you know, there was I can't even remember what specifically made me drop it. Like, they threw another tutorial in my face 60 hours in. I'm just like, nope. You can't introduce more mechanics 60 hours in when you already have 100 bad ones. Don't do this to me. And I just stopped. What's going to be the Pride game? Good question. We got to figure that out. We'll talk about it next stream. We'll figure out the Pride game. Crimson Desert has an 8% achievement for completing all main quests. Yeah, that's what I heard. Only 8% of people have beaten the main quest in Crimson Desert. That's insane. Like, that is so low, dude. That's how you know they fucked up. Some guy called Bill Pimpin on my friend list got the Master of Firearms challenge, which only 0.4% of people have completed. Yeah, it looks like Bill Pimpin is intent on 100%ing this. I can't imagine how long that took. Or is taking. I'm assuming he still has achievements to go. Let's see. Hold on. I'm looking at global achievements. Yes, expert storyteller, complete all main quests. 8.2% have beaten the game. Months after release, only 8.2%. That's brutal. If you want to finish Crimson Desert, do it for the review of Dragon's Dogma 2. I might, maybe. I have heard people unironically compare the two and say Crimson Desert's better, but it's like, okay, but all the things that you can show off in WebMs and GIFs and stuff of Crimson Desert are meaningless. Like, they're cool. Like, it's the type of shit where you see from a Kojima game, oh, the ice cube melts in real time. There are things like that in Crimson Desert, but the actual core gameplay of Crimson Desert is very bland and has no depth. Like, Dragon's Dogma, even Dragon's Dogma 2, which has so many problems, is still has a decent amount of depth to its combat. It's just not that challenging is really the issue. The game becomes very easy after a certain point. And Dark Arisen might fix that, just like it did for the first game. You know, if the new region's super hard, that'd be good. Aren't most games on Steam unbeaten? Yes, but the average is 20%, not 8. 8 is definitely below average. I think some of the numbers are fudged a little bit, though, because like Sony games and Souls-like games always have really high percentages. For Souls-like, it kind of makes sense. Sony games having like a 40% plus completion rate, I don't know, this seems fishy to me, given how boring the games are. Yumi Chang, thanks to the 2 years of membership, Jews rock. Yeah, but he's got the Golden Puar, the first man to get a Golden Puar, Yumi Chang. I'm sure the next time I stream, there'll be a few more, and we'll be seeing more and more of those. It actually did turn out pretty decently, even as a tiny image. I added the sunglasses just because, like, it's got to be, like, distinct. You know, it's good with the color palette, too. Gaius, thanks to the $2. I beat Crimson Desert. It sucks. Dragon's Dogma is way better. Yep, sure. Firelink Conspiracy made a video 3 hours ago criticizing Matthew Matos's Lost Arts video. Really? We might watch. That might be a good one for next time. I see people, that's another one on V people shill a lot. That's the one where he kind of predicts the direction the Souls series is going, which he was right, though. Matthew Matosis was right about that. That they were going to lean all the way into challenge instead of good level design and, like, unique encounters and stuff. Like, Matthew Matosis was absolutely correct. If that's the video that I'm thinking of, which I think it is. So I'm curious to see what the critique... The Firelink Conspiracy. Yeah, maybe we'll watch some of that next time. But if it's 3 hours long, there's no way we're watching that much. That seems like a good second monitor video to listen to. How V treats Mav versus how it treats you. Well, you know, again, you have to realize, and this is obviously true of like old 4chan shit as well, even if I didn't use it back then. I've seen plenty of examples. Obviously, a lot of the edginess was more tongue-in-cheek and less sincere back in the day. Like, it's just a place for people to say what they want. It didn't mean they were hardcore racists or whatever, right? But obviously, that shifted over time as things got a lot more, you know, clown worldy. We'll put it that. But how this ties into the video game thing is, you know, Matthew Matosis obviously is the type of guy who wants to seem professional, to the point, you know, succinct critique type of stuff, doesn't waste your time. That type of stuff obviously doesn't exist so much in YouTube. Everything is yappy, including my stuff. Like, I love just talking, you know. That's the fun part of the video for me, is just talking. But my stuff, I'm sincerely edgy and unapologetic, which you're not supposed to be. You're supposed to just only do that on 4chan and nowhere else. How dare you actually believe the things? I was just pretending when I typed the N-word 537 times. I'm not actually racist. You know, this is the Redditor type people. A bunch of those people transitioned to Reddit. People think, you know, the Redditors went to 4chan, but I think it really went both ways over the years. You know, there's a huge crossover. Despite claiming to hate E-celebs, V will still get those threads to bump limit and forget to use, yes, Sage Sage, before Jannies get involved. Yep. Shit, 9 hours? I bet. Time to yap mix. Kobe. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm feeling like an old synth stream where I ramble for 45 minutes at the end. Have I ever thought about asking Synth Dad for advice on how to live on your own? See, those are... I can't talk about that type of question, but I'll just give a simple answer, yes. But the way things work for the generations before ours are definitely not the same as now, in the sense that Gen X, baby boomers, they know how to easily just integrate into society and roll with the punches and deal with people easily. So that type of question, like, the basic survival stuff I've got down no problem. It's more like just dealing with people. That's always an issue for me. So that's the shit my parents can't really help with, because it just comes naturally to normal people, you know? So a lot of the stuff I already know, but there's some stuff, you know, I just got to do it through experience. That's it. It's only like a year ago, the last time you streamed, till the fucking sun came up. To me, a year ago could be 5 years ago. It's all blending together. It's all blending together at this point. How to make New Vegas fun for a person with extreme ADHD. Just add enough mods that it turns into I won't say a good shooter, but it turns into like something close enough to a competent shooter that you can just blast your way through everything. Like, you know, people might have issues with it, but I have no problem with having like a sprint mod, you know, better like you know, reduced weapon spread, or just like straight up pinpoint aiming on ADS. There's mods like that. There's, you know, quick throw mod is great for grenades and shit. You just hit Q and you'll throw whatever consumable you have, and you can switch between those with a hotkey as well. There's, I don't know. I would say more good ones would be ones that increase enemy density, like more Mojave. What's it called? There's the Dangerous Wasteland one I can't think of off the top of my head, but that you can add shit that like triples the amount of NPCs in the in-between parts of the map. There's like all sorts of things you can do, so like there's always something happening. There's certain stuff, it depends on the type of ADHD you have, I guess. Like some stuff is just kind of unfixable because it's an open world RPG and you kind of got to be there for that type of game. There's going to be a lot of dialogue, and engaging with the game on that level is always going to be a little slower, but that's part of the appeal. But if we're talking about like the combat and enemies and stuff, there are mods for that. Yeah, World of Pain was the one I was thinking of, 𝐂𝐇𝐏𝐏𝐄𝐑𝐒. That was what I was thinking of. Yeah, World of Pain, more Mojave. There's one that adds conflicts between the Legion and the NCR at certain parts of the map. There's like all sorts of shit that you can do. As long as you have all the stability mods installed first, the game engine can actually handle a lot of stuff. I mean, it'll still crash sometimes, obviously, but you know, the last time I played the game, not counting when I had to boot it up for Fallout, because I think some of my mods got fucked when I reinstalled it. I need a fresh install. But when I played it, when Fallout Season 1 came out, I had like almost 100 mods installed, and it still worked, mostly, you know? If it had shooting like Call of Duty, it'd be fun. Yeah, that's too... You'd have to probably do an insane amount of work to make the Gamebryo engine do that type of shit. It's a lot easier for something like Fallout 4. Yeah, save a lot for sure, yeah. I'd probably like AoE too. What's AoE too? If I do play New Vegas and I do want to play those newer mods, they have expansions for, I can't remember the locations, but for the 2 areas that you nuke at the end of Lonesome Road, someone expanded those areas into a whole, you know, mod expansion, a whole new area with quests and stuff. I do want to play those whenever the next time I play New Vegas. So, I don't know if I'll stream that, but that's going to be way later. You know, maybe next year or something. Yeah, there's the long 15 mod, and I think there's one for Dry Wells too, isn't there? I think so. Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot Fallout Chicago was the thing. After I played Fallout London and was kind of just, I mean, don't get me wrong, my mood was ruined that stream by the technical difficulties and everyone making fun of me. But at the same time, I do think it was just kind of Like, the visuals were good. The visuals were really good. But I think, you know, the writing was not good at all. And the presentation was pretty limited. But obviously my expectations weren't high for, like, set pieces or anything. Yeah, the visuals look like shit because Fallout 4 looks like shit. That's true. I'm not sure. Like, it'd be hard to make it really look good without just making all new assets for everything. All right, I'm going to end the stream there before I ramble. Oh, Azure Tormenta, thanks for the $5. Okay, I'll hold on to 10 port crystals for you. Thanks for the stream, Darkside Kobe. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we'll probably, in August, when the update comes out, I will do another run of Dragon's Dogma 2, because, you know, I mean, I just want to play the game with 6 skills. I feel like it really would make a big difference, even just that. And obviously I want to try all the other update stuff, but that's the big thing for me. All right, I'll see you guys.